questions. One is, when we talk about, Hi everyone, I'm Sarah. I work at Win Without War, which is based in the US. I have two questions. One, especially in the US, we talk about changing demographics in elections, and I'm curious about some of the demographics of the research and if there was differences in that in different communities. And the other thing I want to pose, especially, I was also from Australia and did lots of Indigenous campaigning there. The dichotomy between cost of living and those issues, I think what I saw in my work there was, especially in this campaign, there is also extreme forces that use deliberate disinformation campaigns in those moments. And how do we reckon with that when we are also looking at research like this and like really pull in some of those politics, and how can we counter that so we're not in a false binary of do voters agree with us or not, but are we fighting against something that we're not actually talking about?
So Sarah, thank you for this, because you're right to say ask about how it differs demographically. What was really striking and what enabled us to do a presentation in just 7 slides essentially this year rather than the usual dozens was how remarkably similar and stable the data was for a change. Like everything is smoothing across countries, across age groups, across gender, across all the socioeconomic and demographics to a greater extent, which is not to say totally at all. And I'd be very happy to talk with you about some of the particular peculiarities, especially around rural and urban splits, in which you might imagine the demand for economic change is even greater for non-city areas than it is in city areas. But it really was striking this year how everyone's problems are everyone's problems right now, the everyone everywhere crisis. Then in terms of how you deal with the disinformation thing, and I think our friend Ben Scott's going to be talking a wee bit more about this later, and that will be important. But my instinct on this is we make it easy for our opponents when we unnecessarily radicalize our own politics. When we say that what we're doing is a bigger change than it really is. And like Voice is a really good example of this. Like Voice is a basic example of fairness. And yet there we are out making an argument about how this is the biggest change ever. And when we pick that radical frame for change, instead of a reassuring frame for change, we create a space that allows our opponents to more easily use the tools of disinformation against us, because we ourselves are increasing the emotional temperature of the issue, and we ourselves are creating a space in which voters are more worried. What voters want at a time like this, when they're feeling that pain from that cost of living crisis, is this reassuring hand, is a sense that things are going to get better, and that it's okay, and that we've had this problem before, and that we can get through it, and it will be all right. As opposed to, on top of all of the other crises in your life, we're going to add a climate crisis, and we're going to add a Ukraine crisis, and we're going to add an AI crisis, and we're going to add a Facebook Meta privacy data crisis. And crisis fatigue is a very real thing for voters right now. And one of the best things we can do is calm things down, reassure voters that we know how to handle this, tell citizens that we know what we to do, that we've done it before, that we'll do it again, and that this is okay. And that more steady, stable hand, I think, shuts down the space in which disinformation and the far right operates in, because they're the ones that thrive on the situation being impossible and the crisis being too big for us to handle, whereas we're the ones who have to offer some real and practical hope.
I think Misha and then we'll go to
Testing, 1, 2, 3. I'm steeling myself slightly to disagree with John McTiernan in public. So Karen Christensen from Data Practice.
Okay, but I'm waiting for that.
Okay, great, excellent. Patricia, I'm following you. Just on the link between, I guess it's a note of concern or caution about linking the climate crisis with immigration in people's minds. It's just not true enough in a European context. Syria, Venezuela, and just looked them up and forgotten the third largest group of migration flows. And I think it partly resonates with your issue, Marcus, about like yet another crisis that we can't solve and entwining these things too much. I think the other thing I would say from that, and this was 20 years in working for developing country governments, is that I think most of them would quite like a strong, they would agree and would probably use these strong migration measures. South Africans definitely would like a strong control migration message domestically, and I'm not sure they want to supply us with their skilled labour particularly heavily. So I think, as you say, it's a grown-up conversation with those governments that we need, not a sort of easy one that makes us feel better.
It's a question about language, and you put one of the propositions together, which was working rights and language. I want to specifically drill into language about how progressives should tackle this question. I think a lot of people on the progressive side with identity politics in mind get very uncomfortable around the proposition that people should be obligated to learn the language, whatever the domestic language may be. Just can you dig into that a bit, because I think that's curious. I think about my own grandmother. My family was Russian-Ukrainian extraction. You know, she's been in Australia for a very long time. She's very hostile to migrants not learning English in Australia. She thinks that she was obligated to. So I'm just curious about that.
Hans?
I'm thinking, I got stuck on your grandmother, to be honest.
She's crazy, mate. Don't you?
Well,
the whole thing's mental.
okay, so in that case, we don't have to bother, I guess. So I mean, what is your question? Because
I'm trying to understand, on our side of politics, often people get uncomfortable saying you should learn English if it's
yeah.
in Australia or if it's a European language in Europe, but just around that question around migrants' obligation to learn the language.
I mean, okay, so, the framework of controlling immigration works. The next stage, of course, is to add substance to that skeleton. You know, the issue of learning the language always pulls very well. So it does make sense to ask people to learn the language. It also increases their opportunities in societies. Ultimately, you will need to be able to speak the language. On the other hand, there is also a discussion where you could say, well, you know, if you're able to make ends meet without speaking the language, then that's essentially fine too. I mean, from a socioeconomic perspective, but from a cultural perspective, it's not. I mean, it undermines the community if people cannot communicate with each other. So this is, I think we've already sort of gone beyond this. This has become sort of a hygiene factor where we all assume that people who come into the country will learn the language. But we, I think, want to ask them to do more. And ultimately, and that's the hopeful element, I think, in these data, people want them to be fully fledged citizens, not half citizens, but fully fledged. And they expect their leaders to help to realize that. And then sort of the picture that's broken right now then becomes whole again. But what that also means is that, and that's one of those lines, of course, that people who are not supposed to be in a country shouldn't be there. So there is a repression element as well.
Misha, I'd be interested to see if that's a generational conversation too, like if you broke down those numbers to see if it's different for different generations also. Speaking of your grandmother, but maybe the 18 to 34-year-olds don't have that expectation or not, I don't know, but it would be interesting to look at.
And that's the question about demographics. I mean, we got the data on Monday, so we've been working hard just to get it on the slides. But there's a lot of information in there that, you know, with a little bit more time, we can definitely delve into. It's there. Are you whispering?
Yeah. No, you
I
did
think
great.
Hans
You
is
did great.
really good too.
Yeah, no, he's really good. He's really good. Sorry. No, I think what Marcus was telling me is I think Ben wanted to add something to the conversation. So if we can get a microphone over here for Ben.
Long-time listener, first-time caller. I want to thank all of you because this is always my favorite panel at Global Progress because you always learn so many things. So thanks for the hard work that went into this. I'm going to ask you questions way outside my own field because I have a 16-year-old daughter who's a climate activist, and this is the dinner conversation we have virtually every day. I want to challenge you, Marcus, on the idea that jobs can carry the climate case. So my children are always telling me that there's no way around the climate crisis but for sacrifice. So if you go back to that at the slide you just clicked away from, which if you go back to that one just for a second, that one. Take your eye down to the 40. That should be higher. That's a jobs frame, and you're underwater. Why is that? Is it because the word borrow is such a bugaboo? If you took borrow out and you just said government should invest, and you didn't say where the investment came from, my underlying question is this, what do you call it, a cake argument?
Yeah.
Is this a cake argument being masked by the jobs frame?
Okay, that is great. You can take borrow out and it still suffers. And the reason why is it's a big national program. And it's a time of offering big national programs to a very cynical audience that don't have much faith in the state's ability to deliver. Like also, it's distancing. Because what you're doing is saying, here's my plan to spend a number that you can't possibly understand to do a thing that we don't believe you have the competence to do, to create a dreamland that we have no faith, given your track record, you'll be able to create. And that's why, again, I return to the jobs argument.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. If I can ask everyone to take their seats, we're about to get started with our first major session. We'll start in about 45 seconds. If everyone can please take their seats. Thanks very much. Bonjour. Good morning. I'll encourage everyone to take their seats and we are going to get started. Bienvenue à toutes et tous. My name is Braden Cayley, Executive Director of Canada 2020, and very pleased to welcome you all as we begin the open session of the 2023 Global Progress Action Summit here in Montreal. We are very excited to begin today with Canada 2020's co-hosting partner in the Centre for American Progress Action Fund, and to start now with opening remarks from that partner, Patrick Gaspard, President and CEO of CAP Action. Please give Patrick a warm Montreal welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Braden. Good morning, all. Good morning, all. You know, I know that you all have been hyper-caffeinated by now, so there's no excuse whatsoever for a lackluster greeting. It is, of course, a great joy to be able to join you this morning in partnership with Canada 2020 and to feel as if I am an honorary Québécois at this moment. So let's all assume that all protocols have been observed and that all of our distinguished guests are feeling acknowledged and that their attendance is appreciated in advance of all of the brilliant interventions that all of you will make during the course of today's proceedings. I do want to express my sincere gratitude for all the wonderful, hardworking staff at Canada 2020, for all you've done to help us co-host this summit. And I want to most especially express my gratitude for Prime Minister Trudeau's leadership. It's been absolutely essential. I know that all of you who were with us last night were moved by his extemporaneous remarks, where he made clear that our democracies are indeed at an inflection point that, quote, the old ways of doing things just won't work anymore. Things are changing fast. People are polarized, and our ability to hold fragile societies together hangs on investing in growing the middle class, not ginning up anger and just telling people that everything is broken and that they need to tear it all down. The Prime Minister made a case for compassion and for empathy, but he also made it clear that when we count up all the costs, progressive policies aren't simply a moral crusade, but that they materially add up to a more broadly shared prosperity. He's making the bet that those investments are restorative for the faith of our citizens in this thing that we like to call inclusive democracy. So as we come here to Montreal in solidarity with the spirit of that Trudeau vision, we do so in sober recognition of the natural calamities made inevitable by the inability to take up collective action, and the awareness of the unnatural alliances organized and arrayed against us. We convene to share ideas for progress, while authoritarian despots in Moscow determine how they can best overtake a sovereign democracy. It is great to see you all, don't get me wrong, but this is not a business as usual summit. This is not a business as usual moment. This gathering is going to become known as the Montreal moment, when we turned our very best thinking into action. It's go time. Our goal here is to drive actionable policy solutions that tangibly improve the lives of people who are hurting. We have a lot to talk about. Large transnational issues loom quite large before us that require our collaboration. Climate change, of course, migration, pandemic response and prevention, and yes, because no one will ever accuse progressives of not being en vogue, we'll also dive into artificial intelligence. To fortify the future of democracy, though, we must implement effective policy solutions across issue areas, not just for democratic protection, but for global prosperity, which are, of course, twinned together. In the US, right now, under the leadership of President Biden, we believe that we are doing just that thing. The tentpole that is the Inflation Reduction Act represents the most impactful healthcare expansion that we've had in years, the most meaningful economic program in decades, and the largest climate investment in the history of the United States. As a consequence, we're seeing GDP growth in the second quarter of this year that exceeded expectations. We've seen inflation drop for 11 straight months, and unemployment is at a 50-year low. Manufacturing construction in this time has doubled. And the clean energy investments that the private sector was being spurred to make have been catalyzed in all the ways that we had hoped for. But you know, I'm an old election hand, so I operate with the mantra of that old song lyric that it don't mean a thing if it ain't got that swing voter. Ira has given us a good story to tell, a good story to build upon. Altogether, it ladders up to a narrative steeped in proximate concerns, yet while still being future-facing. The bold steps that we've taken strengthen my resolve that elections are still for mainstream parties to lose rather than for extremists to win. That's proven true in Sweden, in Spain, and in the US last year. As I listened to the Prime Minister last evening and consider both the legislative and philosophical approach of President Biden, I'm increasingly convinced that despite our screaming algorithms, that it's still possible to sustain urgency to act without our programs being projected through an apocalyptic imagination. The late Canadian party and parliamentarian leader Jack Layton famously pressed that optimism is better than despair, even while he was on his deathbed. Optimism is better than despair. Our politics are consumed by a sense of extreme urgency in which there's no space for pluralism and compromise. This is the politics at the clash of apocalyptic imagination. We must move beyond electioneering that's just a mere carnival of passions that reduces the prospects for concessions in governance that actually move us forward. Too many of our neighbors, too many of your constituents are in dire need right now. They see the cost of childcare and health care and rents rising. They watch their streets flooded and the very air aflame. I joked last night to Prime Minister Trudeau that we are intimately connected now because your wildfires are our wildfires. Our people see a lack of justice. They see a lack of safety in their communities. They encounter artificial obstacles to climbing the economic ladder, obstacles based on where they were born and what they look like or how much money their parents were lucky enough to leave behind. And they turn on the news and see tyrannies and demagogues, autocrats bubbling up, and those who are exploiting and leveraging their anxiety and their fear in this time of despair. At a major address this week, U.S. Secretary of State Blinken said that the right decisions look obvious and the end results all inevitable with the advantage of posterity. They never are. In real time, it's all a fog. Conversely, in a conversation that I had a few days ago with my friend Stacey Abrams, we were talking about a number of challenges that we're all trying to stare down now, and she said to me, you know, our capacity for surprise in the face of clearly telegraphed threats is astonishing. It's kind of like a progressive affliction. So global solidarity is more important now than ever to lift that fog and to enable us to react to those punches that we can see coming, but that we have a hard time ducking. But standing united here in this room, standing united across our networks in the globe is merely not enough. This Montreal moment offers up a chance to renew our progressive commitment to lock arms, not just for holding steadfast against anti-democratic threats, but for driving economic and social progress at the same time. Global Progress Action, that's what we're calling it now, Global Progress Action provides an opportunity to set out an agenda to make sure that though we may not all be on the exact same page always, we're all pushing forward to write the same chapter. Look, in my career, I've learned a thing or two about the best ways to organize, to get to a place where one can enact policies. And the thing that I learned from knocking on doors, from canvassing, from making all of those calls and organizing major campaigns is that you're going to fail time and again if you don't start by listening. When I ticked off the litany of issues that we have to address, I intentionally raised migration. I did so because we have a little bit of a habit that we have as progressives, as social democrats, that we're always kind of looking towards the North Star of the things that we are hoping to accomplish without always acknowledging the lived reality of those that we hope to be in partnership with and those we hope to ably represent. I remember as we approached the midterm elections last year in the United States, there were far too many who were on my team who I thought were in denial about how people are experiencing a surge at the border or how they're experiencing post-COVID spikes in crime in our communities. The inability to listen, to hear first before speaking and acting that inability is challenging, but the ability to take it up is going to be all of our superpowers. Because at this moment, across the world, there are a lot of people that are indeed crying out towards us. They recognize the necessity for change amid crisis. Post-pandemic, our nations are suffering. We're dealing with trauma, with a changing economy, with changing climate. That's a lot of change going on, and people are not necessarily excited and hardwired to adapt quickly and to embrace that kind of change. One of the very best ways to process crisis is to have someone, of course, listen to your concerns, your necessity, and then turn that necessity into meaningful change. That's what we're doing here. So the goal of Global Progress Action and this summit is, of course, to listen, but to not just do that. We begin there and we finish through the work of implementation and to the work of a kind of consensus deal-making amongst us progressives. We're going to have our disagreements. We won't see eye to eye on everything. Each of our governments and nations are unique, and policy solutions proposed here won't work everywhere. But while we won't agree on the same approach for every darn problem, remember that for the most part, we do have the same values when we approach each of those problems. I'm going to close with a reminding hope. In what we're told incessantly, every single time we turn on our television, what we're told incessantly is the dawning age of the machine. I want us all to remember that what distinguishes us is not merely our use of tools, but instead our use of language, the ability to take on the cross-pollination and the sharing of thought, not the opposable thumb, but the opposable tongue. So I'm very much looking forward to how our language, our ideas, the spark of that cross-pollination will come together in this discussion this weekend, in this Montreal movement to move us beyond despair into optimism and to actual action. Thank you, my friends.
Thank you, Patrick. And that leads us into the first discussion, talking about what time are we living in, how do we strengthen democracy, and how do we bolster democracy in the age of impunity. And I would like to welcome up on stage the former Prime Minister of Sweden, the leader of the Social Democratic Party in Sweden, Magdalena Andersson, and President and CEO of the International Rescue Committee, and the former Foreign Secretary of the United Kingdom, David Miliband.
You know, Johan, those are such modest introductions for such exceptional guests that we have here. It's really thrilling to be joined by both of you, good partners, old friends, at a time when I think there's much available for us all to be able to do. In truth, I'm embarrassed by the notion that I'm going to be your interlocutor in this conversation. What we all need to do is to make sure that we just turn on your microphones and we listen and lean into the lessons that you'll make clear for us. So for so many years, I'm going to start with you, Prime Minister, and come to you, David, Mr. Secretary. For so many years, there's been this notion of the inevitability of democracy. I can well recall the joy at the Berlin Wall falling, of Nelson Mandela being released, of Iron Curtain being pulled down, and this sense that we had reached this point of inflection in history as we move from Cold War norms to this moment of cooperation and solidarity. A funny thing happened on the way to the party. We seem to have gotten tripped up along the way. It's clear now that we have a fragility in our institutions, in this very notion of democracy. There are some, and I think that, David, this is something you'll press on, but there are some who, like me, hail from the global south, who always had this sense that much of the systems that we have in place, most of the institutions that we had in place, were actually not hardwired for inclusive democracy and our full participation, and that reforms have been needed for a long time. But I wonder, starting with you, Prime Minister, your analysis of how we arrived here in this moment and how it should inform and instruct our deliberations this weekend.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the introduction. And I mean, the period you're talking about is when I think both me and David started be active politicians and started in politics, and it was a fantastic era. And as you said, I thought this was the end of history, and now things were only going to move forward. Democracy, we're going to win all over the globe. And now we're here. And I think there are so many lessons to learn from these decades. And there is no question we were naive. And we forgot that democracy is something that we have to win every day, every week, every month, every human, every new generation, all the time. We also, I think, forgot how important it is to have governments that pursue policies for ordinary people. Otherwise, they will be disappointed. And this is what we see now. And I mean, what we're seeing right now, globally, I mean, is a fight for core values, democracy or authoritarian rule. We see it in our countries, in if not all, absolutely a majority of countries in the world. We see it within the European Union, and we see it globally, and we see it in Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And this is a fight that we have to take every day, and also be very aware that the right-wing extremists, that's an international movement. They're well organized. They have lots of supporters that are very active, very passionate, and they are better at the new media than we are, progressives. So we have to shape up and realize this is a fight we have to take every day, and it's existential.
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation to be here. It's really, really great to be among colleagues who are thinking about policy and politics together. And in response to your question, Patrick, I think there are three different things going on, and we need to understand how they are related, but also how they are separate. The first thing is, let's be very clear that there is a fundamental change going on the right of politics. We're used to talking about social democracy in crisis. But what's happening to the centre-right, the evisceration of the centre-right by a radical right is a major change for all of our societies. I think that, I sometimes say that they remind me of right-wing Trotskyists, that there's a doubling down upon doubling down of extremism on the right that knows no limits. And I think we've got to understand that we're dealing with different kind of political enemy now, and studying the political enemy is an important part of this. Secondly, I think we've got to also recognize a delivery deficit in our democratic societies. Delivery of the democratic promise, both in policy terms and the inclusion, the political terms that you refer to. I don't think that's a technocratic point. I think it's a fundamentally political point. And the way in which global change has left behind too much of our domestic policies, I think is part of the disenchantment that exists. And at a global level, part of the story from the autocrats, who now consume or produce more than half of global GDP for the first time in 100 years, coming from autocracies rather than democracies, part of their argument is that democracies aren't working very well. And there's too much evidence of that. Third point, which we may not get a chance to talk about, but I think is really important. Remember that after the Second World War, the rules-based international order was constructed not just to tackle global problems. The pioneers of the rules-based international order built it in order to safeguard democracy at home. So right from 1945, there was a fundamental connection between the rule of law globally and democratic rule nationally. And so we shouldn't be surprised that at a time when, in the conflict zones where we work, impunity, part of the title of this session, when impunity is on the march internationally, its counterpart is democratic recession nationally. And so in my thinking about this, I try and understand the connections between those 3 points, but also how they are different and separate.
So before I come back to you, Prime Minister, I just want to go to a little deeper on one of your points, David, about the extreme capture of the right wing. And I wanted to kind of sit in that across our countries. It's been interesting for me to note in the US that as I look at results from different regions of the country, it's not as if there has been this radical realignment in the electoral performance of average citizens, but instead we're seeing a narrowing of choices at the extremes on the right. And I wonder how that's manifest in your own space in the UK, and what your reflection on it suggests in the way of prescriptive response from us. Appreciating that
if I had a good answer to
change
that,
has been more at the level of elites.
That's a separate.
No, but change has been more at the level of elites than at the grassroots, in essence.
So look, I think my read of this is first of all, as social democrats, we're most comfortable talking on issues of economic inequality. We almost take liberal democracy for granted. So, and my first point is social democrats have to fight for liberal democracy, and we have to fight with people. We have to ally with people who are on the centre-right, even as we compete with them for policy differentiation. It's a very difficult dance because the old centre-right is disappearing under the pressure of the radical right. And the core of that takeover, if you like, of large parts of the radical right, I think comes down to the fact that the traditional pro-business right, which was a ameliorative, moderate social conservatism, has been sort of wrought asunder. I'm going to use a swear word, but only in a quote from Boris Johnson, who said, "Fuck business." You know, that was his public statement, because he was speaking to a constituency that felt disenfranchised by the economic bargain. And I'm very struck, if you look at, you know this much better than I do, but I think I'm right in saying in 2016, when Hillary Clinton lost, of the 4,000 districts of American electoral politics, she won only 500 or 600 of them, but they represented more than half of the GDP of the country. And so the traditional assumption that working class people voted for the Democrats, middle and upper class voted for Republicans, is being skewed by this education is now the best predictor. So with apologies for the rambling answer, I think that it's the way in which economic and social conservatism have changed their spots, I think there's then a big set of implications for us about what kind of policy agenda we pursue and what kind of political organizing agenda we pursue.
You'll have a moment to speak more on that very last point in a moment. Prime Minister, let's get your perspective from on the ground in this moment in Sweden. All of us, of course, are seeing and reading about things like the Quran burnings and are shocked to see that there is constituency for that kind of activity. I wonder if you can kind of pick up the strand of what David just put down on what's metastasized in the right and its implications, at least in Sweden, in the space of response.
Well, I mean, what's happening in Sweden right now after elections a year ago is it's happening quickly, and it's, to be honest, very scary. We got an election result where the second largest party is a right-wing nationalist party with Nazi roots. We have a government, it's a government coalition of 4 parties, but this largest party is not part of the government, but they, of course, are very, very influential. And what we see is the way these kind of movements are working, I think, in many, many countries with threats and with hates, and they have done it in Sweden for a long time as well. But the fact is, when they have so much power now, it's much more influential. So if one of the leading persons from this right-wing extremist party now is twittering, threatening NGOs to cut all their public finance if they criticize the government, which is happening, that really means something. That makes NGOs and civil society afraid. When they are twittering, threatening individual journalists, it really means something. Journalists get scared of actually asking the important questions. When they attack individual artists, of course this means something. Or when they're threatening to cut the largest opposition party's financing. This makes my country more silent, more quiet, and fewer people who dare to raise their voice. And this is 1 year in this coalition. On top of that, we have the Quran burning crisis, which has led to a diplomatic crisis with the Arabic or Muslim world. The 2 persons that have been most active on Quran burnings, they do have connections with this right-wing extremist party. And their leading politicians are also twittering hate about, or spreading hate and prejudice against Islam in this situation. Of course, this is, to be honest, rather scary. So I think if anyone wants to have examples on how right-wing extremist parties can act once they actually get into power, you're very welcome to Sweden.
Well, I think that's daunting, Prime Minister, and we hope to be able to take up some examples here of how progressives can act in the face of that kind of fury. David's, of course, right about what we saw in the UK and, of course, in the United States with both right-wing leaders like Boris Johnson and Donald Trump taking on the language of popular economic struggle. I'm embarrassed that I took the stage here and didn't express my own solidarity with the hundreds of thousands of United Auto Worker Union members right now that are forced and compelled to go on the picket lines in the US. But it's been really interesting to hear Donald Trump speak directly to what's happening with those workers and to tell them that the reason why they're faced with this challenge right now is because progressives, Democrats, Joe Biden are forcing us all to react to climate, to renewable energy, and creating an economic ecosystem that's driven by our energy mania and EV batteries, which will, in his words, help make them lose their jobs and their dignity at work. And I think it makes them more susceptible to the kinds of things that you and David described.
And I wonder how both of you are thinking about the response to that nimble, agile extremism that's able to tap in and manipulate that kind of anxiety, fear, and real-world exploitation of workers.
Well, I had a reflection on the previous panel, which I think answers that question, because one thing that I think didn't come out in the polling is that my sense is that a large part of the grievance against some of the messaging that Hans and Marcus put forward is a sense that citizens of one country are being asked to do something, but others aren't doing it. So it's a different question about solidarity. And I just want to say, Magda can speak to this because, of course, in Sweden, there's a history where Swedes have said, hang on, we're taking a larger share of the European migration responsibility, and why aren't countries like France or others doing it? And the answer is there's an absence of a European scheme. But I just want to say a few more words about this point. Because, of course, there's a fundamental truth that no one country can solve the climate crisis. So my first answer to you, Patrick, is let's start by telling the truth. Saying we need to pass the Inflation Reduction Act in order to save the climate involves a fundamental elision of the truth. We can only prevent 1.5 degrees, 2 degrees, 2.6 degrees if other countries do it too. And I think that applies on the migration question as well. There's how are these responsibilities divided globally? And that's one example of where, if you like, the regional or the global intersects with the national. And I fear that in abiding to the adage that all politics is local, which it obviously is, we end up cutting ourselves off from a group of voters who are saying, yeah, but what about next door? What are they doing? And I think we've got to speak to that aspect of grievance, not just the obvious socioeconomics of widening inequalities in our own countries.
Yeah, it's true. But people feel personally impotent in their lives, and that gets projected out in the nativist rhetoric that's about strength and security, the strength of the nation and the ability to compete effectively against others.
And I'm sure Tony will talk about this later because he's very, very hot on this. But remember, in large parts of people's lives, they don't feel impotent. They feel that in their dealings with the private sector or with others, they can, as consumers, this is why this modernising government, reforming government, addressing the delivery deficit has got to be a part of it. If government makes you feel disempowered compared to other aspects of your lives, then we really have a problem as the proponents of active government.
Prime Minister, can you pick up on that point about the delivery deficit as somebody who has been in a seat of delivery recently?
No, I mean, but clearly there is a delivery deficit. People feel left behind because they are left behind. And I mean, we were back in the 90s. I mean, when we talked about the advantages of globalization, we always said that we're going to be richer out of globalization, but the gains are not going to be distributed equally. We knew it, but we weren't good enough at having policies that actually did distribute the gains from globalization in a fair and equal way. And I mean, that is one part of it, which we can never, we really have to remember every day, and we have to have good policies for better redistribution. But this is not everything. I think the point that you made, and was also made in the previous panel, we should never forget. People are willing to do their share if they know that others are doing their fair share. But when the feeling is that others are not doing their fair share, the willingness to take refugees, do things to stop climate change, or pay your taxes and other things, they're simply not there. So we have to have a fair, we do have to have a fair redistribution when it comes to refugees. We have to make sure that we all do our fair share when it comes to climate change, which is honestly very difficult in a situation where people have a difficult time paying their mortgages, their electricity bills, and the gas prices. So to sum it up, we simply have to all the time point to the fact that the right-wing extremists, they try to get us into the culture war, discussing issues that are not material, in areas that we will never win, I think we really have to show that this is where they want to have the debate, be clear on that, and from that perspective, also showing that they don't really care about ordinary people, because they want to talk about who is reading stories in the library rather than how you are going to be able to pay your mortgages.
David, I know that you are kind of like itching and bursting to get a little further on the Prime Minister's language on fair share, because you're consumed with this question of impunity and accountability in your work, and of course on the broad empathy deficit that we're experiencing as well when it comes to questions of migration and absorption. And I wonder how you think, as progressives, we should be taking up in a material way this question of impunity in this conversation and in the work of delivery on this democracy dividend.
That's quite hard to cover all that. Just let me make
Yeah, but you know, you're David Miliband, so you get the hard questions.
Two quick things. One was, I think the migration question is separate from the impunity question. On the migration issue, look, the Pope went to Lampedusa in 2013 and said that the world is facing the globalization of indifference. So that's your empathy gap. I don't think that's right. I actually think, I haven't got the surveys, but actually there's a lot of empathy. What people fear, though, is that the empathy is not going to be well channeled. And my sense is that there's an absence of agency, not an absence of empathy. People will do the right thing if they feel, A, it will work, and B, other people will do it as well. So I feel that the migration question, I use a slightly different word than Hans Anker. I talk about how to manage migration, that order is the right aspiration for our borders and for migration, but that cruelty does not deliver order. And that's the way I try and get into the argument about how the asylum system works, about the work that we do at the southern border. I think we've got to embrace the idea of order, but argue that cruelty is not the way to deliver it, and then show what we would do better. And obviously, Keir Starmer was doing a bit of that this week. Just on my hobby horse about impunity, I do think this is the global battle. It's not, I'm afraid, democracy versus autocracy. It's impunity versus the rule of law. There's never been global democracy. What we can aspire to, though, is the global rule of law. And that's what makes this Ukraine crisis so absolutely fundamental. It's the most flagrant, an invasion is the most flagrant breach of international law, but it's only the tip of a very large iceberg. And the civilian bombings that are happening in Ukraine, I was there last week, have happened before in Syria. And the impunity has been seen in other war zones around the world. And I feel it's the rule of law and the battle against impunity that is the right rallying cry for hard-headed progressives as they think about their international relations agenda, whether it be on Russia or China or the engagement with the global south.
So for a moment, I'm going to pretend that we don't have a 2-minute time limit hanging over us, David, and I'm going to kind of force you to, if you can, just go a little further along in the argument, because for some of us, my people are from Haiti. I was born in the DRC. We've never had a real sense of what on earth is meant by this international rule of law in the West, and it seems as if there are really double standards in many of the places that you yourself operate in. So I just wonder what this ought to mean to us as progressive reformers who are thinking about the institutions that were stood up after World War II and their implications right now for how we think about shared responsibility, obligation, and accountability on all the suite of interventions that you kind of described.
So number one, get our own house in order.
Yep.
So for example, the US Department of Defense has just published a new manual on how to avoid civilian deaths. That's not in conflict. That's not been taken up by the rest of the G7 or the rest of the Western world. Getting our own house in order on the most flagrant abuses that we've done of those fundamental rights is absolutely core to this. Secondly, with wealth comes responsibility. And the reason that 50 countries representing more than half of the global population have refused to condemn the Russian invasion of Ukraine is not because they approve of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. It's because they put it in that they're not willing to ally with a West that they see having mismanaged globalization, whether it be about COVID or about the pandemic or about the role of the global financial institutions. So what's the answer to that? Is to get onto the front foot so that we are managing the risks of the pandemic, so that we are managing the climate crisis in an effective way. And just to give you one example of what that means in practice, at the moment, $1 per person per year is spent in Somalia on climate adaptation. Right? There isn't much energy consumption to mitigate in Somalia, but there's no spending on adaptation. And we've done an index at the IRC on countries of extreme vulnerability and countries with resilience. And it's the fragile and conflict states where half of the world's extreme poor now live that have low adaptation and high vulnerability. Let's live out what we say about global solidarity by putting those countries, actually Haiti would be one of them, on the agenda when it comes to the climate talks. On pandemics, there's a discussion in New York next Thursday. Sorry to be on my hobby horse about this, but there's a resolution about political leadership in facing up to pandemics. And there's no political leadership in the 49 paragraphs of the resolution that's being voted on. It could be voted on by the World Health Assembly. It's right in the weeds of health policy. So let's, one, put our house in order. Let's walk the walk on global solidarity. Let's not just talk about it.
That's amen to that. Prime Minister, I'm going to give you an opportunity to close us out on a note of what's possible. David, I thought, had some really pointed suggestions that he made about how we approach discussions next week and beyond, on impunity, on accountability. We have to be honest with ourselves and say that not that long ago, a few years ago, we all had real questions about the future of the European Union. There were some of us who were saying we better reform the Union in order to restore the Union and save the Union into the future. And then, lo and behold, we had the pandemic that forced collectivity and collective action, that showed urgency and material need for the Union. And of course, now we have the crisis in Ukraine that has further emboldened that sense of collectivity. So as we leave this stage now, and as we immerse ourselves in the conversation here, can you just give us a note, given the trajectory of history and how it comes running at you in a hurry, of what you are optimistic about and what's possible for us as progressives, either from your perspective in Sweden or as a global leader?
Oh, thank you. That's a small question. Starting on a European level, I have, to be honest, been rather impressed how the European Union responded to the COVID crisis and to the war in Ukraine. We were able to get together and provide, when it came to COVID, provide help to our citizens, both when it came to actually preventing COVID, but also the economic consequences of COVID. I think that strengthened the status of the European Union, at least in my country, but also in other European countries, but also how we were able to come together both to support Ukraine, but also with the sanctions against Russia. This was, of course, very important for Ukraine, but it's also very important for who we are in the European Union. What are we? What do we actually stand for? And the most important thing now, of course, is to be able to continue the support to Ukraine and the sanctions of Russia, and to build our own military. But that's one part of it. On a happy note forward, I mean, we have seen many examples of how difficult we have to handle these right-wing authoritarian movements. But to pick up on something that you said, David, the need for order, you say, or we could also say take back control. But I think there is a feeling that we need to take control of many of the developments that we see. We need more politics, not more market. We need strong politicians and strong political answers. And if there is something that progressives around the world can actually contribute with and offer citizens, is more politics, doing more things together, actually solving the problems we have together in our countries, but also globally. And that is truly a progressive answer to the problems we're facing.
Prime Minister, thank you for that enthusiastic declaration. David, thank you for David, thank you for your insistence on a candor in our deliberations. Thank you all.
Thanks very much.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you, David, Magdalena, and of course, Patrick, for that excellent discussion, which I think sets the stage extraordinarily well for many other themes we'll be covering throughout today. And on democracy versus impunity, one important arena in which that plays out and has played out, particularly over the last 8 years, is in the digital arena. And now we're going to focus this conversation on democracy and that arena with a talk about democracy in the digital era and what's at stake in 2024. So please welcome the Director of Counter-Disinformation Strategies at Equus, Roberta Braga, Director of Policy and Engagement at McGill's Centre for Media, Technology and Democracy, and a member of the Canada 2020 Advisory Board, Supriya Dwivedi, the Executive Director at Reset Tech, Ben Scott, and to lead them in the conversation, Director of Technology Policy at CAP Action, Megan Shaw. Thanks very much. Give them a warm welcome.
Hopefully everyone is sufficiently caffeinated and feeling excited to tackle this topic. I have the great honor of being joined by these three folks today. My name is Megan Shahi, as Braden said. I am the Director of Technology Policy at CAP Action. And I come to this world by way of actually having been inside of some of the social media platforms for the better part of the last decade. I have been promoting transparency and accountability inside some of those platforms, namely Facebook, Instagram, and most recently Twitter. And the question that I immediately get is, did Elon Musk fire you? Yes, I'm just going to put it out there right now. He did. And I wear it as a badge of honor, and I see it as an opportunity to actually bridge that world with this one. And so with that, I am excited to kick off this conversation. For those that were in the working group yesterday, you know the map that I showed. But for those that weren't, there are a lot of elections happening next year. Over 2 billion people will head to the polls. And that is against a backdrop of layoffs, which I know very well, of uncertainty in the technology sector at large. New platforms have really quickly and rapidly come onto the scene, such as ChatGPT, generative AI, and then new social media platforms as well. There's Threads, Discord, Twitch, and they're all going to be going through the sort of big election cycle for the first time. And with that comes a significant and profound responsibility from countries, from governments, from civil society, and from the platforms to act accordingly to prepare for these elections, but well beyond 2024 to really think about tech accountability. And so that's what we're here to think through today. However, there is a lot of noise around this topic. ChatGPT has come onto the scene, and it is really the topic du jour, which makes a lot of sense, but what I think is equally as critical is building a shared vocabulary around these problems. And as we go back to our home countries, really using the same words as progressives and the same strategies to tackle them in a nuanced way, depending on what's going on at home. And so with that, I will turn it over to our panelists to really introduce themselves and share what brings them to this work, and then offer a perspective on what they think of as the problem and what strategies they feel are appropriate in mitigating it, and offer that sort of kickoff to the conversation, and then we'll go from there. So Roberta, I'll send it over to you.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Roberta Braga. I'm Director of Counter-Disinformation Strategies at Equus Research. We are committed to deepening understanding of Latino communities in the United States. I'm originally from Brazil, so even though at Equus we work primarily domestically, at the intersection of research, culture, and politics, My background is actually in US Latin America foreign policy, and for many years I worked at a think tank called the Atlantic Council on countering disinformation in elections in the region. Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, this was around 2018. Now bringing those two worlds together at ECIS, where we're looking at not only using public opinion research to understand the real impact of disinformation on communities, but also using narrative analysis and open source investigations to track disinformation, misinformation, hyperpartisan narratives that circulate in a very cyclical way between the US and Latin America and vice versa, and working to turn that research into action and interventions, and also harnessing best practices from Latin America in the US and vice versa. Defining the problem for me, I think disinformation is the byproduct of a larger crisis of trust, but it's also a tool for sowing distrust. Our research has really shown, despite how we usually think about disinformation, that the majority of people are not believing everything they see online. They are familiar with disinformation narratives, but very skeptical and questioning. And I think that thinking about it this way and understanding the differences between disinformation and political propaganda or hyperpartisan narratives is essential for how we then approach countering those different issues. The last thing I would say is I really think that we need to change the way that we talk about who is susceptible to disinformation. I'll talk more about our research as well later, but our polling has shown that it is low information, low education voters that are both seeing and believing disinformation most often. It is the very highly politically engaged, often college-educated, affluent voters that both see and believe disinformation. And demographics don't really influence as much as we'd think the extent to which people see and believe disinformation. More often, it is a question of ideology or values or political identity that will determine, and also whether they have a conspiratorial mindset or tend to believe conspiracies already, that will determine how often they're actually adopting disinformation that they might encounter online. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Hi everyone, I'm Supriya Dwivedi. I'm the Director of Policy and Engagement at the Center for Media Technology and Democracy at McGill University. And part of what I do specifically is to try and break down some of the siloed conversations, I should say, that are happening on the academic side of things, and bringing the research and the expertise that our research and our researchers have to the general public and to decision makers and government. And defining the problem, I think, from my perspective, is quite clear, and that is governments, particularly in North America, but all over the world really, have ceded the ground to a handful of very powerful companies and how they control the way we communicate with one another and the kinds of information that we consume and then absorb. And there's a real opportunity in Canada, and I know that Ben, you probably talked a little bit about the UK and what's been happening in some other jurisdictions, but there's an opportunity here to actually put out effective regulations, because the way the entire debate has been framed is like this false binary of either you're regulating big tech and then you're giving up free speech somehow, or freedom of expression. And it's something that, at least here in Canada, the right has been quite successful at framing that debate and that narrative. And I think that's where progressives have to not just punch back, but also reclaim and re-own the narrative, because when you look at actual polling, when it comes to regular, everyday people, they're in favor of regulating a lot of these social media platforms so that our kids aren't subject to, appetite suppressant lollipop ads on Instagram, or that they don't, fall down rabbit holes that are first brought in by, Jordan Peterson, then you get to Andrew Tate, and then before you know it, you're consuming hardcore incel content. Like, these are very real things that are of concern to regular people. and yet we tend to have these conversations at a very high academic level using words like platform governance instead of just telling people in plain terms what we're actually going to do when it comes to regulation.
Thank you. Ben?
Ben Scott, I direct a group called Reset Tech. We investigate, expose, and fight digital threats to democracy around the world. What does that mean? It means that we are working on this fundamental problem that all of us intuitively understand every day when we look in our phones, that the world as we knew it in terms of the relationship between media and democracy has exploded. We are living in a world now where most of the people, most of the time, do not share the same set of facts. We are living in a world where reality is constructed by news sources that are consumed only by a small fragment of the population. We are living in a world where there's no such thing as one public conversation or one narrative that can penetrate into the popular understanding. It's hard to wrap your head around what kind of change that implies. It's led to the catalyzation of radical movements. It has rapidly normalized extreme views. It has played a major role in the incitement to violence, January 6th in the US, January 8th in Brazil, the trucker convoy here in Canada, the protests against COVID vaccines. All of these are fed by a new phenomenon of a media environment that is no longer even partly guarded or guided by professional journalists in the ethics of public responsibility, but is now curated by machines. Machines that are tuned to attention optimization and the maximization of ad revenue. A media that is controlled not by publishers but by platforms that have a global reach the likes of which no media company in the history of the world has ever had. These are all novel problems, and we as progressives need to understand them not as a digital or a technology problem, but as something that cuts across every issue that we work on, whether it's climate or immigration or cost of living, because you cannot develop consensus or reach democratic solutions in a self-governing society if you cannot talk to people about the same set of facts with a common set of arguments. This is a fundamental challenge that we face, and one that deserves the urgency that it's getting on this stage.
Thank you. Supriya, I'll turn it over to you. Would love to hear about approaches Canada specifically has taken on the regulatory front, and maybe lessons or opportunities to share with the group how C-18, the online news law that recently became law in June of this year that requires platforms to pay publishers to host news content, actually has led to Google and Meta pulling all news off platforms for Canadians, or for anybody located in Canada. Just this morning I went to my own profile and navigated to New York Times and really saw the message that you're in Canada right now, we're not showing you news. And it was very jarring to see. And I'm curious from your perspective, how have you navigated that? And what would you impart to folks around the room?
Yeah, so C-18, just to give folks a bit of a backgrounder, it's called the Online News Act, and basically what it does is that it compels large tech platforms to enter into negotiations with publishers or with news providers. And what's really interesting is that you did mention that, and they did, Meta and Google have pulled all news. And you can't, whether you're on Instagram or whatever your platform of choice, chances are you're not going to be able to see Canadian news. And that's had a huge impact for, regular folks that are trapped in like a wildfire situation and you need to know the latest information and you can't get it because now you're being blocked. What's interesting about this is that Meta and Google were already paying publishers. They had all sorts of deals cut across a wide variety of publishers. And so they were already doing this, and what the government came in and said, and it was modeled largely off of Australia's very similar bill, in which they're like, okay, you have these deals, let's get some rules and transparency around them, and then we can, so that these deals are fair, and that you're not only just playing larger players, but some of the smaller publishers can enter into these negotiations as well. And then all of a sudden you had the platforms being like, whoa, 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 well that's not what we want to do, and they just took their ball and they went home. And the reason why they did that is because to some degree, when they took their ball and went home, and I'm speaking specifically about Meta here, in Australia, they were able to achieve some concessions from the Australian government. Presumably they're trying to do I'm not in their mindset, so I don't really know, but presumably they're trying to do the same thing in Canada. And Canada right now is being used very much as a warning shot because other jurisdictions all over the world are now, mulling their own policies that are very similar to Canada and Australia. And, poor little Canada is just caught in the crossfire, being bullied by big tech over this. When the reality is, I'd imagine, big tech is much more worried about a jurisdiction like the UK going forward with something similar, or the state of California, or Brazil, or India, or South Africa, and then all of a sudden it's a much larger unwinnable fight for them unless they just really do want to get out of the business of news, in which case if your whole mission is to inform people and you're getting out of news, are you even still doing your mission?
Yeah.
Probably not.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Roberta, I think that's a natural transition. We've heard a lot today about the Global South and the shared understanding that there is a lack of representation in this room and in this forum from those countries. We are lucky to have Roberta with us today, who has really developed a deep set of expertise, specifically in Brazil, but all over the world, on disinformation and strategies to really combat that. What lessons would you offer to this group, and what would you say is really the way to bring the conversation to those countries and bring those countries along with us in our progressive work going forward?
I think the first point I would mention and make here is that those countries are already having those conversations, and they're having them extensively. I think a lot of the things that sometimes we get so kind of bogged down in looking at our own ecosystem that we forget that these issues are very much borderless. A friend of mine, when I first started working on this set of issues, said disinformation or information disorder is a borderless phenomenon with limited jurisdiction. Countries only have jurisdiction within their own borders. Platforms only have jurisdiction within their own platforms. But that doesn't mean that we can't do a better job of trying to solve this problem outside of the silos in which we operate. Right now, Latin America specifically is a breeding ground for really creative, innovative solutions to some of these issues that go beyond content to counter content. I presented some of those in yesterday's working group. Civil society is really robust in a lot of these countries where I've worked, and they're trying to address root causes, including training influencers to depolarize their own information ecosystems by using nonviolent communication tactics, working to build collective memory around false narratives through museum exhibits and reconciliation tactics. And so I think that there is a lot more that we can be doing to share knowledge. And I'll say a lot of what's happening is fact checkers are talking to fact checkers, media are talking to media, government's talking to government. But I don't think that we're kind of leaving those bubbles to really address this problem from all of the ways that it should be addressed. The last thing I would say is this is really apparent with Latino communities, both in the US and other countries and in the region. I expect it's very similar with diaspora communities in other parts of the world as well. But the trends, the narratives, the networks, and the actors' tactics are very much similar, if not outright the same, and playing out in very similar ways across different countries. We saw that been mentioned in the US and Brazil around our twin insurrections. In Brazil, it happened on a Sunday. There were no Congress in session, and they actually invaded all 3 seats of power. But if you were tracking what was being said, the movements were very much amplifying each other. The narratives were very, very similar. And in fact, I'll say these are not new narratives. They're very predictable. I think that's a positive thing about disinformation, is that it is a bit predictable. And even so far back as the 2018 elections, but even further back, for those of us who were looking at things back then, we saw the same master narratives that we see now: child indoctrination narratives, election fraud narratives, anti-media sentiment, the sowing of distrust in institutions. Those all were already playing out even back then. So I think that kind of figuring out how we can work a little bit better together to not recreate wheels, but just replicate successful models that might be working is a great first step.
Great. Ben, over to you. I think your role as executive director of Reset really highlights the importance of civil society in this conversation. And yesterday in the working group session, I was very pleasantly surprised to see how many folks were from various civil society orgs from around the world, and so of all sizes. And so what would you offer to maybe those folks as they go home and they navigate these digital democracy issues that you have seen work for Reset, or alternatively, maybe not?
So I want to pick up on a thread from this morning's panel about message. And I want to say we're getting it all wrong. We are all in this room a bunch of clever foxes with our advanced degrees and our political junkie habits. And we like to talk about the complexity of problems. And we focus in this context mostly on the implicit problems of digital media markets. We have identified that the myth of the internet as a free marketplace of ideas is utterly bankrupt. When you have a small handful of platform companies who make money based on attention optimization, not every piece of content is treated alike. It favors that which is extreme. It favors that which is sensational. It repeats all of those things to the point that it becomes normal, and then it ratchets up again. It divides us into little communities and keeps us focused on that which keeps us clicking. That implicit problem radicalizes. That implicit problem divides, polarizes, reduces people's understanding of the world around them, focuses on 5-minute sound bites and little memes, destroys our political culture. That is the problem we in civil society call disinformation. And I'm going to lean in here because this is your take-home point. We have to stop using that word, friends. Because when you use the word disinformation with people outside the clever fox circles, what they hear is, you want to stop me from speaking. And we get trapped in a debate about censorship. This debate is not about censorship. The problem is not that there are radical views on the internet. There have always been radical views in our societies. That's what democracies are about. The problem is that those views are being preferred. They're being given preferential treatment. They're being monetized. They're being elevated in the public eye in ways that are very profitable for those companies, very bad for democracy, and very hard to understand if all you're doing is staring at your phone. We have to stop talking about this in that way. We have to understand it. If you want to understand it about how to shape your political communication strategy, you come talk to me in the coffee break. We've done a lot of work on that. What we really need to do is we need to start talking about the explicit problems. What do those look like? The Canadians are talking about one right here. It's called monopoly. It's called the destruction of the news business, which is important for democracy, by monopolies. Monopoly is an explicit problem that people can wrap their heads around. We need to talk about national security. We need to stop talking about state-sponsored information operations by the Russians and the Chinese, which are operating on our platforms and victimizing our people to the advantage of our nuclear-armed adversaries. That's outrageous. That's a national security problem. We need to be talking about public safety. Incitement to violence, the radicalization of individuals online who commit violent acts offline. That is something people care about. Public safety. And finally, child welfare. Anybody who has a kid or has ever been one in the internet age knows that smartphone addiction is a real thing, and the mental health issues that children suffer from experiencing social media in high doses, very real and widespread. Doesn't matter whether you're on the right or the left, you care about the welfare of your children. Those are explicit harms: national security, public safety, child welfare, monopoly. Those are the words we need to be using when we talk about this issue in public. That's the policy agenda we need to be addressing.
Thank you. I think I would be remiss not to mention on a technology panel AI. We have, following us, a really fantastic, very focused discussion on AI, and so more to come on that. But would love to open it up to the panel on how you see the rise of things and like ChatGPT and the ability to create a deep fake in mere seconds, and the advent of this technology in a really rapid and scaled way, to where when Meta launched Instagram, it was a slow rollout to people kind of over time and as they expanded to different countries and things like that. When Microsoft or Google turn on their AI assistant, it is instantly in millions and millions of people's pockets and hands, with really no scale up time at all. And against a backdrop of 2 billion plus people voting next year, how are you guys thinking about that intersection and that fear that is really driving a lot of people to search for policy solutions and think about preparation for next year?
So I'll start off,
Yeah,
if that's
go
okay. I think at least in the Canadian context, if we're talking about any sort of regulation of online platforms, you can model it in a way so that you're doing risk-based assessments. And if you're doing that properly, then actually a lot of the harms by AI will be captured by an online safety bill or an online harms bill. If you have robust data protections, right, you're never going to stop the actual technology that creates a deep fake. But if you have robust data protections and you have good platform governance, then you can, A, stop it a little bit at the source, insofar as your image can't necessarily be used to create the deep fake. And then if you have an online harms bill that looks at platform, then you're taking the actual distribution of that deep fake out of the mix too. So it may be created, it may be shoddily created ideally, so it's not exactly your face because you have better data protections, and then it's not being pummeled everywhere through feeds all over the internet because the platforms are better regulated and they can't just spew that out into the world. And so that's where I think there is a lot of reason to be optimistic, and it shouldn't just all be doom and gloom, because we have an opportunity here and we should use it, seize it.
Absolutely. Ben, over to you, or Roberta?
So I'll add one point, which is, it's a great issue for us to talk about. We need to talk about it in the right ways. Let me give you one example. We've just done a major investigation of Russian information operations in Eastern and Central Europe on behalf of the European Commission. In the first year after Russia began its full-scale invasion of Ukraine, 165 million people in the European Union saw a Kremlin, an explicitly identified Kremlin source on social media running largely on American platforms, pumping out propaganda supporting its illegal war. That content got 16 billion views. Those numbers are low-end estimates. That's just what we can see from the data that's available. Companies don't provide full data access so that we can't see what's actually happening on their platforms. We need to be really aggressive in pursuing messaging around those issues that work best, and we will get to the underlying problems. We need to work together to develop new and better communication strategies for dealing with radicalization in the meantime. And we'd love to follow up with folks. There's a network of organizations out there that are doing fantastic work on this issue. You just got to get plugged into that system and benefit from some of the learnings in the community.
The only thing I would add to this, jumping off of what Ben said, is, I remember when this happened a few years ago around the conversation on disinformation. It became a hot topic. A lot more actors began working on this problem. And I feel like it causes this effect where the more we amplify the issue, the bigger it becomes in people's mind, and it kind of rolls into this snowball effect. And so I think we have to be cognizant of, for example, in our context, when it comes to Latinos and disinformation, often people will attribute the way that Latinos in the US are voting to disinformation. They're saying we're more vulnerable or we're susceptible, when really the core issue is that political campaigns, parties are not engaging with Latino voters year-round. They're not listening to Latino voters. They're not where Latinos vote, where Latino voters are consuming information. And so there's this sort of, I hate to use this word, but like fetishization of disinformation as being a cause of why Latinos vote in a certain way. And so I would caution us to also think about how the conversation around AI can lead to that. I say that while also saying that I think that a lot of these new technologies amplify deeper societal issues. When it comes to AI, we've already seen how ChatGPT and some of these other tools are amplifying biases and stereotypes of minority communities on the internet. And so I think that there is some care that we need to take in making sure that we're not amplifying this to a certain extent. One last sort of, and I hope I don't misquote this, but there was an interesting study done out of Stanford I think it was a few years ago, on political violence and how much groups perceive the other side as being open to political violence. And the research said that we overestimate by 300 to 400% how much the opposing side is willing to engage in political violence. And so I think there is a silent majority that we need to tap more into so that we don't let this silent, more extreme minority kind of shape the conversation. So I'll leave it at that.
Great. I'll offer maybe a final, we're nearly at time, but final words from each of you three addressing this global audience here. Ben, can we start with you?
Don't be afraid to get involved. I think sometimes these tech issues are they obstruct people from engaging because of the language around them. But I think, I'll underline the point Supriya just made. The AI debate is really the democracy debate. The big tech debate is the democracy debate. The platform accountability debate is the democracy debate, and it's about the security of our communities, the safety of our friends and family, and the welfare of our societies as we try to solve these hard problems. And that requires a media system that works for the public, and we need to address it using the right set of changes in the relationship between these giant companies that control today's media markets and our democratic governments.
I'd agree with everything you said there, and I would just add that, I'll leave on what my last point was. There's reason to be optimistic. It doesn't have to be this way. There are options, there are better options, there are better ways, and we should lean into those. And as progressives, we should own this in a way that Ben described earlier about the way we message this and putting it on the right side of the political flank to say, well, we don't actually want better public safety. We don't want to protect our kids. We don't want better national security, because that's an argument that they're going to lose. But if you get into the weeds about algorithms and how they work, it's going to fly over people's heads and people are going to tune out, and then the debate becomes a false binary of free speech versus regulation. And that's just false, and we can do better.
From my perspective, it is that there is no one right way, one silver bullet solution for dealing with information disorder online. Research, academic research, and implementation shows that a variety of tactics do work. They do move people away from believing that false information is false. Fact-checking / debunking works. Inoculation works. Proactive, good, fact-based communication works, engaging with people and depolarizing works. And so I think we all have a role to play, and it's not always the role of being at the front lines of countering disinformation. It might just be doubling down on our competitive advantage and continuing to do what we already do in a better way.
Great. Thank you all very much. And I look forward to continuing the conversation with many of you going forward. Thank you.
Merci, Roberta, Supriya, Ben, and Megan. And top of mind of many of us today, and something that's already come up also in this discussion, is artificial intelligence. And to explore the opportunities and risks of artificial intelligence, please join me in welcoming the distinguished senior fellow at CAP Action and former head of the White House Office of Science and Technology, Dr. Alondra Nelson, together with CEO of Section 32, Andy Harrison, and to moderate this discussion, the Chief Policy Strategist at the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change, Benedict McCon-Cooney. Give them a warm applause.
Well, thank you very much for the kind introduction. We are going to have a deep discussion in a minute on sort of the opportunities and risks of AI and really dig into some of those themes that we pulled out today. I'll introduce this in a bit more depth in a minute, but we're going to start with some opening remarks from Dr. Alondra as well to sort of set the scene a bit before we get into a bit more of the meat of the discussion.
Great. Yeah, well, I'll be quick. I'm looking forward to the conversation with Benedict and Andy, and great to be here with all of you. And we're well aware that we're standing between you and lunch, so we're going to make it worth your time. Before I start, I want to just thank CAP, my colleagues at CAP, and Patrick Gaspard in particular for his leadership in this space. CAP has been working really hard in the space of AI governance and policy, and a lot of that owes a great deal to Patrick's leadership. So, you know, as the last panel suggested, there's a lot of interest in these new technologies, and I also think that this interest, because they were arguably shipped a little bit earlier than they should have been. They became, you know, commercial-facing, consumer-facing products, if we're talking about generative AI and large language models, that they opened up an opportunity for a public conversation about artificial intelligence and tools and systems and what they mean in our communities and our societies in a way that it hadn't existed before. So those of us who work in the space of tech policy or AI policy, you know, I'll take an American example. Certainly in November of last year, you know, you sort of went home from Thanksgiving, you know, grandma didn't want to talk about tech policy, didn't know what you were talking about. By the time you went for Christmas dinner, everyone knew what you were talking about. And I think those of us who have been working in this space for 5 years, 7 years, you know, I think a point somebody had made at the last panel truly went over people's heads, eyes glazed over. But there's a moment of, I think, real attention to AI as a policy issue and as a societal issue, and a real opportunity for progressive politics, I think, to have a voice and a place. I think that in the midst of the kind of displacements that are happening around us, that there's a kind of a cause for hope and a cause for action, and that this public interest means that people understand that there are kinds of winds of change around them being driven by these new technologies. And the challenge that we face, I think, as leaders, as decision makers, as policymakers, and civil society and government, is how to channel this interest of the last 10 months into engagement. How do we face big decisions and big shifts that cannot be made by technical experts alone. It's going to require leaders and legislators, and it's going to require lots of leaders from lots of different communities, and more importantly, it's going to require our legislators, our political leaders to be both bold and brave, right? And I think the public's engagement in this helps to make that a possibility. So let me say just a little bit about why I think AI governance matters. You know, it is, you know, hashtag all the things. Generative AI, advanced AI, it's hardware, it's software. It can be used in specific domains with great specificity. It can be used in a broad set of general uses. It's multi-use. We talk about dual use. This is multi-use, multifaceted, potentially general purpose. Therefore, it's likely to impact every facet of society in different ways, and of course, across different time frames, and we need to anticipate and prepare for that. This community here, including those of you who never thought that you were tech policy people. AI policy is domestic policy, it's national security policy, it's international policy, it's housing policy, it's healthcare policy, it's education policy, it's labor policy, and more. Because it's going to impact everything, and I mean this like sort of free of the hype cycle. I mean this sort of, you know, kind of objectively, it will be transformative in society and is already being transformative. We can't be intimidated by the technology or by the technology companies. We can't defer only to AI experts. We've got to engage the policy conversation in a way that doesn't have deference, that obviously must engage technological experts, but I think doesn't defer to them to making important decisions about society. The decisions that we make about AI governance in this moment are really going to shape global society for decades to come. And that means that government, academia, industry, civil society are going to need to work together to manage the risks of AI so it can be stewarded for the potential good that we hear is coming. These tools have already been a ubiquitous part of our life. In all of the cell phones that you're carrying, the mobile phones you have right now, there's sort of AI pulsing through them. Algorithms structure our social media experiences, our writing. It's how some of us unlock our phones. Some of the most exciting things, you know, that I got to see close up in my 2 years in the Biden-Harris administration at the Office of Science and Technology Policy were about AI and basic research. So these are the things I'm most excited about. You know, of course, probably about DeepMind's AlphaFold, artificial intelligence, which predicts the 3D structure of proteins, and the sort of exponential way that proteins kind of fold and fold upon themselves, and really offers the potential for some biological breakthroughs in biology and also healthcare applications of those. One of my favorite examples that I go back to again and again is the Double Asteroid Redetection Test, or DART, that was produced by NASA to sort of throw an asteroid that was, you know, pummeling towards Earth in simulation sort of off its axis. So it's effectively a planetary defense system that you might be familiar with from the Don't Look Up movie, based on, you know, thousands of hours of simulation, uses of artificial intelligence in that space. I think where we need to be careful is where artificial intelligence tools and systems get closer to us, when they get closer to impacting our access to resources, our access to our exercise of our rights, of certain responsibilities, of our liberties. So I think the emphasis also on future risk, although there is potential future risk certainly are a part of the sort of spectrum or the horizon of AI risks, you know, also should not be sort of over-prioritized or shouldn't be in a zero-sum relationship to the risks and harms that are already present from AI that people in some communities are living with as a day-to-day part of their lived reality. When I was in the Biden administration, I led the work of the development of something called the Blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights, which outlined 5 essential sort of principles with associated practices that should sort of guide the sort of development and deployment of AI tools and systems. That provided guidance. It was written in the very plainest of language, not in technical language, for civil society, for communities, for legislators, and the like, and in fact drew inspiration from the work of some in the room. We chose the Bill of Rights as a concept, as a frame, deliberately, because there is a sort of sense in the space of fast-moving tech policy that every time there's new technology, you have to have a whole suite of new laws. The Bill of Rights is a kind of foundational commitment and promise and compact of US American democracy. And to turn back to the Bill of Rights is to say, even as these technologies are quickly moving around us, there are enduring rights, enduring things that we can sort of anchor in that are important for how we think about the governance of even the newest and most emergent technologies. So And these are just common sense things. Systems should be safe and effective. The public should have some modicum of data privacy. We should be protected from algorithmic discrimination. There should be consent, notice and consent when AI is used in systems that people are using, and particularly when dealing with people's rights or services or social welfare issues, that there should be human fallback, that you should have some ability to ask questions about decisions that have been made that impact your access to rights, to resources, to opportunities. At CAP, we have joined with others in US civil society in asking the Biden-Harris administration to really codify and implement this 5-part common sense framework that helps us think about both AI risks and harms and create the groundwork for their best potential through executive action. So I just want to highlight 3 types of risks and harms that I'm particularly concerned about, and I know others will come up in the conversation. Algorithmic discrimination and bias, which was raised in the last panel, employment disruption, and democratic erosion more generally that we also discussed. The use of advanced automated technologies, for example, in the criminal legal system in the United States for so-called predictive policing, affects people's lives and liberties. There's disproportionate impacts in the United States on Black and brown communities and on communities of color. We have accounts of people who have lost their homes, lost their jobs, have been arrested falsely based on the use of these tools and systems, often with little recourse. It's also the case that even though, and I know Andy will talk about the great health benefits that he's working on in the day-to-day with regards to the use of automated tools and systems, that we've got a challenge of health discrimination because in some instances this is historical data that is sort of porting into the present historical discrimination. So some well-known research that's done by Ziad Obermeyer and others, suggests that some algorithms use healthcare costs, so who has spent the most on healthcare in the past, as a proxy for illness, right? What that means in a context of the United States and a for-profit healthcare system is actually that you're not more likely to be ill, but that you just have more money to spend on healthcare. And so it creates compounding inequality in the sense that people who already have access to expenses of health, to spend on healthcare, and certain algorithms are being told that there should be where our healthcare investments are going. So what can be done? Existing laws in our country, must be rigorously enforced. Existing laws that already outlaw discrimination in healthcare, that already outlaw discrimination in housing and real estate and the like. And this is something that the AI Bill of Rights tries to cover. On the matter of employment disruption, Patrick earlier raised the auto workers strike. I've been very interested in sort of tracking and engaging the screen worker strike and the writer strike in the United States, in part because these are historic worker struggles, in part because they're specifically about generative AI, and I think probably will be the kind of, as history books are written about this moment, the first sort of coordinated worker action in response to the ways that AI are changing what work means. I was watching an interview with Biz Stone from 2018 in preparation for another conversation that I had at Dreamforce earlier in the week in San Francisco, and one of the founders of Twitter. And in 2018, he was saying, there's going to be, all the jobs are going to be disrupted. There's not going to be any jobs. And so here we are 5 years later, and I just was struck by the sort of sense of self-fulfilling prophecy as opposed to 5 years ago saying, what are we going to do to make sure that AI is augmenting jobs, to make sure that we're creating a buffer for people, that we're just not predicting that displacement is going to happen and this disruption is going to happen, and feeling just like that's okay. I think this is a tremendous opportunity to sort of reframe that conversation, to really demand government to work as it does as a ballast and as a buffer, to think in different ways about reskilling and upskilling, other sorts of things that can happen so we don't have to do that. Rose Qatar at CAP wrote a really terrific paper, a white paper on AI and employment to give some sense of how we're thinking about this at CAP. We've already talked about democratic erosion, so I won't spend a lot of time there. Megan, who was on the last panel, my colleague from CAP, has written some nice work on that. But obviously, deepfakes, voice clones, political advertising, a flood of more mis and disinformation, I think, awaits us. and potentially the use of chatbots if people are asking questions about referenda or about certain political things that are happening after elections and other things in their communities with sort of inaccuracies and misinformation there. There's the potential of not even intended misinformation being conveyed to voters and people are asking about elections in their communities. So there are more developments to come in the broader field of artificial intelligence. I think policymakers, people in civil society, too often regard these new technologies uncritically, thinking that they are constrained by the novelty of the object, kind of where I began, and that there's a kind of awe or a false sense that new technologies always need new laws, that we need to create the whole social world anew around them. I'd like to suggest to you as we end that there are things that we must act, there are things that we can already do, and that position of awestruckness is just not tenable or advisable in the space of political action and policy action. The new technologies don't render existing laws and regulations obsolete, but they require us to give them creative attention to how we apply existing laws. We don't want our legislators to be rash, but we do hope that we as a society can learn from the failures of the recent past, where inaction in the social media era, certain in the United States, has left us with a society littered with risks and harms to communities, and institutions that we thought were durable and unassailable are coming under attack and erosion, including our very democracies. I think if we first ask what type of society we want as one of the first questions of AI governance, as opposed to like, what do we do with AI, the object, we're reminded that when we think about guardrails and talk about guardrails, what we're fundamentally protecting are freedoms, privacy, opportunities, and rights, right? That's what regulation is intended, or governance, as the case may be, is intended to get us. To wrap up, I think a shift in sort of how we think about the orientation or a philosophy is crucial. We need to develop alternative visions of others, as others have said, about the appropriate place of automated tools and systems, AI, generative AI, in American society or in society broadly. These systems are potentially mighty, but they remain tools of our own making. Their uses are not preordained, their effects are not inevitable. And it's really through coalition, through collaboration, through of the type that some of will be taking place next week in New York City around international collaboration in particular, that we can sort of create a kind of new imaginary about how we might live with these technologies as part of our lives in a fundamental way. With judicious governance, oversight, regulation, we can reject choice architectures that are being presented to us that cast current and future risks as binaries, like we've got to either choose the risk of the future or the risk of the present, that offer us a false choice between efficiency and equity, and that present safety and innovation as mutually exclusive. It's critical that we begin the work of building this cooperation. I'm so delighted to be in this room to start that conversation and begin that work with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. I mean, covered a lot of really interesting ground. And maybe I'll just pick up on one thing that you said at the beginning to almost set the frame, which is AI will impact everything. And I think that within that, there's going to be a lot of opportunities. And I think for those of us in the sort of progressive tradition of politics, there's a huge amount of opportunity that we can think about. And David Miliband this morning talked about the sort of the deficit of delivery earlier, and I think that from our perspective, one of the huge opportunities that AI gives you is an ability to make our institutions better. We talk a lot about protecting them, restoring trust, but we don't talk enough about how we make them better, and I think AI gives us that opportunity today. And so maybe, Andy, just from your perspective, someone that's at the sort of the coalface of developing this, and whether that's in life sciences, right through to climate, where do you see these huge opportunities?
Yeah, our firm invests in young AI companies, and so we're on the more optimistic side as it relates to how these technologies can impact things, especially healthcare and climate. Some of our companies are working on problems like next generation antibody design, taking the work from AlphaFold and using it for new mRNA structural and functional analysis. all the way to one of our companies, Phaedra, who is famous at DeepMind for reducing the power consumption of one of our data centers by 30 to 40% just by running an AI algorithm on top of it. And now they're working with top REITs, data center REITs from across the world to do the same. Have very good climate technology. You don't have to buy any new equipment. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to finance it. You just have to run the algorithm over it. And so, you know, there's a variety of startups out there that are not only trying to do things that are really impactful in health and in climate and in other areas, but they're, you know, they're challenging incumbents also. And so there's a very rich group of people out there working to try to do very positive things with this technology. And we're starting to see that ripple through drug discovery. We're starting to see it ripple through the way people can manage their own disease now, like in diabetes and in atrial fibrillation and other big areas of health. And so, you know, I truly believe that these things are, you know, these technologies are incredibly important. And, you know, I think regulation is also equally important, but we have to make sure that the regulation doesn't just favor the incumbents, that these startups have the ability to compete with these larger players, because the work they're doing, they obviously left a lot of these big organizations to do, and they can do so in a way where they can make an impact without being beholden to these larger incumbents and their agendas.
Yeah, super. And I mean, maybe sort of doubling down a bit on this area of drug discovery and life sciences. And Alondra, you talked about DeepMind with protein folding. And I know we don't want to get into sort of the overcomplicated weeds of AI, but you know, there are some really, really sort of mind-blowing aspects to what can potentially happen today. I mean, if you look at sort of, let's take the sort of the basic of proteins, right? You are now getting to the point where AI is generating completely novel proteins, which maybe in 10 years' time completely changes how we actually perceive we do healthcare today. From your perspective of having been in the White House and making that case as well, just not in just the terms of how you do that, but the political case, what are your lessons of how you get support for those kind of transformative technologies and getting politicians excited about them?
Yeah, I think, look, it's inherently exciting. I think, you know, President Biden, you know, it like loves science, and it is a, you know, you could sort of, in fact, you often delayed him getting to other meetings, and his staff would be staying in the corner because he'd want to be talking about things happening in science and technology. So I think all of that is true, and I think the potential is always what we're really excited about. You know, I would just say we want to take care as we get closer to people, right? As we go from the protein folding to the mRNA vaccine platform into bodies, like, you know, I think that's when things, you know, we want to take, we go from the excitement to, I think, wanting to have sort of rightful caution. But I think that there, you know, there are lots of opportunities. I mean, your earlier question was about institutions and how institutions use it. So, you know, governments don't have enough money to do all the things we need to do. I mean, one of the most shocking things to me about working in the White House is that how so few people are tasked with doing work for 330 million people. I mean, it is actually rather astonishing, and there's a lot of pressure to continually cut those budgets even, right? And so I think as we're looking to technology for efficiencies in institutions, that it's a great, you know, it's a potentially great opportunity, but it's also an opportunity, I think, for government to lead and to sort of say, this is how you can use public data, this is how you can use administrative data in a way that's privacy preserving, in a way that's rights preserving. So it's a tremendous opportunity, I think, to sort of steer and create norms through the use of I think, government leaning in for these efficiencies and how we offer, you know, better customer service to their public.
Yeah, and maybe, I mean, sort of listening to the conversation before this a bit, some of the conversations that we had, I think there's sometimes a conversation that sort of creates sort of big tech as the sort of the bogeyman, and sort of they're doing bad things. And there is, you know, there is some things that we need to always contend with, the challenges. But I wonder, how do we sometimes begin to think about, and maybe from your perspective as, you know, working in Silicon Valley, how do you reconstruct that conversation between those that are developing some of these transformative technologies and those who are in government, who are often having to deal with some of the challenges of it, to actually a more constructive sort of co-creation that actually has very strong social objectives as well?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is about aligned interests. I think you have to look for places where where the two are aligned. I think there is some alignment around transparency. I think there's a lot of concerns out there about transparency in AI, and I think there's a really good reason for that. I mean, the creation of deep fakes, right? Tech has a role in creating those, but they also have a role in defending us from them. You know, as some of our startups work on detection of deep fakes, some of them work on watermarking techniques so we can tell synthetic data from real data. You know, I'm a father of 2 children, and I thought my big concern was going to be teaching them fact from, you know, from fiction, and instead it's going to be teaching them real from synthetic, right? And that's a very big concern of mine. And so, but we have cryptographic techniques for watermarking, for making sure that data can be identified as either as created or not created. So I think there are places where, you know, tech has a role both on offense in terms of capturing opportunity, but also on defense, protecting us in cybersecurity, protecting us against deepfakes and other areas. And we, you know, at our firm feel we have a responsibility to invest in both sides. And luckily, there's also a market for both sides. So there's alignment in terms of, you know, tackling those issues.
Yeah. And maybe one of the other things that I think politicians particularly struggle with technologies that are particularly on an exponential growth like AI at the moment, and the pace of change is both exciting but can be quite overwhelming, and for the public alike. I mean, from your perspective of having been in the White House, how do you think governments need to get better at just, you know, working at the kind of the pace at which technology is developing today and being more agile in actually adopting and understanding and then ultimately mastering it as well?
Yeah, so I would say I don't think government needs to work at the pace of technology, but I think it needs to be more agile. So we need to appreciate that part of the disruption model of business is actually to skirt regulation and to make government behind, right? So it's by design. So it's not like, oh, you know, Uber has gotten by these taxi medallions in New York City that people have like invested their entire lives in, like, oops, government's behind. No, it's like the actual business model is to skirt regulation and to skirt government. And so in that, you have equilibrium that's sort of upset by the disruptive business model. And I think government plays in the equilibrium moment, a sort of ballasting, anchoring moment. And then when the disruption occurs and like innovation and interesting things are happening in the business space, the role of government is, to me, not to sort of be in tandem with the technology, but to restore a kind of societal balance, or a ballast, right? I mean, one of the things we heard this morning was from one of the colleagues who was doing the polling data was that people have crises throughout their lives, and then they've got now the AI crisis and the climate crisis and the whatever. And I think it's really incumbent upon government to sort of say, like, there's a middle here that holds, and it's based in these kind of core bedrock values that whether or not it's, you know, AI or, you know, someone sitting across from you from the desk, that like you shouldn't be discriminated against in the job place, or those sorts of things. So I write, you know, I've been trying to write about policy innovation, which is to say, it's also the case that government needs to sort of figure out how its existing rules and regulations and authorities apply in a new space, and not just sort of be doe-eyed looking at the new technology. And I think where the big innovation can come and where government can be more agile is actually, you know, Tim O'Reilly had this essay 15 years ago called Government as Platform, right? Which was more of a kind of not keeping a pace, but sort of mirroring the structure so that government and policymakers can become more iterative, right? Like that government, so, you know, Majority Leader Schumer in an interview, I think in the New York Times about the AI Insight Forum this week said, oh, the EU AI Act, look at it, it's already behind. And I think there's a different, so maybe, but it's also the case that I think the EU has said, like, this is actually not right-sized and we're gonna fix it. And I think there needs to be a different kind of frame for government, which is like, okay, we're gonna like iterate on this and sort of change it up, as opposed to this is the one law for all time that does the thing. With new and emerging technologies, AI and others, that's just not the way you can approach policymaking.
Super. Yeah, and I know we're holding people up for lunch for a bit, so maybe just to wrap things up, Andy, I'll let you have the last word. And there's sometimes big debates, the wild variation between existential risk, utopia and dystopia. What are the things that really just excite you about the next couple of years from a sort of technologist perspective?
Well, I think that the thing that excites me the most is the thing that also creates the anxiety, which is this flywheel spinning between ever better modeling, ever faster chipsets, and ever cheaper storage. And this is creating hyperbolic growth in AI. And I think that's where the anxiety comes from, because I think we can extrapolate linearly, but when one thing's a power law and one thing's linear, by the time you get to a sense that you know what's going on, the whole system has changed. And so that's what creates the anxiety, but it also is what's creating the technology that's impacting these areas. We couldn't have done some of this work in mRNA or AlphaFold without these developments. Like we couldn't have done this climate work around AI algorithms and energy consumption without this change. Some of the work we're doing in cybersecurity now involves just an incredible amount of data. We just couldn't have processed it a year and a half ago. So I think that flywheel spinning, it creates anxiety, but it creates an incredible opportunity where we have a new set of tools, and applied to the right problems or applied against the right risks, I think we're going to see some positive change.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree, and I think applied in the right way, if government can think about that, the ability to begin to harness that and think about how you drive down the cost of public services whilst also improving outcomes and creating that continual cycle of learning and reinforcement and better outcomes. I think that's the positive vision that we'd like to aim for and hopefully end with. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers.
All right, lots to digest here. Certainly hard to think of a recent policy area where, as was outlined, different anxieties and opportunities have had so many intersections at the same time. I want to thank all three of you for all of those insights. We now have an important break, one for lunch, so I'll invite you to Fortifications Ballroom downstairs on floor 9. We'll be back here for our next panel discussion and a very busy afternoon at 12:40. See you soon. Thank you.
for this portion of the program. I am here to welcome you to our post-lunch gathering and our sessions. We're going to start in the next couple of minutes. The first panel, which I will also moderate, will be on investing in quality jobs to tackle climate change. I have a dream panel that I am very excited to converse with up here and for you to hear from. So I'm going to welcome to the stage Stefan Löfven, co-chair of the UN High-Level Advisory Board on Effective Multilateralism, President of PES and former Prime Minister of Sweden. And I'll also welcome Jerry Butts, Vice Chairman of the Eurasia Group, and mostly, yes, clap for them, yes. But better known in my climate circles as the person who spearheaded Canada's clean energy transition. So we are in for a treat, and I'll now go take my Johan hat off and go to put on my Francis hat.
Where do you want to sit it? Was that the plan?
Yes, we're all
okay,
friends.
yeah.
You can sit wherever you want, Francis.
You're the boss, you're the boss, you're the boss. You're the
I'm the
boss.
We're going to start with Stefan's going to speak for a couple of minutes, and Jerry, I'll have you do the same. Kind of introduce your perspective come from the work that you have done around clean energy transitions, industrial policy, and jobs, and how progressives can look at this space and this narrative. We can pull on the Marcus thread from this morning on the economics frame, and then we'll get into some questions.
Great.
Well, this morning we heard the first session discussion about when we talk about climate, should we start climate or should we start jobs? Well, there's no contradiction between the two. We know that, but I understand it's a relevant issue to raise because how to attract people in the best way. For me, jobs comes very naturally. When I became party leader in 2012, I said also that our party needs to underline jobs even more. And also when I became the leader of the European Social Democratic Party again, and when we now discuss next year's election campaign, I said we need to start with jobs. It's jobs, jobs, jobs. For many reasons. Sometimes we, on the left side of politics, we tend to discuss welfare. What do we want to do with Social Security and healthcare and all that, which is important, but we have to start with how do we build that wealth? How do we create wealth, the financial resources that we need for that? Well, that's jobs. So I think for us progressives, it comes natural. For me, it comes natural to start with jobs. And then you can say, if we do this right, then we'll come back to that. We will always also make sure that we can stay under 1.5 degree heating. So it's labor movement moral to me. It's duty first and then right. Duty first, then right. Job first and then distribute well. So for me, it's fine. Now, also, I think that building a society is the strongest discipline for us social democrats. And I think people know that. I think people trust us in building society. We know what that means. Now, there are four things that I want to point out that are important for this. First is new technology. We need to trust technology and talk about new technology as something that will both save our climate, but also creating new jobs. And here, now we're entering into a new phase now where we can display and show more concrete what it is, because climate change and transition has been something scary for many people. We don't know what it is. Jobs will go away. We have to show, no, jobs are created. You know, I have a little piece of metal at home now. It's CO2 0. So the Swedish steel company SSAB, they know now how to produce steel without using coal. Coal has been used in steel production for 1,000 years. Now we know how to do it without using coal. So now we can start showing there are the new jobs. The steel production there, or the battery factories that are now growing all over. So that's the first thing, new technology.
And that is something also we can point out that we as progressives, as social democrats, are better at cooperating with enterprises so that society and enterprises cooperate on developing new technologies, because that new technology was developed also with financial support from the government. And that is how we need to do this. The other is protecting workers, because it is hard enough to go from one job to another. So that path, and we have to talk about it, it's only a matter of going from one job to another. It's not being unemployed. It's going from one job to another. And during that journey, you will have financial security and you will be health training or whatever you need to get that new job. We're doing this together. The third is also industry policy, showing that we constantly are thinking about and developing methods and developing new jobs, because when old jobs go, we need these new jobs, and they will be created if we do this together. Trade unions, employers, and society, we can do this, so that the industry policy is to. The result of the industry policy is to make sure that companies demand workforce, constantly demanding workforce, and we're making sure that the supply side is met. Lastly, we need incentives also for making it easier for people to do the right thing. I believe people want to do the right thing. We introduced a system that if you buy a CO2 zero car, an electric car, you got some, depending on the currency rate, but say $7,000 $7,000 supported, because they are in the beginning a bit more expensive. That helps the individual to do the right thing. So you're taking part in this transition as an active citizen. Well, I am there. I guess we have a lot to talk about. I am there. That was not only a couple of minutes, but close.
It was perfect. Jerry.
Well, I'll sort of take a little bit of a different tact. I think it's relatively straightforward what needs to be done to mitigate climate change. We have to stop burning fossil fuels. We have to stop emitting so much carbon into the atmosphere. And with a little luck, we need to figure out technologies that are going to help us remove from the atmosphere the carbon we've already put there. So I think that we're in the business in this room of trying to build a political program to sustain progress, right? It's how do you make sure, once you've had those long-fought battles, that we'll get the right policies in place. First of all, how do you win those battles on their own terms? And then how do you make sure that you don't create policies that are susceptible to the inevitable change in government means the complete obliteration or demolishing of the program that you put in place. And for the Canadians in the room, I will note that the biggest single problem that Premier Doug Ford has had since he's been in office is his attempt to dismantle the Greenbelt. And I would ask you to think about the measures that were put in place to create a permanent advocacy architecture for the Greenbelt that starts with its popularity, of course, with regular people and voters, but there was a whole infrastructure that was thought through to build around it to sustain it. And I think there's the first point I'd make about what that infrastructure looks like is, of course, it has to start with voters. And sometimes I find in my 2 stints in active politics, we in the progressive movement like to talk to each other more than we like to talk to voters. I'll be totally blunt about it. And how can I be diplomatic in saying that we have a different way of talking to each other than voters respond to. We use language that they don't understand very well, and when they don't respond in the way that we think they should respond, we tend to look down our noses at them as if they should be just more intelligent and get where we're coming from. This is not the way to build a durable political program, folks. And the successes that I've been involved in over the course of my political career on the climate front, be it the coal retirement in Ontario, which believe it or not, started 20 years ago. It makes me feel old just saying it. The carbon pricing, the National Climate Plan in Canada, which of course remains a major target of the Conservative movement. If they could dismantle one thing about the Trudeau era, it would be carbon pricing, because their sponsors in the oil and gas industry would like to see it done, and they need a political front to dismantle it because they can't come out and say it themselves. So I'll leave that with the people who are still active and having these debates, but please, please, please protect the National Climate Plan. And I have no doubt that we will, but you know, we don't want to be what happened after the Rudd era in Australia, where the government in Australia was ahead of its time, some would say too far ahead of its time politically, and they were replaced by a Conservative administration that easily demolished everything they did on climate change. We do not want to see that happen in Canada, because ultimately, and this is the topic of the panel, ultimately what's at stake is the economic well-being of the whole country. That increasingly capital flows, and this is my core business, what I do for a living these days, every day of the week, increasingly capital flows are investing in low carbon sources of energy, food production, soil management, waste management. Basically, we are going through the most complex and comprehensive transformation in the economy that we've seen since the Industrial Revolution. And on the political right, there are a bunch of people who are deeply invested in trying to convince the public that it's not happening. Believe me, it's happening. And the economic winners at the end of the day will be the countries that get their policy architecture right to facilitate that growth and attract that investment. And the countries 20, 30, 40 years from now who fail to do that will be the economic losers, and that is without a question. So if you want to protect the people that you all got in politics to protect, make the energy transition happen faster where you are, because you will become a magnet for investment and jobs over the long term, and your public will reward you with repeated election victories. Trust me on that.
Hear, hear. I'm also putting on my cap hat while on this panel to talk a little bit about the US version of this, which obviously you've all heard is called IRA. It has, some consider a misfortunate name, some consider it great. But what we have seen in the year since we passed this plan is 170,000 jobs created, and the modeling says we'll get to 1.5 million by 2030. Over $213 billion in new investments, and the majority of those investments are in Republican districts across our country. And this matters. That means about 4,200 investments per capita in our Republican states versus about 2,400 in Democrat states. And we're thrilled about this, we're excited about this, but we have the same challenges that everybody else does in terms of narrative and how you land, how we win this win, how we land it, and how we talk about it in a way that matters. And in the US, we are going into a year of election, and a lot of the success of this, we have great numbers, a lot of the success of this is going to come down to whether people are feeling it directly in their pockets, whether they are getting those jobs, whether those are well-paying jobs, whether those are union jobs, whether the consumer uptake of these incentives happens. Are the people buying the electric vehicles and getting the rebates? That is what is going to determine. So we have some similar challenges in how we frame and how we talk to our voters about this. But we need to do it faster, and we need to do it well. I wanted to just quickly ask, is there another frame besides the econ frame that either of you feel works well within the climate conversation for voters, families, and communities? And Stefan, you, and I know that you might turn to your coal work to talk about this.
No, I think we touched upon it. The frame, I think, must be that, yes, workers see that we are I have a place in this society here today, but also in 5 years, in 10 years, in 15 years. I need that trust. And that is why our message, I think, the progressive message is much, much stronger. We are doing this together as a society. Employers, enterprises, trade unions, society, politicians, we're doing this together. We're creating a better society with jobs.
Long term.
Sorry?
Long term.
Yeah, long term, absolutely. Here and now, yes. Because, I mean, given now what we see when it comes to inflation, interest rates and all that, politicians, leaders need to deal with that here and now so that people see, okay, they're dealing with it in the best way to protect us. But also in the long term, yeah. Because I think that is perhaps one of the strongest reasons for populist parties and this right wing is that people aren't really believing in the future anymore. They're afraid of the future. And populists can do this being angry at what happens today, fear the future, and looking back at a history that wasn't really there, but they're talking about something very good that was there. So people dreaming backwards instead of forward. So I think that's a very important frame, not least we're doing this together. And you'll be in that future project as well.
Yeah, I feel like I will answer your question, but I feel like we should pause and take a moment and think about this kind of spiritual parent of this entire event, and that's John Podesta, who for obvious reasons is a very busy man and is not with us this year. But I remember having conversations like this one with John 20 years ago when we were replacing coal in Ontario, and his conviction that the political economy of climate change that the political economy used to promote climate change had to itself change. And that is exactly what has happened with the IRA. You just quoted all the relevant statistics, Francis, so I won't go over them, but it's important for students of politics and people who want to build campaigns to promote the environment to understand just what the Democrats accomplished in, it's easy, you know, there's a whole cottage industry for running down our own accomplishments in progressive politics, but it's really important to understand how it happened. And it was a political program that proved climate action was in the best interests of the American worker and the American economy that will make, in my view, a permanent alteration in the political economy in the United States, and it will be very, very difficult for a Republican administration to undo the IRA, and for that, I think all of the people associated with it deserve our unending gratitude. If you care about the climate, what happened in the United States over the past year and a half is incredibly important, maybe the most important thing that's happened since we started talking about climate change. So that's I think you hit on a really important point there. My own view is that the economic dimension is paramount, but we don't do enough to connect climate and pollution more generally to local health impacts. That when we did the coal retirement strategy in Ontario, and for the non-Canadians in the room, we campaigned on it in 2003. Our commitment was to replace 7,500 megawatts of coal with a mix of renewable nuclear and conservation measures and a little bit of gas. We didn't sell it as a climate plan. We sold it as a health strategy. That I remember Dalton McGuinty, who was a truly visionary leader on the environment, selling the plan because we were traveling around in this little minivan all over Ontario together in the opposition days, which tend to be some of the most productive. And he would say in every stump speech, I'd defy anybody in this room to go into an elementary school classroom in Ontario and not find a kid with an asthma puffer. And we sold it on that basis. There were, I think, if I can remember the stats correctly, Francis, there were upwards of 60 smog days a year in Toronto, our by far largest city in Ontario and in Canada, and there are now 0, other than days when it's polluted by wildfire smoke.
Which we thank you for.
Yeah, well, we all contributed to those fires. It's like a true campfire. We got together as a species and made it.
We've done it together. We are in solidarity.
Exactly, we are definitely in solidarity. And I was in New York that day when everybody lost their minds about the color of the sky. It was quite something. But anyway, my point being that I have been in the environmental movement. I was president of the World Wildlife Fund here in Canada. I'm on the board of the World Wildlife Fund in the United States. They do incredible, irreplaceable work, but the environmental movement does not use the language that is required to make environmental solutions politically durable. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. I guess with our last 4-ish minutes, I want to pivot to something that's worrying a lot of people in the climate space. And that's I'm just going to be blunt, the takeover of our multilateral climate space by special interests and fossil fuel industry. The presidency of the COP this year is in the hands of the president of the National Fossil Fuel Company for the UAE. And we've seen tremendous amount of money from the fossil fuel industry enter this space. And a lot of us are very furious about this. And we're furious about this because this is the only space, the multilateral space is the only space where every country gets a vote, where they get to tell the rest of the world what they are enduring in terms of devastation and why they need what they need from the developed world. And so I wanted your take on what's happening in the multilateral space and why it is important to protect those spaces, why it is important for countries like the US and Canada and countries in the EU and the European Union to show up strong and defend that space for climate and for our people.
Well, I can start on this one. It's really simple. I've been to 7 or 8, maybe 9 COPs over the course of my career in various capacities. And the reason that the enemies of climate action have taken over COPs is because they were effective, right? They spent the first 20 years of COPs complaining that they were gatherings of hypocrites who all flew there on their private jets and pretended to care about climate change. And then Paris happened, which, again, there's a cottage industry of running down multilateral institutions these days, but I defy anybody in this room to think of anything else we as a species have decided to do together other than the Paris Agreement on climate change this century. And that, I think, should give us all a kind of a bit of optimism. And Francis, I couldn't say it any better than you just did. That space needs to be defended, and it is under attack. And I think we're coming out of a pretty naive era where we thought the energy transition was going to be a smooth one and relatively politically uncontested. And I just think that's incredibly naive, that the incumbents in the current energy system are going to fight tooth and nail. They're incredibly well-resourced. Thanks to Vladimir Putin, they've got about $1 trillion in extra cash lying around, and they're going to use that. They're going to deploy those assets to try and protect what they have. And the sooner progressives kind of wake up to that, I think the better off we're all going to be.
Yeah, we dealt with that also in the high-level advisor board that I co-chaired together with Ellen Johnson-Sirleaf, excuse me. And we said we need a new, we wanted to support the Paris Agreement processes. Let's not create something new. We have that. And it can work well if we do things faster and better, but the structure is there, and countries can make their own contributions. So let's do it, but we need, for example, a new pact, people and planet, including phasing out fossil fuel. That's our message. We need phasing out fossil fuels, that's for sure. And then we need other things. We need to lift the importance of these issues in the UN structure, meaning, for example, that UN Environment Programme and UN Environment Assembly, we think we can strengthen them more together, give them more of a monitoring role, put them closer to the World Bank and the IMF so that they can influence more all the investments that we need to do, include more private money, and so on and so forth. So there's a lot, just to make sure that we do take care of that system at a global level. We can't leave that to a few actors. Just one last thing. I think it's a shame that the richer part of the world promised the developing world in 2009,
Copenhagen,
to $100 billion annually to make sure that we can support. It hasn't been fulfilled yet. So that's the first task now. We should push and say to the richer part of the world, solve that first, then you can start building trust and cooperation with the developing world.
I want to thank you both for your commitment to this issue, for everything you've done. And because this group, the message we want to get across is, for democracy to thrive, it has to have a planet to live in, and this needs to go hand in hand in everything we do. So join me in thanking my esteemed panelists.
Thank you so much, Stefan, Jerry, and Francis. We really appreciate those incredible insights, and I think it sets up our next speaker extraordinarily well. I am especially thrilled to introduce to you our next guest. He's a friend and longtime supporter of Canada 2020 and an internationally recognized Canadian economist, public policy leader, sustainability advocate, and author. He's the former governor of the Bank of Canada and the Bank of England, and now wears many hats, including as the United Nations Special Envoy for Climate Action and Finance, as well as, very fortunately for us, chair of Canada 2020's advisory board. Please join me in giving a very warm welcome to Mark Carney.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Braden. I say I can admit to being an economist. I was in Aaron's excellent presentation yesterday about we're all Keynesians now, and I was afraid of being outed in that session. Look, let me start by actually thanking the man who introduced me, Braden and Anagani, and everyone associated with Canada 2020. I just sit on top of an advisory board, take credit for all the things they do, so I'm about to say what an amazing event that we've put together at Canada 2020, but really them. I want to thank Johan and Patrick and the Tony Blair Institute, and I know one of my roles here is to finish in time so we can hear from the man himself. Now, what I'd like to do is to spend a few minutes talking about how we can build, and that's going to be a theme, how we can build for our kids, for our communities, and our countries. And, you know, it's always good to start with the assessment, an honest assessment of where we are. And so in the language of meetings like this, I'd say we're at a hinge moment in history. That hinge has been sprung by a series of crises, crisis in finance, crisis in health, crisis in energy, crisis in geopolitics. And as a consequence of that, and it's been a theme throughout the discussions, theme in the polling, we're living through an age of insecurity. But it's a time still when there's everything to play for. But as we all know, that's the sort of high level, but as we all know and as we all feel, it's much, much more visceral than that. Les gens s'inquiètent de leur salaire. Ils travaillent toujours plus fort, toujours plus longtemps, mais l'inflation fait en sorte qu'ils perdent et non gagnent du terrain. Les gens sont préoccupés par le coût de logement, que ce soit à cause de l'augmentation fulgurante des loyers ou de la forte hausse des prix hypothécaires. Et si vous êtes jeune, si vous n'avez pas de logement, la promesse d'en trouver un semble d'éloigner jour par jour. Et les gens s'inquiètent de leurs enfants et de leurs avenirs. The point is, we're all anxious. People are worried about their wages because after inflation, they're falling behind, not getting ahead. It's 15 years and counting in the United Kingdom since average take-home pay has increased in real terms. People are worried about affording their homes due to skyrocketing mortgages, rents, house prices. They're worried about their kids and they're worried about their futures. The pandemic left scars on mental health and shortchanged educations. They're worried that rampant technological change will replace jobs. And they worry, as we've just heard in the panel, they worry we've done too little to arrest the mother of all anxieties, the climate crisis, making it the defining issue for those who should be entering the prime of their lives. And finally, people are worried about their identities. Following the divisiveness of the pandemic, and let's admit it, our hyper-targeted modern politics, people wonder what binds us together, what common responsibilities accompany universal rights, and what are we trying to accomplish together. On doit trouver une façon d'aider les gens à regagner confiance en l'avenir. Il faut d'abord regarder les faits en face. Il faut avoir un plan pour remédier nos défis. Il faut obtenir des résultats concrets, des résultats tangibles. Lorsque les gens croient que le meilleur reste à venir et lorsque cette conviction est ancrée dans les faits, tout est possible. En effet, bâtir l'avenir doit être la mission au cœur du projet progressiste. Now, I am an optimist, and I believe deeply that we can solve these problems and the others that will inevitably come our way. But I'm also a realist, and I know that hope must be grounded in a hard-headed reading of the facts. It can only be justified by plans that address our challenges. Hope can only be validated by tangible successes. And above all, hope should be replaced by an expectation of continued progress. When we build hope, when we build that expectation, anything is possible. And that's our calling, to build. Progressives build things that last. Healthcare, infrastructure, schools, opportunity, sustainability, and prosperity. Now others, and there are others, have a different model. They're in the demolition business. Far-right populists see anxiety, the anxiety of today, as an opportunity to stoke the anger that's necessary for their project. For years, the rallying cry of the Brexiteers was broken Britain. But their solution to take back control ended up code for tear down the future. Our American friends will remember that Donald Trump said only he could fix, I quote, American carnage that he cited in his inauguration address, that he then ushered in just before President Biden took office, and that he's still fomenting today. Right now, here in Canada, we have a right-wing populist claiming that Canada is broken. When politicians proclaim that our great democracies are broken, it's not because they want to fix them. It's because they want a license to demolish. It's a model, and it's a repeated model, that uses a constraint to, quote, starve the beast of government, in the misguided view that slashing leads to growing. Starving the beast was the reflexive response of Pierre Poilievre to COVID. He saw a humanitarian catastrophe as another chance to cut taxes and spending. And it's this Pavlovian reaction of extreme conservatives to every problem. It's grounded in a basic misunderstanding of what drives economies. It meant that when Brexiteers tried to create Singapore on the Thames, the Truss government instead delivered Argentina on the Channel. Those didn't feel so good, and that was a year ago. Those with little experience in the private sector, lifelong politicians masquerading as free marketeers, grossly undervalue the importance of mission, of institutions, and of discipline to a strong economy. And the bad news is that while these tactics never work economically, they can work politically. Brexit happened. Donald Trump was elected. So we can't dismiss the impact of anger, but we must resist its power. And for me, doing that starts with progressives taking control of the economic agenda and making it everyone's. Prosperity is not trickle-down, but neither is it top-down. Instead, strong, inclusive, and sustainable growth is everything, everywhere, all at once. If you remember anything from what I say today, may it be this: we need to build, not as a government, but as a people. La croissance forte, inclusive et soutenue doit se faire tout, partout, tout à la fois. C'est à nous de bâtir l'avenir, pas en tant que gouvernement, mais bien en tant que citoyen. To build so we're all better off, we must start with shared missions: affordable housing, universal health care, education for all, and a clean economy for the jobs it will create today and the better future it will secure tomorrow. And to achieve truly shared prosperity, we need to build in ways that reinforce our common values, in ways that recognize responsibilities as well as rights, and which ensure that the dynamism and the energy of the market is accompanied by our solidarity with one another. Now, I've worked at the center of markets all my life, both in the private sector and as a public servant. And I know from that experience that they're the most powerful instrument we've ever created. And their dynamism, their energy can be harnessed to great purpose. But I also know from that experience that markets are indifferent to human suffering and they can be blind to our greatest needs. And that's why politicians who worship the market deliver policies that can hurt people, and those who default to laissez-faire can leave us unprepared for the future. Put simply, markets don't have values, people do. And our job is to close the gap between what we value as a people and what the market prices. To do so, we need plans to turn those challenges into opportunities, anxieties into hope. Indeed, if I've learned anything during my years of managing crises, it's that plan beats no plan. So in a global economy where our energy system, the global economy itself, intelligence even, are all being rewired, there are forces that will deepen our divisions if those forces are ignored. But if they're channeled, they are forces that can benefit everybody. So we need to focus technology on improving the quality of existing jobs, on enabling workers to build their skills and to help them unleash their creativity. And that will require comprehensive tax reforms in most of our economies to favor skills development and business investment. It means bold new approaches in all our economies, bold new approaches so that our colleges and universities provide mid-career training for everyone, and I mean everyone who wants it. And it means truly open banking that brings competition to the heart of finance and access to capital to people and businesses all across our economies. In short, we need a plan to become digital by design rather than drifting to digital by default. And to manage an unprecedented transition in energy, in fact in all industry, governments, business, and finance should all have net zero transition plans. They should assess their progress regularly and act quickly to close any gaps. A few years ago, Janet Yellen and I did some research, and it showed that credible climate policies could create a virtuous circle of increased investment, greater decarbonization, more jobs, faster growth. And it's this dynamic that thanks to Franz Timmerman, you're going to hear from, Janet as part of the US administration, the current government in Canada, it's this dynamic that is starting to operate. And with this dynamic starting to operate, starting to create that investment, those jobs, the prospect of that faster growth, and the broader objective of decarbonization, that's why the climate policy debate should be about a competition of ideas and policies, not a denial of purpose. So if a politician wants to repeal a measure, rip one out, they should replace it with something that's more effective. And that goes to discipline. Now, I know this is somewhat controversial ground for some of you, but I'm going to make a case for good old-fashioned fiscal discipline. Yeah. There we go. I'll see you later after. You know, some believed, actually many believed until very recently, that the basic laws of economics were relics of the past. Inflation had died in the 1990s, interest rates were going to be permanently low, government spending had no downside. Well, that was wishful and in fact dangerous thinking. Nothing, even far-right populist politicians, can demolish our efforts more quickly than a fiscal crisis. And the market reaction to the trust budget underscored the tough new macroeconomic environment. Sound money and credible policies will be rewarded, mistakes will be punished, no government will be exempt. And more fundamentally, look, if people no longer believe that we care about their money to spend it wisely, then we've done the far right's work for them. So let me put this in context. The scale of the investments in the digital and sustainable engines of our future, the scale of that investment is absolutely enormous. It's 2, probably 3 percentage points of additional investments, percentage points of GDP, of additional investments every year for decades. And this is at a time when government spending is already near record highs across our economies. So yes, we need to discipline spending. We need to use a golden rule to distinguish between investments in our future and operating expenditures for the present. And we should assess, for example, in climate, all policies for carbon value for money. Our progressive goals are not about inputs or spending, but they're about outputs and impact. To drive jobs and growth, spending discipline must be matched by strategic investments, smart regulation, so our regulators take into account the broader missions we have, and execution that delivers fair outcomes. And we need to use our limited public resources to maximum effect to unlock private investment so that market value supports our values. And this is the program of the Radical Center. Not laissez-faire, but also not faire tout. Instead, agir pour catalyser le progrès partout. So the solutions to our problems, we know they're complex. It's why we have to get together and discuss them and do the research. But our most important goals, and we heard some of this in the opening panel this morning, our most important goals are straightforward, they're fundamental. The results that matter, jobs, better incomes, and affordable homes, should be at the center of all our efforts because that's how we'll be judged, and justifiably so. And that means, for example, the near-term impacts of climate policies on jobs and growth will determine whether we can achieve our medium-term imperatives for climate action. We need to build up before we shut down, create the new jobs of the future so people can choose to leave the jobs of the past. J'aimerais donc de nous poser les bonnes questions lorsqu'on explore différentes pistes de solutions. Demandons-nous, est-ce que ça promet de calmer ou d'alimenter les inquiétudes des gens? Est-ce que ça leur redonnera espoir? Est-ce que ça mènera à des résultats tangibles, des progrès concrets? As we think about solutions to our problems, ask basic questions. Will this help or hinder economic progress for people, ease their anxieties, build their hopes? Will it generate the results that matter to them? And our responses couldn't be more vital. If people can't get good answers from us, they'll take bad ones from others. This group and what you represent have solved big problems in the past. Very confident you'll solve the problems of the present and bigger ones in the future. So stay hopeful, be confident, build, baby, build. Build something that matters to everyone. Thank you very much.
Grateful to you for your extensive contributions to the shaping of public policy in Canada and very much globally as well. Time to build, indeed. Thanks very much. Our next conversation also bridges Canada, the UK, and the world. We're very excited to have exploring the future of government and how we can connect modern politics in an era of innovation with two very special guests, one you know very well, and one those of us here in Montreal and Canada will know very closely as well. I'm pleased to introduce the Member of Parliament for NDG Westmount here in Montreal, Anna Gainey, in conversation with the former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom and Executive Chairman of the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. Please give a warm welcome to Tony Blair. Thanks very much.
I'm supposed to sit on this side. Welcome. Bienvenue à Montréal.
Merci beaucoup. Je suis ravi d'être ici encore à Montréal. Une ville belle et magnifique.
Je suis d'accord avec vous. As you know, I'm a newly elected Member of Parliament representing part of this beautiful island of Montreal, so I'm also very happy to welcome you all to this city and back to Global Progress here in Montreal. I hope everyone's having a great day. I caught the tail end of Mark's remarks there, and there's lots to think about, as usual at Global Progress conferences. So Tony, I think we could start with a little bit about your institute. Obviously, folks in this room are very familiar with your time as Prime Minister and your engagement globally since then, but the Institute was instrumental in helping us deliver this conference today, among other things, so perhaps you could give us a little sense of what the work is there that you're doing.
Yeah, sure, and again, thank you very much indeed for having me here. So the Institute was really born out of my time as Prime Minister, because I found the hardest thing about government was getting anything done.
Great.
And you know, I used to think, when I was brought up in the Labour Party, believing that the system was basically a conservative conspiracy. And when I finally got there into number 10 Downing Street, I discovered it really wasn't a conspiracy for either Conservative or Labour. It was a conspiracy for inertia, effectively, and a very successful one. So I learned a whole lot of lessons during my time as Prime Minister. And you know, one of the ironies of being in government is that you know, politics is a weird profession because it's the only profession in the world where you take a really important job and put into it someone with no qualifications at all. I mean, my first job was Prime Minister of the UK, right? This is my first job in politics, proper job, as it were. I mean, okay, I'd be leader of the opposition, but this is, you know, your first proper job. And of course, the paradox is that you start at your most popular and least capable, and then you end, you know, differently. You know, by the end of the 10 years, you think, look, guys, I can do this job now. You should really let me just get on with it. So what the Institute is really based on, what are the lessons in government? Because people face the same problems all over the world today. So, you know, if you're talking about a cost of living crisis, the problems of housing, the problems of migration, I mean, you could go virtually any country in the Western world, and it's a similar set of problems. So what we try to do is we work on delivery, right? Strategy, policy, delivery, particularly enabled by technology, which we'll come to in a minute, no doubt. But the delivery side of it is all about prioritizing, getting the right policy in place, building the right team, and then making sure you implement. And that is a tough thing to do. So we have teams of people who go and live and work alongside the leaders in countries, mainly in the developing world, but now in roughly 40 different countries around the world. And you know, we'll, by the end of this year, have almost 1,000 people in the Institute. We've got a large policy side as well, because the other thing about politics that I learned is that, you know, one level, politics is quite crude. You know, you've just done your by-election, so you know it's about shaking hands, knocking on doors, you know, coming out with the right slogans. But actually, policy is a tough intellectual business. And getting the right answer is hard. And so we combine these two things, advising governments, and then on the policy side. And the other thing is we work on the agenda for progressive politics, because, you know, the challenge for me always with progressive politics is that if you're not careful, you face a choice between policies that are radical but not sensible, or sensible but not radical. And on the one hand, you know, the policies that are sensible but not radical, people lack enthusiasm, and the ones that are radical but not sensible tend to result in defeat. So yeah, that's what we do, but it's all about helping government leaders with the business of governing.
That's very interesting. So you talk about advising political leadership, and you touch a little bit on the role of technology in the work of the Institute. So AI is obviously on everyone's mind these days. So when you advise government about the impact of technology in these other countries and really around the world, what are the politics of that these days?
So what was really interesting, we did a paper on this actually from the Institute, which Ben, who was here earlier today, did for us. There was an analysis of the 19th century Industrial Revolution and how long it took politics to catch up, right? And the answer is it took decades. You know, for years and years, the political debates in the UK Parliament were just carrying on as if we were still in the 18th century, but actually we were in a century of enormous technological innovation and advance. And we're living through now a 21st century technology revolution, which is every bit as dramatic. And I think the problem is that you've often got the policymakers, people in government, and the change makers, the people introducing and developing and inventing the new technologies, and they don't have a big dialogue together. And yet this technology revolution, I think, is going to change everything, and it's entered a new phase just recently, where a whole lot of things have come together in what I would call a kind of permanent reinforcement loop of innovation and change, and particularly with artificial intelligence, this next iteration of artificial intelligence is completely revolutionary. And in my view, the mission for progressive politics now in the third decade of the 21st century is to understand this revolution, master it, and harness it. Mitigating its risks, because it's general purpose technology, it can be used for harm as well as good, but embracing the huge changes that can be made as a result of it. And, you know, I still find when I'm having conversations with people in politics today, you know, that you will talk about this and then they'll say, yeah, no, that's interesting, now let's talk about politics. But I think we really need to, this is the mission.
Right.
And it's going to offer enormous opportunities as well as the risks. But the thing that is clear is it's going to happen, and it's going to bring about fundamental change. And the question is, can government get its head around that?
That's a very good question.
Well, it can, but you've first of all got to accept that it is a fact, and you need to understand it and master it.
So you're optimistic?
I'm optimistic I'm optimistic because it can bring enormous advances. Right. Look, it's going to revolutionize healthcare. It can revolutionize education. If you think about government, right, the 19th century state was a small state, was a minimalist state. Government didn't have a lot of power to do much for people, right? Then the 20th century saw the growth of the modern state, which does a lot, which takes up 40% of the national income or more of most developed countries today. And that state has grown in size. It's responsible for public services, it's responsible for welfare systems, but I think it's creaking at the seams, right? It's not working very well.
Right.
People are spending more and more. Taxes can be quite high, but we're not really getting the results that we require. And this technology revolution offers us the chance for a 21st century state that is strategic, where you're doing things completely differently as a result of the ability, for example, in your healthcare system, to shift from curing disease to preventing it. You know, there's a revolution available to you in terms of diagnosis, in terms of genetics, in terms of all the things that can allow you to give people the power to control their own health, to interact much more easily with the healthcare system. Now, to do that, you know, you need a proper digital infrastructure in a country. You know, personally, I think most countries will move towards some form of digital identifier or digital ID. I think that's inevitable, that's going to happen. But this is, for good and for bad, this revolution is with us, and how we approach it, I think, is the biggest challenge for us.
Do you see countries leading on this or well positioned to take advantage of this at this point in time?
Yeah, I think there are countries that are setting themselves up to do this well. Actually, sometimes it's often smaller countries. You know, probably the most technologically advanced country in Europe in terms of this and government is the small country of Estonia. And then you've got, you know, other countries. But you take a large country like India, with its Aadhaar system, its digital ID system, has had a transformative effect on the ability of citizens to interact with government. So I think, you know, this is, because it is, the challenge for progressive politics at the moment is when budgets are under pressure, and, you know, Mark was just talking about the fiscal discipline and so on. When budgets are under pressure, when families feel that their incomes aren't rising in real terms, you know, the challenge for progressive politics is you can default either to quite an old-fashioned view of sort of left policy, which is just more tax, more spending. Okay, that's got one set of risks. You can default to a new type of progressive politics, which is around identity. But I think that also has big risks because the right wing can play that game and often play it more successfully than the left. And so, you know, the question is, what is it that is a unifying message for a country where you need an active government, you know, which is always the hallmark of the progressives, because they believe in the power of government to be able to help people. And to empower them, you know, that's the 21st century mission for progressive politics, in my view. And anything else is going to be secondary to the real world event of that revolution.
It's a lot to wrap your head around, but the potential, I agree, is there. I mean, I think what we also see, and you sort of mentioned it a little bit, is the potential for the right. What we're seeing is a bit of this rise of populism in many parts of the world, coming from this place of anxiety, but it's being fueled also by the technology and the technological revolution, the capacity to spread messages and to provoke and influence debate in countries where you may not even be located, but you're interfering from other borders. You know, how do we respond to that anxiety and try to really lean on the positive side of the opportunity in this equation?
Well, there are two separate things. I mean, there's first of all the use of technology to disrupt the democratic process, and you've got to get after that and deal with it as best you can. The secondly, people's fears about technology. But my point is, if you're having that debate, you're in a place which is a real world debate and which progressives have got a good argument. And the thing with populism, because, you know, populism to me is, you've got to be careful as to how you define it, right? Populism is not politicians wanting to be popular, because I think that's quite a general sentiment. Populism to me is when, rather than try and deal with the grievance, you exploit it. And you exploit it, you ride the anger rather than provide the answer. Right. Now, in my view, populism does not usually invent the grievance, it exploits it. And the challenge for progressives is you've got to recognize the grievance exists and deal with it. And you've got to be prepared. You know, I think we were saying this before we came in here. I was saying politics, you always get to decide the answer, but you don't always get to decide the questions. Right. So if, for example, the public is posing to you a question on immigration, you know, I know in Canada it's a different type of debate, but if they're posing that question to you, you've got to be able to answer it. If you don't have an answer for it, you're going to be in trouble. And likewise with things, anything that affects personal security, you know, crime or antisocial behavior. So I always think it's really important for the progressives to be in a position where they've got an answer. If you don't have an answer, then that's when the populists succeed. And it's also important always for progressive parties to stay competitive. Because, you know, our populist moment was the Brexit vote.
Yes.
And, I mean, you know, I won't go into all of that, but one thing that I think is not so much appreciated about that was that might be one of the reasons it happened was because we didn't have a credible leadership of the Labour Party at that time. You know, had we had a credible leadership, like the leadership we got today, frankly, we would have had someone who was able to go into Labour areas and explain why they would be not sensible to vote for Brexit. And therefore, one of the things that's always important for progressive parties is even if you're out of power, you've got to remain competitive. But to remain competitive in a world where populism is, you know, and is fueled by social media, of course, you've got to be prepared to answer the difficult questions even when it hurts to do it.
Well, and sometimes we want to talk about the things that are not necessarily connected to what folks are worried about, like the policy or the idea that we think is important is not necessarily reflective of the anxiety or the source of the anxiety in a way that matches. And I think for those of you who were here early, you weren't here in the first presentation on the research this morning, but we talked about Marcus and Hans and Amy about those messages and how to be ready to answer those questions. And it seems to be a constant theme at these conversations of meeting that message, of finding that message and meeting that anxiety with a progressive lens and not being distracted by the populism or the message of that is distracting us. Even though the issue is there is a real issue behind that stress.
And that's why you've got to be prepared to deal with it. And I also think, you know, in the end, look, it's you've got to have a strategy for your campaigning, which has a play for defense against the issues where you may be vulnerable or where the public may not naturally believe that you're the best people to deal with an issue. And then obviously you've got your offensive play, but you've got to, you know, you can't win the match if you let in the goals.
Indeed. We play a lot of hocky here too. We know a little bit about that.
Don't ask me about hockey. I
won't ask you about hockey. So look, we just at the outset we talked about how, you know, I'm a newly elected member of Parliament to a party that has been in government 8 years here in Canada. And when you were 8 years in power amidst, I would say, challenging domestic and global issues, you won a third majority government. And how did you do that at that time? I'd like to know.
Well, I mean, look, my thing is always you've got to be the person with the plan.
Yeah.
I think, you know, I sometimes say it's like driving the bus, right? If you're driving the bus at a reasonable speed, right, so you're moving along. The passengers are all complaining, by the way. They're all sitting there saying, well, I don't know, you should have taken that turning, and that doesn't look too good to me, and where are we going exactly, and blah, blah, blah. But they know they're going, right? They're moving. You slow down, or worse, you stop the bus, you never get back on again, right? Because they're all, then they decide just pull you out of the driver's seat with someone else in. So you've got to be the person with the plan. And we were, you know, when you're going several years in, you're not going to have the same enthusiasm as you did first time round, and that's just the way of it. You know, I remember on the first night of getting elected, those years ago, you know, there was massive enthusiasm, and I think I was one of the very few sober people in the entire Labour Party, because I was kind of thinking of the, you know, the responsibility of governing. And I remember someone coming up to me and saying, you know, as people do in these, oh, it's fantastic, Tony, now everything is possible. And I was like what? I mean, everything's possible. So it's not real when that happens.
Right.
And therefore, as you carry on governing, okay, you're taking tough decisions. When you decide, you divide. It's always going to be difficult. But in the end, if you have a clarity of direction, right, when you come into your later elections, they're not going to elect you because they love you, but they may elect you because they think there is a clear direction, and they prefer that direction to what is on offer from the alternative. And I do think it's that, you know, I always used to say to people that the only time I would ever get frightened is if I saw a better idea coming at me than the one that I had. Now, maybe I was completely wrong in thinking it, but I didn't think that when we fought that third election. I thought, no, we've got purpose, we've got drive, we know what we're doing. Yes, of course, there are all sorts of things that are really difficult for us, but I think that's my view is it's because people the electorate, and I think this is particularly true in an era of social media. I mean, social media wasn't really a factor when I was in office. And I really sympathize with political leaders who are operating in this environment today, because one of the first things that you learn about politics is that those that shout loudest don't deserve to be heard most, right? Yes. But that's not social media, right? They're shouting all the time, right? It's the platform of the loudmouth, frankly, I mean, to be honest. And it's a bit of a plague on modern politics as a result of that. But here's the paradox. At the same time as the public is engaged in it and is, you know, making a lot of noise around the political leaders, they actually look for leaders that stand firm against that. Because in their heart of hearts, whilst they may even indulge in it themselves, they still distrust it. They know what it is and what it isn't. And I do think that's why if you've got a plan and you're prepared to be really tough about it, I think people do follow that. At least, you know, I found they did at that point in time.
The authenticity and the values
well, it
come through.
Yeah, because in the end, then you know, there is a direction and there's momentum.
Yeah. Well, I think I see about a minute left on our clock, but I think I would just like to thank you again for being here and for participating and for contributing through your institute to the work that's going on here today at Global Progress and around the world. It's truly
and your Parliament first thing Monday.
Yes.
Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. Oops, that is all over.
That was excellent. Our next panel will be led by the former United States Deputy National Secretary, advisor to President Obama, and co-founder of National Security Action, Mr. Ben Rhodes. And we will be exploring a progressive foreign policy of our time. So joining Ben, we will welcome Canada's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Melanie Joy, and once again up on stage, former Prime Minister of Sweden, Magdalena Andersson. Give them a big applause.
All right, ready to talk about some progressive foreign policy. So I want to start with we're going to start broad and then go specific. And I'll start with you, Melanie. When we we look out at the world today, it's quite different from, I think, the time in which people figured out progressive paradigms of foreign policy in the past. We now are in an age of intense great power competition, including an active war in the European continent, a time of threats within our democracies as much as wanting to promote democracy in other parts of the world. And we're at a time of limited resources. As Mark Carney pointed out, there's development is getting harder, particularly as more money is going into other spaces. So in that context, how would you define kind of what it means to be center left or progressive in terms of foreign policy? And how do you define that in a way that voters, people can understand?
That's a big question, Ben, for a Saturday afternoon. So I think two things, much more on the local, like national side and then on the international side. I think that we know that there's discontent and frustration amongst Canadians in general and people in the US and across the West and across the world. I think that many governments thought that inflation would calm down and wind down as COVID would. And it was directly linked. And of course, there is a link. But meanwhile, there's been a war in Europe. Tensions are flaring in the Indo-Pacific. That is creating geopolitical risks. And risks are then, how can I say, they're calculated and businesses work. And so inflation and cost of living is a real issue. It's not, how can I say, what we're...
It's a foreign policy issue.
It's a foreign policy issue.
Yeah.
And not only that, it's the erosion of the middle class. If we are not tackling this issue of affordability, it's what we've worked for decades that is at stake. So I think that's the first point. It's not only being able to be good managers of the economy, it's fundamentally being there for people as they're struggling, addressing their concerns, being proactive about it. And that will, I think, help to regain trust in governments. So on the international side, meanwhile, we are in the midst of an international security crisis. Of course, I would know about it, being the former Prime Minister of Sweden. But fundamentally, what we need to do right now is, as in any international security crisis, we need to make sure that we deepen our relationship and our friendships with our allies, of course, but we need to go out there and be in contact with countries that we don't necessarily always see eye to eye, but that we have in common the protection of state sovereignty and ultimately the fact that we want to keep the world safe. And that's really a paradigm shift. For us, Liberals in Canada, we had former Prime Minister Trudeau, the Prime Minister's father, who was in favor of this third way of working also with unaligned countries. That's what he presented at the end of the 70s, beginning of the 80s. So as a non-nuclear power, a middle power, we have some experience to do that. But I think fundamentally right now we need to do more of that.
So, partnerships, engagement, but also getting beyond just your traditional like-minded partners and addressing things like cost of living crises that are tied to these events.
Yes.
That leads us naturally to the war in Ukraine. And I think first we should kind of pay some tribute to your leadership on that issue in Sweden at the outset of the war and obviously with the NATO accession. The question I wanted to ask on Ukraine is, I think it's been interesting and I think inspiring the degree to which there has been unity on the center left and progressives behind support for Ukraine. And actually in the United States, interestingly, given that Democrats are usually more dovish, there's stronger support for Ukraine in the Democratic Party for a lot of reasons. But the question I want to ask is, how do you sustain that support for Ukraine while also taking seriously the concerns that voters have that are going to be fanned, obviously, by populists, that we're spending so much money there instead of at home, that it's not clear what the end game is, that there seem to be, maybe there are very real risks of a potential escalation. How do you take those concerns seriously while maintaining support? And how do you articulate the case to people for why we need to stay in this as long as it takes, as we constantly hear?
I think that the answer to that question is different according to where you are in Europe, to be honest. I mean, Sweden, we are very close to Ukraine. Kiev is not very far away from Stockholm, and neither is Ukraine or Moscow to other countries in the east and north. I mean, our citizens, they are scared. Mm-hmm. As are citizens in Finland and the Baltics, in Poland, etc. And this is a physical threat to their lives and their families' lives. Then arguing to keep on supporting Ukraine, of course, is easier than if you live in Portugal or in the United States or in Canada. And by the way, thanks for all the support that you have given to Ukraine, which is absolutely necessary for Ukraine to keep up this fight. But the argument that is crucial for all of us, of course, is that the Ukrainians, they are fighting for a free and democratic Ukraine. But it's way more than that. Because what would be left of us in the European Union or in Canada or in the United States if Russia would win this war? Mm-hmm. What would that say about us? So in that way, it's existential, and we cannot let Russia win this war. That is an important argument. But as you say, fighting the cost of living crisis is important to keep up the willingness to also support Ukraine. So I think it is so many things is interconnecting with security policy, but the policy with the lives of ordinary people every day trying to get their life together.
Mm-hmm. And just to follow up, I heard your panel earlier talking about some of the threats internal to democracy, but clearly there's some linkage, right? And the direct linkage is that Russia might intervene in the politics of our countries to support far-right movements or populism, or to affect public opinion away from supporting Ukraine. But also there's a more intangible connection in the sense that the anti-democratic wave that we're seeking to kind of weather in the democratic world is something that has an external component, like what Putin represents, and an internal component. Do you think we need to do more to draw linkages between not just saying we have to stop Putin in Ukraine so he doesn't come into the Baltics or come into the Nordic countries, but also that the health of our democracies are connected to what's happening in Ukraine? Do you think we can do more to draw that connection for people?
Yes, I definitely think so. I mean, because they are physically, they are in Ukraine and in Russia, but on the internet, they are in the living room, in the sofas of Swedish and European and probably American and Canadian citizens all the time. And of course, we have to be better than we are at showing what is actually happening, but also preparing ourselves for different kinds of attacks, not only military attacks, but of course, when it comes to information propaganda, when it comes to disinformation, when it comes to cyber attacks, when it comes to hybrid threats. So we have to increase awareness in order to build resilience in a broader perspective than only military security.
Yeah, and I think forums like this are great because we're all dealing with different versions of Russia being in our pockets and our, our online space, and sometimes we can be more collaborative. Well, I want to come back to you, Foreign Minister, on this question. You mentioned the Global South. I know firsthand Canada's unique role in that space. I negotiated the normalization of relations with Cuba here in Canada at Wilson House outside Ottawa in about 10 meetings that you all hosted. It feels to me, and you could feel this at the G20, and I don't know if you want to comment on this, but there is a bit of tension. The Global South has not rallied to join a coalition of countries in support of Ukraine. I mean, I know we can point to certain UN votes where they were on the right side, but at a minimum, it seems like it's certainly not the same degree of priority to them that it is to us. And it feels sometimes like we are constantly talking to them about Ukraine when they want to focus on other issues. And I think that presents, and you and I were chatting, some complications because China is talking to them about some of the issues they want to talk about rather than talking to them about support for Ukraine. What can we do, what can you do to kind of meet those Global South countries more where they are in ways that doesn't compromise our support for Ukraine in any way, but it's focused on an agenda that they care about and that doesn't inadvertently have our focus on Ukraine kind of push them deeper into a Chinese-led bloc?
Well, you've said it. We need to meet countries where they are. I think that's fundamentally important when we engage with them on the diplomatic level. And where they are right now is that while we are in a battle of narratives against, when I say we, I mean the collective West, and we are in this battle of narratives against Russia, China, and the different battlefields are Asia, Africa, and Latin America. And what these countries are saying to us is, first, I don't want to choose.
Yeah.
And if forced, I want to have access to solutions. Where are your solutions? And the first country that will present me solutions, I'll be able to work with that country. And so they're dealing with compounded crisis. We know them. They went through COVID. A lot of them didn't have access to the means we had and the vaccines we had, for example, to deal with our public health crisis. They're dealing with the impacts of climate change. They were already dealing with being in debt. And now they're looking at the World Bank and they're looking at the IMF and thinking, hey, can you give me some slack here? Who are these institutions? Well, actually, the G7 is in charge much more of these institutions. How come you don't help me through these institutions? And so there's a reason why just before the BRICS summit, President Biden announced $200 billion more for the World Bank and the IMF. And the US saying, we will put 50, and the rest of the world, please come in and help. And he made that commitment also during the G20. I was talking with my Kenyan counterpart, who's a good friend of mine, a foreign minister, and he was saying, can you help me here, Mel? I'm paying 10, 11, 12% of interest. Portugal is paying 1 to 2%. How can I deal with the impacts that, and how can I say no to other countries coming to see me if I'm still paying more on debt relief than I should to help my people?
Yeah.
And meanwhile, I was referring to that, but it's not as if we control our populations. Our populations are on their iPhones, have access to information, sometimes propaganda, and they are fed with these different narratives as well, coming from these different states. So I think that we can't be blind to and deaf to what they're saying to us. I think we absolutely need to be in solution mode, because what is at stake is the very credibility and legitimacy of the Bretton Woods institution, and even of the influence and the support of the West and the world.
Well, so I think you've identified a very important point about being responsive to the agenda that they are interested in, that, by the way, is also in our interest in terms of the global South. Another side of this I want to ask you, Prime Minister, is about how we think about a China or in India even, and I'm going to ask this in the context of trade-offs. International climate change, I think, is something that we just heard about that I think we all would think is a part of what a progressive vision of 21st century foreign policy is, international climate negotiations and cooperation among nations. But oftentimes that involves trade-offs. You know, if I'm self-reflective about the Obama years, we gave a big bear hug to Modi at the end of the Obama administration, in part to kind of hug him into Paris. But that also kind of legitimized somebody who was moving in some anti-democratic directions. We similarly had a very engagement-forward policy with Xi Jinping to get to Paris that I think people, you know, a lot of people have identified, I think rightly, that at a time when Xi was showing some increasingly, obviously, authoritarian tendencies. How do you think about, and what would you advise leaders across the democratic world, this issue of, you know, the trade-offs? If we are increasingly in a confrontational stance towards a China, or if we want to be more outspoken on, say, human rights concerns in India, that may complicate international climate negotiations. But if you prioritize the international climate negotiations as we did before Paris, that may kind of, you know, avoid confronting what are really concerning behaviors out of the Chinese Communist Party. How do you look at that issue?
I think, I mean, we always have to interact also with those that are not our friends. And we have to do it in a constructive way. And that includes a lot of countries. And while doing this, we should be realistic and never naive. And I also think, or I would like to question your question a bit, the fact that we would speak frankly with China on human rights. Would that really make it more difficult to have an agreement on climate change? Maybe, maybe not. Because, I mean, if in a, at least my experience, when, I mean, once you are in a negotiation, if you strike a deal or not, it's really what's in it for me in this negotiation.
Yeah.
So maybe the trade-off isn't really as complicated as it sounds in the question.
Yeah, well, I guess
maybe I'm wrong.
No, you know, Secretary Kerry's recent visit, for instance, you know, basically Xi Jinping was like, not interested, you know. It feels to me, I could be wrong, and you're right, like you need to do both at the same time. I completely agree with that. It does feel to me like the Chinese have moved away from the kind of compartmentalization of the past, but we'll see. I think you're right that we have to do both.
Ben, on that, I think progressives believe in diplomacy.
Yeah.
And diplomacy is not only talking to your friends. And I think there's really a movement out there of isolation. And I think there's no strength in isolation, which the right is really pushing for. And so that's why I agree that we need to be pragmatic, but we need to engage.
So I want to ask this way then, are you worried about, you know, the US? I mean, I think this is a question that progressives are really going to have to wrestle with, as there's so much momentum towards competition and even conflict with China and kind of Cold War paradigms with China. And the US is kind of fueling this a lot. Our politics is also fueling it. Like, does that concern you? And how do you think you stand up for values and interests against, you know, at times a very problematic, let's just say, government in Beijing without falling into that trap?
Yeah. Of course, we are concerned of what is happening in the United States, and we're following it closely. And I think the way that the European Commission is now arguing around China when it comes to de-risking, I think that's a smart way of thinking about China, but also other countries that we might not want to be as dependent upon as we are on China or were on Russia.
Yeah.
So really thinking long-term, not being too dependent on countries that we don't want them to be able to press us in the way that China might do at this moment. I think there is also possibility for United States and Europe and Canada to go in the same direction. And I think the worst thing, a really bad thing for the world would be if Europe would have to come in a position where we're supposed to choose between China or United States. I think it would be much better for the world if we could be aligned, putting pressure on China together, and also have at least not the same, but at least a similar attitude when we deal with China, both when it comes to trade, but also when it comes to open and frank discussions on democracy and human rights. But what is, and in this, I think it's also really important what you were talking about in the beginning is how do we handle the global south? That we cannot leave the space open for China and Russia in the global south. We have to engage more in the global south, and I'm very happy this is an increasing discussion within the European Union and the leaders in the European Union. I really think that is good and important, and we need to spend more time on that. But of course, if we're going to be credible, we have to do our homework on the promises that we have made when it comes to reforming IMF, when it comes to the promises in Addis Ababa on international financing. So we have to address it. We really have to do our homework to be credible, and there's quite a lot of work to be done.
Yeah,
to be honest.
I'm mindful as we are running a little low on time that it's the 1-year anniversary of the death of Mahsa Amini in the custody or because of the morality police in Iran. I saw that your ministry put out some additional sanctions today on officials. But there's also this sense, right, that is not surprising, that despite the extraordinary and heroic and courageous activism within Iran and the support of many people and countries around the world, that the regime is dug in, and this is unlikely to be like a rapid evolution inside of Iran. What do you think the role of Canada, Sweden, the democratic world writ large, and also kind of just like-minded people around the world, what is our role in trying to end gender apartheid in Iran, trying to support the women who've taken such risks on behalf of their rights in Iran?
Well, I think it's about the people in Iran, and it's about also the people living in our countries that are supporting the people in Iran. After this, I'm going to a demonstration that is happening in Montreal. There will be 3,000 people to commemorate the death of Gina Mahsa Amini, and at the same time to ask from our government and all, Western governments to put more pressure. And the Women Life Freedom movement is one that has not calmed down that much. We have a feminist foreign policy, I know.
We have.
Yes, I know that, I know. We work together on that and with your fantastic foreign minister, Anne Linde, on this issue. But it's part of what we do. So making sure that, of course, we shed light on the issue, we continue to isolate and put pressure on the Iranian regime within multilateral institutions, maybe at the UN. Canada co-sponsors a Iran resolution every year, and we're getting traction. We are also, because of what happened during the PS752 shooting down by Iran, we lost many Canadians, so we're now suing Iran before the International Court of Justice. We're imposing more sanctions, and now we have this new legislation. The US doesn't have it, the EU doesn't have it yet, but I really hope that that can be the case. From the moment we have sanctioned individuals, now the government of Canada has the power to seize and forfeit their assets. So that's the next step, because for every person that is being sanctioned in Iran that could have assets in Canada, that then really being able to use these assets and sell them would send a very strong message. So I'm really working hard on this issue also with my officials.
Good, and well, I think that kind of awareness outside of governments in the streets, as you're going to do today, as well as tools inside of government, is so important. Well, look, I think there's a lot for us to think about here, connecting domestic concerns around things like cost of living to the foreign policy discussion, which I think often we don't do well enough. Maintaining support for Ukraine while also drawing the connections between the threats we're feeling in our own democracies and what's happening in Ukraine. Perhaps more shared efforts to combat the kind of disinformation and foreign interference inside of our democracies. Cooperation and diplomacy, which progressives have stood for, but not just with each other, but particularly deep into the global south. And I take your point about not accepting the notion of a total binary trade-off. And a kind of values-based, being on the support side of people who are trying to do the right thing for their own human dignity in their own countries, as in Iran. So I think you helped us figure out at least
that's a good
some
summary.
of the ideas.
Really good summary.
So
I think you have a podcast, huh?
Well, you guys are, you're leading, you're leading political parties and running governments. I have a podcast, so I'm glad that you're where you are and I'm where I am. But everybody, thank our panelists here. It's great to talk to you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Joy, Magdalena, Ben. It was a great discussion of the world as it is. We're moving fast, and there are lots of things to talk about here, and we will soon have a break. But now we're in for a very special conversation on mission-driven government and delivering security and economic growth for people in an uncertain world. And it's a really high-level and exciting panel, so please join me in welcoming Prime Minister of Norway, Jonas Gahr Støre, and the leader of the Labour UK Party, Keir Starmer, and moderator journalist Josie Pagani.
Well, kia ora everyone from New Zealand. I'm Josie Pagani. For those who don't know me, I'm a long-term member of Global Progress, former Labour Party official for the Helen Clark government. I'm down as a journalist, but I'm actually a political columnist, and I've got an award that says I'm the second best columnist in New Zealand. So, apologies, the first best columnist in New Zealand wasn't available tonight. So. I'm absolutely thrilled to be joined by Sir Keir Starmer and Prime Minister Jonas Gahr Støre. We're going to get straight into a couple of sort of introductory statements, and just to remind ourselves why we're here. And it's not what the British media have been saying, a lefty conclave in Montreal. And I'm looking forward to the white smoke coming out of the Western Hotel when we make Tony Blair our Pope. This is actually about how mission-driven progressive governments can guide us all through unstable times. So I would like to first invite Prime Minister Jonas to please do an introductory statement, followed by the leader of the Labour Party, Keir Starmer.
Thank you so much, Josie, and we're going to make you the first columnist writer by chairing this session. Well, you know, mission-driven policies, I think this is attractive to progressives because we have a comprehensive approach to politics and what we, aim for society. My opening remark will be that mission-driven policies have to be able to sustain external pressure and changing times. My government came into office in October 21. We had the pandemic back after a month. We had inflation, interest rates going up, electricity prices going up, hitting our electorate with the war in Ukraine coming and really changing some fundamentals. So how do you then maintain your big ideas and your big projects under that kind of pressure when your key electorate is really the one affected in their daily lives by these changing circumstances? I think that's a very important issue to discuss among ourselves.
Yes, I think to sum that up, it's, a plan beats no plan, but a 10-point plan doesn't beat a 5-point plan. So. Sakir.
Well, thank you very much. I should start by saying it's really fantastic for me to be here. It's the first of these events that I've attended, and it's been fantastic to swap notes as well as discuss the real global issues with leaders in post, leaders of the opposition who hope to be in post, and those who've had experience in government. And I can tell you, we're within 12 months probably of our election. It is invaluable to have those exchanges here on so many different issues. In terms of this question of mission-driven government, I think the context is really important, because people often ask me, you know, what's the political mood back at home? And I've asked pretty well everyone I've been speaking to here. And it's very flat. There's a sort of axis of insecurity, both domestically, I think, and internationally. And so for us, we're very conscious of the fact that the last time the Labour Party in the United Kingdom came from opposition into government was when Tony was leading us back in 96 going into 97, and the mood was very different to the mood now, and I think that that has to be the context. You can see it internationally, of course. The insecurity is there because of the conflict in Ukraine, a war going on the continent. None of us thought we'd see that again in our lifetime. And that's thrown up geopolitical tensions, which we're all aware of, and driven this sense of economic insecurity, which is felt internationally and very much domestically. Go anywhere in the United Kingdom and economic insecurity, this sense of a cost of living crisis, which is out of control, is very, very powerful. A sort of climate insecurity, because increasingly in all of our countries, what we're seeing is this disconnect between, or some people trying to make a disconnect between the climate obligations and the economy, and that's being used by our opponents pretty well in every country that is represented here today. And of course, border security. This is something that I've been talking a lot about over the last few days. Very often people say progressives shouldn't talk about border security, that we should say nothing on the issue, not trespass into that area. I disagree. I think it's a progressive issue. And, you know, the moment a government has lost control of its borders, then it's criminal gangs that run them, and that isn't progressive at all. Now, out of that, we've developed our strategy going into the election, which is mission-driven government, that an incoming government, if we're privileged to win the election, will be mission-driven with a sense of 5 or even 10-year purpose that will help us. And Jonas and I have been talking actually for many years on various issues. I'm very grateful for his support in everything I've been doing, about the intention of a government that wants to come in, if it wins an election, on mission-driven government, and then the everyday pressures that will always knock a government off course. So that's, you know, how we achieve that and weld together not just what we want to achieve, but how we achieve it, I think is going to be crucial.
So let's talk about that axis of instability and start with talking about borders. We were welcomed by Prime Minister Trudeau last night, who talked proudly of Canada's immigration policy, of its open borders to refugees. On the other hand, just to misquote David Frum, he said something like, if the left insists on enforcing borders, that enforcing borders is the job of fascists, then voters will hire fascists to do the jobs that progressives won't. So we're juggling these two things. How do we balance our instinctive compassion with control of borders?
Well, I think we have to go back to the core that, countries are run state by state, and you have borders, and borders are key to order and security. And we must never not be on the side of order and security, because people need that in their lives. So I think that, in my view, that has been demystified now. It cannot be different. It has to be something which is a key responsibility of government. Then this issue will also depend on geography, of course. I mean, what Keir is facing in the UK, what Italians are facing, with what happens across that geography is different. Speaking for my country, the big theme this year is, of course, Ukrainian refugees coming in. They are welcomed. So they are received, they get collective protection, and they are basically to be found in every of Norway's 350 municipalities. All are taking them in. So that's the least controversial kind of influx of people coming, but in great numbers, So it's a big challenge, and it's also an opportunity because they can take part in society and work. Our border, which is a pretty complex one, is our border with Russia in the north, and how we manage, you know, that border, and also in terms of security. And right now, it's a border which used to be very closed, and in the fine years of the early part of the century, we had increased traffic across the border. Now we are closing down again, which is a border closing, which is, of course, geostrategically very...
that's a border you probably want to close at the moment, yeah. But Keir, what does a progressive border policy look like, apart from attacking the gangs?
I just think in principle it's wrong to think that control of the border is not a progressive issue. Because if you lose control of the border, a number of things happen. That's when, in certain places, you get into the business of people talking about walls and fences, because you've lost control of the border. It goes down this slippery slope. And if you can't have a wall and a fence, you have some of the gimmicks that we're seeing in the United Kingdom, where, for the first time, we've got a situation having lost control of the borders. The government has got a policy of not allowing those that have entered illegally to even claim asylum, and or pretending it's going to send them out to Rwanda. So if as progressives we step out of the debate on borders and say that's not for us, it's a right-wing issue, we are not concerned with control of the borders, it's a slippery slope to a much worse place. So actually progressives need to be in this place. And, you know, what I think most citizens in most countries want, we're not intolerant, actually. We are welcoming of other people. It's a mischaracterization to suggest that society isn't like that. But underneath that, or underpinning that, if you like, is this sense of it ought to be the government that decides who comes. It shouldn't be a criminal gang that's making millions, hundreds of millions of pounds, running a very, very vile trade. In our particular case, putting people into dangerous boats to cross a very dangerous part of the channel, and putting tens of thousands of lives at risk every time they do it. So I want to push back against this sense that this is somehow not a progressive issue. If it's not a progressive issue, then it's going to a much worse place, I think.
Let's talk about Ukraine and the fact that Russia was the Wagner group, but, you know, fomenting chaos in Africa at the moment, likely to increase the number of immigrants coming to Europe, which actually is an existential threat to progressive parties. You're right, Keir, if we're not dealing with this in a way that voters want us to. So the challenge for us with Russia and Ukraine is not just about Ukraine and the rule of law and liberal democracy, it's also about immigration, actually, because Russia is going to make that a lot worse. So are we doing enough, Jonas, about Ukraine? Does Europe need to do more? And what Keir, would a Labour government do?
Well, here I think, you know, we have to be clear about the issues, because the war in Ukraine is creating instability in multiple circles beyond Ukraine. Food prices, you know, a number of issues. You mentioned Africa, but you can go far into the Caucasus, down into Asia, go to G20 and see what happens there. What is the agenda? What is the shift in global politics as a result of this? So you know, it is also touching immigration, of course, and you know, we can boil it down to the Wagner group in different countries in Africa, the coup culture growing in Western Africa. But coming back to your question, are we doing enough in Ukraine? I was there 2 weeks ago, and you know, we are doing a lot in Ukraine. So the question is, will we continue to do a lot in Ukraine? And will we be able to sustain Ukraine with what they need in the longer run? So these are some fundamental issues in terms of our ability to produce enough weapons, military equipment. We have a totally different industry for that purpose compared to Russia. They can scale up that kind of production as they are doing now. We kind of can't. So we have to rethink that. At the moment, you know, one remark on that, on Ukraine. What we have done in Norway is to say we will pledge support to Ukraine. It's a big package on military, economic, humanitarian. And it's a big sum of money. Per capita, it's the biggest. But the important part about our program is it's a 5-year thing. And I think that is important now to communicate to Ukraine that we are there for the long haul. And that's what I see now that the European Commission is trying to do, that they're going to pledge your EU support for more than only the next quarter. This is, I believe, absolutely existential that we have to do.
Would a Labour government be in there for the long haul?
Yeah, I mean, this is a really good challenge because obviously border security is at one level what happens in each individual country and whether they've got control of it. But Ukraine is a pressure, climate is a pressure on the movement of people, poverty, of course, and persecution and conflict. These are big drivers and they're likely to get more powerful. And so on the one hand, I think progressives have to have a good answer as to what the control of borders looks like in their particular country, but also show global leadership on the issues that are driving the movement of people. Because in the end, climate is an example of this. We need climate leadership because you can see already what is likely to happen with the movement of people and the countries that are most at risk. And one of the most saddening things, I think, in the UK in recent years is a sense that somehow we're stepping off the international stage, that Brexit was seen as not just a change in our relationship with the EU, but a sort of turning of our backs on the world, and we're drifting off the international stage, and you can feel it almost everywhere you go. And if we're privileged to come into government, I think one of the first tasks for an incoming Labour government is going to have to be to restore the UK on the world stage, to restore and make sure that we are part of the discussion about the challenges and show that leadership. And certainly the climate is being weaponised now in a way that it wasn't 5 years ago. There was actually quite a consensus on the climate for quite a long time. Now it's being weaponised and we need to step up to that on the global stage.
Make Britain great again.
No, just make Britain, you know, actually it's a question of being, you know, what do progressives bring to these challenges, which is, I think, is a profound question for this gathering. And I think we bring an openness, not to be misjudged. I mean, Justin Trudeau gave some remarks opening the ceremony last night and was talking about the sort of moralism of progressives that we impose on other people. We mustn't go into that space. We're not looking down on the rest of the world, but we do believe in an open approach, pragmatic answers to the problems that are there, and rules-based collaboration and active governments that go with it. So this is not make Britain great again. It is I think that only progressives can solve the real global challenges that we face. And I don't think we should lack confidence in asserting that. And that's why events like this are so useful, to bring that together, to improve all of our understanding and thinking on these difficult issues.
I want to come to economic insecurity and climate domestically, but just to push you on Ukraine, a Labour government would be in for the long haul?
Absolutely. I mean, on Ukraine, I have been to Kyiv to speak to President Zelensky, as many people have, and to deliver the message face-to-face to him that should there be a change of government in the United Kingdom, there will be no change in the position of support for Ukraine. I think it's very important. And although we have fallen out with the UK government on just about everything else under the sun, we've been very, very careful on Ukraine that we would not divide, we would show that solidarity, because Putin is the one who's looking for the division, and we are certainly not going to allow that to happen.
To come to economic insecurity, the new industrial policies being rolled out and so on, why have progressives tolerated a rise in economic inequality for so long, progressive governments, and yet we've been ready to march on the streets for climate change? Now, I'm not saying it's an either or, but it's a difficult challenge, I think, when we're asking for a lot of climate policy to be paid for off the backs of the poor.
Well, I object to that. You know, we have not accepted inequality. We came to office with a policy of turning that around, a policy of equity. And I think we have made an interesting experience in having done a number of things to use various political instruments to create a fairer society. You know, work is the most important part. We are getting people back to work, low unemployment, have the right mix of benefits and encouragement, education and so on, and having a major focus on that. The challenge here is that when you get inflation and interest rates going, all of that is being kind of not dwarfed, but it's being fundamentally challenged. So that part of our electorate, maybe not, you know, attending this very interesting conversation, they feel in their daily lives that things are going in the wrong direction. And they turn around and they say, who is in charge here? Why don't you fix it? And you know, what we see now, I had a week ago, the first figures that inflation is starting to come down. But these challenges that we are now facing in terms of price hikes and so on are not fixed by single votes or single programs. It takes time. So this is, I think, is a big challenge for progressives because our values are there. The directions of the policy, the mission-oriented policies of education, of labor, of industry, of climate, it's all there. But when you are governing in times of increasing inflation and interest rates, it's a very hard time not that being the key issue.
Is there a problem for us that, as progressives, that we, on the one hand, say this is the cheap option, the clean, green jobs of the future will actually be the cheapest long-term solution. At the same time, we're saying we need trillions of dollars to get this right and we must prioritise it. Well, is there a problem there?
I think that there's a problem in politics, which we've certainly experienced in the UK, in the Labour Party, particularly in the last 10 years, and that is we've been too focused on our own party and movement and the discussions we're having within that movement on things like climate change and not focused enough on where the voters are. And if you're going to take people on a journey, and this is a journey, you start from where they are. And they are very, very insecure. You know, by and large, pretty well for millions of people in the UK. Their costs have gone through the roof and their wages have stayed stagnant. And they are not able to do things now, which they were able to do only a few years ago. For working class, for working people, this is the complete opposite of the aspiration and opportunity that drives them. And we have to understand that, and therefore, if we then do the moralising that Justin was talking about yesterday, to say you must do this because we've thought this through, and you need to just do as we tell you, that will not work. So we have to make the argument about the challenge of net zero, about lower prices. Why, if we do the transition to clean power by 2030 in the UK, will your prices go down? You'll be paying less. We have to make it about security. If we get, you know, if we go to renewables at pace, we become less reliant on the international market, and Putin can't put his boot on our throat, and families are not at the diktat of Putin for the ups and downs of their own family budget. And we have to take people whose jobs may be affected by the change on a fair transition to where they're going next, and they need to be bought in and believe that. And the net zero bit of it, if you like, comes as a sort of fourth strand of the argument. We've led, I think, with a sort of almost patronising argument, certainly in the UK, that we've had to turn around completely. I would also add that, and this has been a problem for us, everybody wants economic growth. We haven't had it significantly now in the UK for many years. But if we're going to do it, and we must, and it's one of the missions that we will have if we're privileged to come into power, it's got to be economic growth everywhere. Because certainly in the UK, having growth in London and the South East and redistribution as a one-word answer for the rest of the country is in me, to my mind, in principle wrong. It isn't the way we should build the economy and lacks the basic dignity and respect that our communities require. And respect is a word that's in progressive discourse over the last 5 years has become a key word now. We've been looking at all the electoral strategies of all our sister parties for the last few years, and respect is one of those threads that you can see going through.
I'll come to the last question, really. I mean, Jonas, do we need to understand better the appeal of the populists, that they're optimistic, they want to blow the system up in your favour? You know, and I know Tony Blair says a thing where, you know, the radicals aren't sensible enough and sensible people aren't radical enough. So you talk about mission government. Do we need to be radically on mission to defeat the populists?
Well, I think this is a pretty straightforward issue in democracy. You come to office with a project, you want to lay out your policies. If you don't deliver what you have aimed for, security, better lives, job opportunities, people shift attention and they want to see the alternative. And if both main alternatives fail, they will go to the extremes on either side. And that's why I think it is really about coming back to the core of our objective as a progressive movement. It's about the daily life of the people and the security of the people and the respect of the people. And there can be no finger pointing, because this is down to the fundamentals of jobs, security, neighborhoods, housing, these issues, and to be seen that government is there with them to deal with it, and to be honest about it. You know what we are experiencing, and now with inflation and interest rates in all our countries, that's a hard call to explain to people. You know that we have to wait, we have to hold back in order to get inflation under control, and while this is on the rise, you suffer. But the light in the end of the tunnel is that if you succeed and it starts to go down, you can always harvest and say that, you know, it worked, and it will make a difference. But it's really about, I think one thing is the respect for people, but really the respect for the life they are living, and the realities. And as Keir said, it has to be a kind of a nationwide approach, because there will always be growth sectors and less growth sectors, but you have to be there for the whole of the people and the whole of the country.
And you've had to make difficult trade-offs. I think in the end, progressives get respect for making the difficult trade-offs rather than promising utopia.
Populists win when progressives fail, and so we have to take this on as our responsibility. And I don't. People are often saying to me, particularly now, you've got to make a choice between reassurance and hope. But you can't have both. I completely reject that. I think that reassurance and hope have to be welded together. You do need that reassurance, that stability to deal with that insecurity, and you won't get hope if you haven't got that in the first place. We had a classic, just about a year ago, we had the classic exposition of that through Liz Truss. She made unfunded commitments, contrary to all the sort of fiscal rules that anyone had ever thought are in place. And what happened? The economy completely tanked. Now, she's doing lectures now, being paid quite a lot of money for doing them. So she's not paying the price of that. Her peerage list will go through in the near future. So all of those advising her will be elevated to our House of Lords. The people paying for that are working people. But we need to learn that lesson. Reassurance, security, hugely important word, welded together with the hope through a mission-driven government, that actually we can not just understand and fix the immediate problem and rebuild, but take our countries on a journey to a place that is reflected in improvements across the lives of millions of people.
And as Jonas says, we lose when we tell people that they've got to drive the right car, eat the right food, use a plastic bag, and by the way, you're fat, vote for us. It's not a winning message. Do we have any time? Do we have a minute or two for questions? Sorry, I can't see. Do we have a minute or two for questions? I'll assume that's it. Silence is a yes. Do we have a couple of questions? I can't see a thing, so if anybody can. Do we have any questions? Oh, John McTernan, the institutional question from... I should have just gone straight to John. John.
It's a question for both very important countries geopolitically, very close parties as well, the Norwegian Labour Party, the Irish Labour Party. One of the reflections on the role that Norway and the role that Britain under you here, if you were elected, can actually play in the international community as a country close to Europe, close to the European Union, but not part of it. So, like, what is the progressive role of an important country in Europe, but not within the European Union? How does that actually look?
Well, I have longer experience than Keir on that.
Yeah.
Because
we've discussed this
because you
many
came out,
times.
yeah, many times. Well, let me two reflections on that. One thing is that a key forum in the coming years will be NATO. And there, the UK is not out on NATO. So, I mean, 80% of our defense capabilities is not EU. It's US, Canada, UK, and plus Norway and a few others. So, but, you know, we're going to get that work. We have to get that to work. The Euro-Atlantic NATO security, which we have now really revamped at Vilnius, new plans, new ways of working, new ways of investing, having that work together with the Europeans. And here I think Norway and the UK can be good bridges because we want to work with the European Union and the members of the European Union. And then secondly, I think for Norway's part, you know, we are fundamentally integrated into the European Union's economy. So we want to reach our climate objectives with Europe. We have the same objectives, we have the same kind of basic framework for how we're going to reach it. That is possible for a country of our size. It's probably not the method CARE could use for the UK with its history and all the rest of it. But you know, we have to really work, make the economy work for the climate, and then there cannot be a Norwegian way and a British way. We're going to get CO2 taxes up to a level where it changes the economy. We're going to invest in offshore wind and new technologies together with European partners. And here we have to play down those differences because it's simply, we don't have time and resources to do it, you know, separately. And with CARE in London, I think, and with us, I think we are not EU members, but we can really play and work together on these key issues, on security and on climate.
And Keir, very quickly.
Very quickly, very good question, John. I mean, look, we have lots of shared history, lots of shared values, lots of shared aspirations, and we should work together and learn from each other. There is the question of being outside the EU, and one of the first things I did after the referendum, when I was doing the Brexit portfolio for the Labour Party, was go to Norway for 4 days and understand properly for myself what it meant to be an EEA country, including standing for a morning on the border, just to see exactly what did happen, and understanding our own histories and politics behind that. I absolutely agree that on security issues and defence and NATO, I think there isn't much good to come out of the conflict in Ukraine, but one of the things that's good that's come out of it is the solidification around NATO and that space, and being able to say on behalf of the Labour Party that not only were we there as signatories of NATO, but our support is unshakable. And I think that has created a wider space in Europe for a discussion. And the final thing I'd say, because I think it's very important to say this, is most of the conflict with the UK being outside of the UK arises insofar as the UK wants to diverge and do different things to the rest of our EU partners. Obviously, the more we share values, the more we share a future together, the less the conflict. And actually, different ways of solving problems become available. You know, actually, we don't want to diverge. We don't want to lower standards. We don't want to rip up environmental standards, working standards for people at work, food standards, and all the rest of it. So suddenly, you're in a space where, notwithstanding the obvious fact that we are outside of the EU and not in the EEA, there's a lot more common ground than you might think.
Thank you both very much. You're both
Thank
on the
you.
front line of this.
Thank you.
Keep going. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and we'll go for a very quick 5 minutes break, and then we'll reorder here in order to welcome the Prime Minister of Canada. Thank you.
everybody knows the degree to which your magic was behind everything that happened. So I'm going to be indulgent and thank Braden and his team. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Once again, in my hometown, we've had a few of these events here, and this one is a particularly good one. Nous sommes ravis de vous accueillir ici à Montréal. Bienvenue à tous et à tous. Canada 2020 has worked for over 18 years to advance global progress in summits like these, and I hope you've had fun and learned a lot of things along the way. As we prepare to welcome our panel, I actually want to just speak quickly about you guys. Today we're welcoming prime ministers, ministers, leaders, innovators, and advocates from well over 15 countries. You represent an unparalleled group of changemakers committed to building a better, fairer, and more prosperous world. And you represent the idea that politics can and must be a force for good. You help make progressive politics the force that it is. So take a look around you. Many of the global leaders we've welcomed on stage today started out as attendees at Global Progress Summits, just like these. You could be sitting beside a future prime minister. You could be a future prime minister. Or you might be a future leader in corporate or in business or in some other area where we need to get our message and influence. So, our panel today consists of 4 leaders who have been making sure that the world is becoming a more progressive place for everyone. The panel will be led by Supriya Davidi, Supriya, always bad with names, Director of Policy and Engagement at McGill's Centre for Media, Technology and Democracy, and a member of Canada's 2020 Advisory Board. Je vous invite à vous joindre à moi pour accueillir très chaleureusement, de manière montréalaise, nos panélistes. Please join me in giving a very warm welcome, Montreal welcome, to Sanna Marin, former Prime Minister of Finland, Jacinda Ardern, former Prime Minister of New Zealand, Jonas Gahr Støre, Prime Minister of Norway, and of course, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau.
Hi, everyone. So I am Supriya Davidi, and let's kick this off. I understand that we're a little bit pressed for time, so I'm just going to jump right into the hot button stuff right away for fun. Our international rules-based order and democratic values more generally are being challenged, seemingly all over the world. The planet's on fire. We're in a really uncertain time economically. So how do we exactly go about, as progressives, offering people hope and that there is a better possibility when the world can kind of feel like a dumpster fire these days? Yeah, you first. Yeah, you first. Yeah.
Okay. Start off with the easy one.
Hometown kid, yeah.
I think, first of all, you're absolutely right that it really feels pretty awful for a whole bunch of people out there. And they see it in the news, and they see it online, and they look at war in Europe and climate change impacts and everything. But what it comes down to is they're having trouble paying their mortgage. They can't find an affordable apartment. Grocery bills are going up. They're worried about the future in general and specifically for themselves and their kids. And progressives can come and talk about, oh, we need to build a better world. If we're not responding to where people are on a daily life, then we're not going to be connecting with them. And the secret that sort of the right wing has and populists have and people who are not as fussed around democratic values have is they can just reflect back and amplify the very real anger and frustration and anxiety that people have, and people feel like they're being seen and they're heard. And when progressives come forward and say, we can build a better world that is fairer for everyone, and we're going to do well, and we're going to build a brighter future, these are all aspirational things that it's hard to get up to when you're stuck at the base of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So what we need to do a better job of as progressives is make the argument that we've been making for a long time now, that a truly inclusive economy is a stronger economy. That progressive policies, things like $10 a day childcare that we're bringing in here in Canada, that modeled on something that's been here in Quebec for 25 years, moving forward on things like a Canada Child Benefit, moving forward on reconciliation to make sure that we're able to create real partnerships with Indigenous people to get big projects built around our natural resources. That we're building stronger, inclusive societies with better opportunities for small businesses, that government can take an active role in creating the conditions to build more housing. These are the things we need to be talking about. And progressives, we fall into the same traps all the time when the right want to draw us into culture wars on issues of identity or wokeness. We've got to be able to say, yes, we'll always be there to stand up for people's rights. But we're also going to be there to put food on the table, to make sure you have good jobs in a changing world, to focus on the middle class and people working hard to join it. And getting that narrative, which is not as easy as just reflecting back and amplifying anger, but that is providing real solutions that people can see and feel and know that we're on the right track. That's the challenge that we're facing when everything feels like dross. And we need to show that, no, our institutions work and we can actually respond to these challenges in a tangible, individual way.
I agree. And actually, we were discussing earlier about many matters that really worries people these days. Wildfires, violence, crime, drug use, social problems, homelessness. All the problems that people see every day, and people are not stupid. They are seeing that everything very difficult and worrying is happening every day all across the world, whether it's climate change, loss of biodiversity, equality taking leaps backwards, whether it's human rights that's being questioned, the rule-based order. People are not stupid. And they want answers, and they want that political leadership that really cares about them, that really cares about these matters. So I think we should be very honest. We should have a reality check. What's the world's today? And we should be very straightforward, very honest, see the problems that people are facing every day, and then give the solutions that Justin was talking about. So see the problems of the world and also see the problems of everyday lives. I think we have so much to give as progressive leaders, progressive parties, but we also need to work together because these kind of problems that we are seeing each of our countries, they are happening also elsewhere. For example, homelessness that we were discussing earlier, that is a huge problem in many countries, in Canada, in the States, also many countries in Europe. We should find solutions together, and actually Finland is one of the few countries in the world that has been able to reduce homelessness. And we have this Home First policy, and we have been actively involved in this matter. So I think handling and tackling these problems that people are seeing every day, giving solutions to them, I think this is one way to have that trust, to gain that trust from people.
Prime Minister Story, I want to tweak the question slightly for you and focus specifically on climate. You know, the last election that you won was dubbed the climate election. Norway has taken decisive action on climate change. Like Canada, you also produce oil. How do you sell a progressive argument for climate change, action, while everybody's worried about what their gas tank costs and other stuff more generally? But
I think we are vulnerable, and I come out of, is my mic on? Yeah. I come out of local elections where we could have done better, because we faced the challenge of rising prices, interest rates, and it hits people's economy and daily life, and it's basically a very hard time making other points when that is the reality every day, as Justin just said. You know, they see this in every sense. So we have to be careful about all other agendas, that they are not kind of messed up or mixed into this in the wrong way. For me, the climate change thing is really about trying to formulate it in a way that you cut emissions and create jobs, showing that you can create an economy that is going to create jobs, going to create new opportunities, while achieving the climate obligations, bringing these abstract Paris obligations, the Fit for 55 France, bring that back into the daily life of community and show that there are opportunities. And there are plenty, really. What I've been through then a regional election campaign in 350 communities in Norway, I've never seen before the following, that the big themes of our times that you could discuss as conferences like this really now come down at the local level and they mean something. Demography. Population over 80. When I was health minister in Norway 10 years ago, the population over 80 went down. Now the post-Second World War generation is coming in, so every mayor will have to prepare for that. Renewable energy is not an abstract. It's going to happen everywhere, and you have to produce more renewable energy, more grid, and it's going to happen in a local community, and it's going to be debate about those grids and the wind onshore and offshore. And then, of course, the war in Ukraine. There's a Ukrainian refugee in every municipality in my country. And it's a big hole in my budget to support Ukraine militarily, economically, humanitarian support. So we have to bake that into our progressive value base, where I believe we have an opportunity, because for me in politics it's really about how do we make the social contract? How do we make equity work for the economy? It's not only a political objective. We believe that a more equitable economy will provide more jobs, more opportunity, better for all, those on the top and those who are suffering further down. But it has to be concrete. And I think that's the challenge of our movement and conferences like this, is to move it from the value base to the very concrete options, as Sanna said, on housing. What can we learn from each other? How can we create something which is meaningful on cutting emission, creating jobs? How can I tell the people, I ask my generation when I meet people out there in industry, I said, where did you start? Well, I started building oil platforms. So what do you do now? I build offshore wind platforms. And the reason why I salute him or her is that they take their experience and we value it and use it for new purposes. And I asked somebody else in industry and said, what are you drilling out there in the North Sea now? They're not drilling for oil. They are drilling for reservoirs for depositing CO2. But they have the experience from this further one. So this is I think for us to be there with them, create these opportunities and show that there is our movement will die if it does not maintain some kind of optimistic vision of what we can achieve. And it's hard to be optimistic when you take part by part of negative news. But I think, believe opportunity is there. That is what can drive both communities and individuals.
Jacinda, a lot of the progressive policies that are proposed are popular, but the discourse and debate around them ends up being so wildly toxic and polarized, particularly online. I believe you have some experience in online vitriol. How should progressives be communicating our policies and cutting through some of the vitriolic noise that exists in these spaces?
You've really started with all of, those nice light, quick fire rounds where everyone gets to know the panel a bit. This is at the heart of, what we as progressives are facing. And I will just give the slight disclaimer that, when I left office, one of the things I wanted to do was go and spend a little bit of time thinking, which feels very luxurious and quite a privileged thing to be able to do. But you have so little time when you're in office to sit back and reflect. You have to do, you have to be, you have to react. And so you've got me a little early on in that thinking piece. I'm 13 days in, and I cannot tell you that I've resolved all of these issues in my mind yet. But I have some hot takes and reckons. I think the first thing is that you refer to it as a dumpster fire. it really matters that people see, I think, their leaders acknowledging that things are hard. And we can't stand there next to a dumpster on fire and not acknowledge that it's burning behind us. So speaking to what people are feeling, I think, is a really incredibly important first step to demonstrating that we hear it, we see it, and then we're looking for those solutions. Now, one of the challenges then becomes, how do you build consensus around solutions? The first thing is, I don't think people have the bandwidth to even have the debate around the poly-crisis, and you can pick which crisis sits within that because there's a few to choose from. I don't think they have the bandwidth even for that discussion unless we're dealing with their basic needs, as Justin said from the beginning. There's a beautiful quote from a Prime Minister of New Zealand that sometimes gets misquoted, and I'm going to do that a little bit now, but his general gist was, everybody just needs something to do, somewhere to live, someone to love, and something to hope for. And we've always got to make sure that we get back to those basics and the policy prescription that we have, in part because it gives people bandwidth to then have those bigger discussions. The second point, how do we create consensus around those big gnarly issues? Pick the areas where you need consensus. Now, as a progressive, of course, I want to have a society and a community where everyone can see that that natural disaster was exacerbated by climate change, if not caused by it. And I want people to be able to acknowledge that, but some people, they might never do that. But actually what we need them to agree with is the solution, not necessarily the problem in the first place. I read somewhere recently that there was someone in the southern part of the US who bought an EV because it made it quieter for them to sneak up on their prey when they were hunting. Hey, look, whatever it takes, but we spend a lot of time trying to get that agreement around the climate issue, and of course, because morally that feels important to us, actually the most important thing is the solution. So how do we build solutions that speak to those needs? Put in place, insulation policies that mean someone's home's going to be warmer and drier and cheaper to warm. Who wouldn't want that added bonus? It helps with the climate crisis. Make EVs cheaper, subsidize them if you need to. Social leasing schemes, whatever it takes, added bonus on that. It deals with the climate crisis, but it deals with the cost of living as well. Speak to the need, because sometimes there's just not the bandwidth for the poly crisis. That was like the one New Zealand delegate in the front row. Hi, Craig. And Josie.
Prime Minister, so much has changed since when you were first elected in 2015.
There's 4 Prime Ministers on the stage.
I'm looking at you, so I assume. So Prime Minister Trudeau, you were first elected in 2015. Seems like a lifetime ago. For me, I can't imagine what it seems like for you.
Yesterday.
Yeah. How do you move forward in 2023 knowing that the 2015 game plan is outdated, perhaps, and there are new challenges and new worries and new anxieties?
Well, there are always new challenges and new worries. I mean, nobody thought we'd be back in war in Europe, and nobody thought we'd be dealing with a global pandemic, but we knew we'd be dealing with climate change and impacts of it. We knew there was a rise in authoritarianism and a hollowing out of a whole bunch of people in society who are worried about being left behind by the pace of change. That's why in 2015 we got elected focused on the middle class and people working hard to join it. And we put forward policies that were designed and focused on creating economic growth in a way that everyone could feel. And in our first years, we lifted 1 million people out of poverty in Canada, while at the same time creating 1 million new jobs. We cut child poverty in half with the Canada Child Benefit. We've continually put forward, we made reconciliation with Indigenous people a core part of our approach, and not just because it was the morally right thing to do, because we knew that if we're going to be able to get pipelines or new mines for lithium or whatever that we're going to need as resources in the world built, we needed to do it in trust and in partnership with Indigenous people who no longer trusted, with good reason, the Canadian government. We set forward an ambitious policy agenda that was for the benefit of Canadians. And the nice thing is, 8 years later, after having said, you know, we need to take on the challenge of climate change, but also understand it's an opportunity around climate change. At first, it was all about the climate and the challenge and the need to step up and make sacrifices. If we hadn't been leading on climate change, we wouldn't be pointing at the thousands of jobs coming in with Volkswagen creating the first global gigafactory outside of Europe for creating electric batteries. We wouldn't have Stellantis and others investing in the battery supply chain in Canada because we're providing clean energy and we're providing a vision that is serious about drawing in global investment that is responsible. We're creating jobs because of that progressive agenda at the same time as we've been dealing with, well, complicated times. Trump, pandemic, war in Europe, crises around Canada being on fire this summer because of the impacts and exacerbated by climate change. We got elected to put the focus on building a strong, inclusive economy that worked for all Canadians, and to stand up for science and data, to stand up for rules and the rules-based order and democratic values. Every single one of those is more important now than it even was in 2015. So the answer is, we've got a lot to do. We've done a lot, but there's a lot more that we're going to have to do if we're going to make sure that Canadians and everyone around the world sees a path through these difficult times, not just for them, but for their kids, for their neighbors, for their community, wherever they are in the country or around the world.
Hostile state actors are becoming increasingly emboldened. And again, I believe you know a thing or two about hostile state actors. And it's interesting because often it feels as though they're winning. How should progressive governments be navigating in a time where you regularly have state-coordinated disinformation campaigns, let's say, or inorganic activity flooding online spaces? What's a progressive answer to the rise of these sorts of tactics?
Well, that's a big question. I wish I had the answer to handle this, but this is a big problem, of course, that we are seeing every day. People are wondering, especially women and people from different minorities are wondering, can they enter politics? Can they work in politics? Because they are facing hate speech every day online. They are facing their mouth being shut. They are facing all kind of violence just participating in politics or societal work. So this is something that people really wonder, and we can see that in local election level, even not only in national elections, but also in local elections. And this is continuous, and it's happening in every level. So this is of course a big problem. We could answer that we need more regulation, we need more discussion about the matter, we need all sort of things. But there is also very nasty reasons behind this, why this is happening. It's not only happening by itself. We are also seeing that it's happening because of different countries influencing. And for example, in Finland, we saw different kind of campaigns during our NATO process or during the war, also during COVID. And this wasn't only organic, but also created from different actors in the world. I think we should stop being naive in general. I think we should stop being naive. There are more authoritarian countries there that are raising their heads, that are rising, that are challenging the democratic values and the democratic way of building societies. And I think democratic countries should be so much stronger fighting these kind of authoritarian values that are rising. And I think hate speech, online harassment, misinformation that we are seeing, this is only part of that kind of war of values that we are seeing. And it's very difficult also to tackle this kind of misinformation. You were on the panel before discussing about this matter, so it's very complex, and it's also very difficult to run up to, because there's always new kind of forums for this kind of behavior, new social media platforms, new technologies. And for example, there has been studies shown that AI is only imitating what is happening in the real world, so it's also racist. It can be very aggressive towards women, towards minorities. So we are facing these problems that are very complex, and when new technologies enter, there are only new problems ahead of us, and you cannot run those problems regulating only, because regulation takes time and these technologies are created every day. So it's a very complex problem. I don't have the answer how to handle that. I wish that there were easy answers and easy solutions, because it's a real problem and threat towards democracy, and especially for different people participating in decision-making process.
Did you want to add something, Jacinta? It looked like you were...
No, it's just I was hoping that Sada would have all the answers, because we sent a study group to Finland to study what they were doing on mis and disinformation. And in part, it was really looking at your education system, because I think that is a place to start with this issue of how do you deal with disinformation online. And I'm loath to go to that place where we expect the consumer or the user to self-police or self-regulate. I think it has to be much bigger than that. But how do we create a generation of individuals who are aware that they're going to come across that in their everyday lives, but who aren't cynical, but instead are curious? And I think that is one of the traits that we need to better value, is the sense of curiosity, because the loss of curiosity means that we're no longer interested in another person's perspective. We're no longer interested in demonstrating a willingness to understand why they come at an issue in a different way or have empathy for that. We instead choose to silo ourselves and never engage in the debate in a way that is respectful and creates an environment where we might be able to see a little shift in the way that we move as a society. So curiosity in me is incredibly important. It's not really something that is encouraged in politics, because in politics we're always told as leaders that we need to know everything. Have you ever heard a politician stand up and say frequently, "I don't know"? And yet we are presented constantly with challenges where we don't. And the reason we don't say that is because we think to give confidence to our voters, we need to demonstrate absolute knowledge, absolutely. We need a plan. We need to know what to do to support our people and give them confidence. But we also need to feel willing to acknowledge and have the humility to acknowledge when we don't have all the information. We need to emulate that curiosity and the willingness to change our mind when the evidence demonstrates to us that we need to. That's just one thought on the issue, though. It is one of the big challenges of the poly-crisis, this new environment, the online space, which is increasingly difficult. But I am an optimist at heart, and I believe that within this challenge, coming back to some simple values of empathy, curiosity, and humility may be part of it.
Prime Minister Story, you wanted to get in on that?
I don't know. No. If I may just, there are 3 minutes left, I can see on the screen the big themes, but let me reduce it to very important but isolated themes. Are we going to leave the issue of young men and boys to the far-right populistic attraction through TikTok and that kind of media? Or are we going to make a reflection on it as progressives? I don't know what you see in your countries, but we see that young boys struggle more in the early school years. You see the results. We have evidence coming in. We want to be evidence-driven in our policies. We believed 10 years ago that having iPads for all kids would be the great entry into using new digital tools. Now we find out that there is a stolen focus. Something is happening out there. Should we... I don't believe in wiping out the iPads, but you know, my government has now put more money into restoring the books and the texts. We see from studies now that from 2015 till today, the reading ability of kids in our country is going steep down, especially among young boys. They simply don't read. And it's of course a social issue, but it is going pretty much through the digital generation. And to me, I think this is a lot of food for thought for progressives. So how do we organize from early time on? Before school, early school years, education, teachers, and all the rest of it. But what really makes me afraid in this is that the whole kind of woke identity focus that is driven from outside politics here is very attractive. And I think we saw something in the Swedish elections, general elections, that the young were voting differently and basically not being inside the scope of politics, basically. And we saw in our regional elections that we had a week ago a major right-wing turn among the young in schools when they kind of do their testing there. And I will not, I mean, I respect that other parties may have, you know, success on our, and we may not, because we normally do good in those elections among the young. But it worries me because there's something happening here in terms of attention and what this generation of young men, and they are going to move into adult life, what kind of work life, and so on. And I think we as progressives should really pay attention to it.
You can see there's only like 19 seconds left. If you want to do closing.
In 2015, you know, we got elected hugely because young people came out and voted for us in a very strong, progressive way, reacting against a conservative government that they felt didn't share their values on climate, on a huge range of things. And reaching those young people now, not just because of the challenge of incumbency, but because there is a shift going on with what they're being exposed to online, what they're choosing to see, how they feel about where the world is going, is something that we absolutely have to tackle as progressives. How we restore the idea, and I remember back in 2015 when we started, there was this idea that maybe we're reaching a point where it's the end of progress, where that idea that every generation would do better than the generation before because of the hard work that everyone puts into it was no longer holding. Well, now we sort of all feel it's not even a question, that promise of our societies that you would get to work hard and succeed even better than your parents, that everyone would, no longer holds. I think the question we have to figure out, we have to answer, and not just answer for ourselves in policy, but demonstrate to young people, but to everyone out there, is that it's possible to re-secure that promise. Whether it's an economic promise, whether it's security in general with a rise in violence or with mental health challenges or whatever it is. Being secure in the promise of a better environment as well. I mean, these are the things that people are deeply anxious about. And if no one's coming up with answers, well, then they will turn to the people who are shouting loudest and most outraged alongside them. But there are answers. And our capacity as progressives to not just figure out those answers, because we're all about listening to the best scientists and thought leaders and academics and researchers out there, but how we can make people feel at this time of anxiety that there are solutions, there are answers, they are grounded in reasonable, earnest actions that we can take as governments and institutions to tackle these problems. Getting people to be optimistic about the future, but also comforted in their present challenges, that's where we need to connect with people. And right now, whether it's young boys being distracted online or people being angered by populist parties and feeling heard and seen, we have a lot of work to do as progressives to get people back to realizing there are big challenges that we're all facing, but there are also solutions to those challenges. And the only way we get to those solutions is if we actually pull together, listen to each other, and bring people along with us.
It's a great place to end, and not just because the light's red and blinking. I'm turning it over to somebody.
Thank you so much. This privileged group of leaders with us. We have an Northern Star. Thank you so much. And we will continue on the theme of sustainability and prosperity. And it is my task to welcome up the former Executive Vice President of the European Commission, Mr. Frans Timmermans, the President of Talona, a former Head of Sustainable Development at the Brazilian Presidency, Nathalie Unterstel, the Member of Parliament and the Shadow Secretary for Foreign Affairs from the UK, David Lamey, and the Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador, Andrew Furry. And to facilitate this, we have Ryan Wayne from the Tony Blair Institute. Please all welcome up on stage, and Ryan, give it a go.
Hello, everyone. So, I must confess, when I saw the title of this panel, first of all, it took me about 2 hours to read it in full. And I think someone's playing tricks and just gone into the tombola of policy wonkishness and pulled out some random words. So, take a deep breath, but the panel is titled New Paths of Prosperity and Sustainability, the Role of the State in Strong Communities in a Fast-Changing Economic Paradigm. And breathe. So I did what any sensible person working in a highly respected, highly regarded think tank like the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change, which prides itself on high caliber research that has depth to it, and we take pride in evidence-based research. In fact, I did what anyone in that situation would do. I went onto ChatGPT and asked them for a new title based on what we're trying to achieve today, and it came back and said, it's the economy, open brackets, and climate, close brackets, stupid. Not even a gender-rated jobs are safe in this new technological revolution. But I like the complexity of the title because ahead of us is a complex situation, and the economy is by no means an easy thing anymore. We've heard today that a climate crisis doesn't care for borders, but we know that the rise of deglobalization and onshoring really does care for borders. We know that many of the people that we want to secure the votes of face a cost of living crisis, and that risks leaving communities behind. And we have a populism that exploits people's grievances, but it doesn't invent them, and we need to counter them. And we also know that climate is a new frontier of that populism. We've heard today a rallying cry for progressives to deliver prosperity for our people, to fight climate change. And we heard from Mark Carney that requires an active state, one that builds, gets stuff done, and for us, we take on populism. So look, I think we've got a perfect panel to answer this, given the range of perspectives. Now, they need no introduction, but I've learned the hard way, working with politicians. That doesn't necessarily translate as they don't want an introduction. So let me tell you a little bit who they are. So we've got Frans Timmermans, who was at the forefront of the EU Green Deal as the Vice President of the European Commission. He's now returned to frontline politics to take on that climate populism in Holland. To my right, we've got Andrew, who is the Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador, and he is delivering prosperity as we speak in a province. We've got David Lamey. David makes me proud to be British. David, we hope, and if you look at the polls, we expect to be the next Foreign Secretary of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. But what I like about David, being on this panel is that David also represents a constituency in North London, Tottenham, which is actually at risk of being left behind if we don't get this right, and is also susceptible to some of that populism we talked to. And we've got Natalie. Natalie has a huge brain and a big heart, and is working very closely alongside President Lula with the G20. And Natalie is an expert in climate, but can also give us a bit more insight into the deforestation agenda. And the way we're going to play this today, so Franz has very kindly agreed to give us 7 or 8 minutes up front, just talk a little bit more about the Green Deal and also some of the challenges and opportunities ahead. So, Franz, if you'd like to take to the lectern, over to you.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here today. It's been a great day so far, and it's always great to be in Montreal, one of my favorite cities on this planet. Ryan, let me start by congratulating you on Liverpool's victory earlier today. I think that was a good, but my role here is now to tell you something about the European Green Deal, how it came about and how I think it could work, and how it also had an influence on choices made in other parts of the world. After the European elections, well, in the run-up of the European elections, we decided to campaign on the progressive side for a European Green Deal. And it got momentum, especially because so many young people were going into the streets in Europe and all over the world. I can never not mention that because of Fridays for Future, the Green Deal was born. So activism does actually deliver. And this is something we, on the progressive side, should never forget. Once we had the European elections, and we did a lot better than people expected, but we didn't get the top job. That's the interesting thing in European politics, is if you don't get the top job, you need to negotiate a program. You get much more of your program done than had you had the top job. And that's how the Green Deal came about. So the essence of the Green Deal is that Europe set for itself the target of becoming the first climate neutral continent by 2050. At a time in 2019 where this was seen still as overly ambitious, but now seems to be more or less a consensus, any time span between 2050 and 2070, I would say, if I look at the global situation. So you set a target for 2050, which is the easy part. But then if you set the target for 2050, you have to take the responsibility to map out how you're going to get there. And mapping out how you're going to get there is not just saying, well, this is where we want to be in 2040. Yeah, that's part of it. It's also saying where you want to be in 2030, and then it's also saying how you're going to, what you're going to do in the next couple of years. This is the Green Deal. So we have a plan that allows us to say with confidence that 2050 climate neutral is feasible if we follow the following footsteps, following directions. Now, one of the things I needed politically for this is to set the goal of the emission reductions by 2030 that was necessary, which was before at 45%, which we needed to bring up to 55%, to set that into legislation. So we got a majority in Parliament and in the Council, where the member states are represented, to have a climate law. So it's now a legally binding obligation on member states to reach the emission reductions that we had agreed upon by 2030. And then you go into all different sorts of policy areas. We can go through them, but I think I'll just skip most of that. You have to always look at what people think is feasible, and then go 2 or 3 steps beyond that, and then try and get a majority for that. And usually that works out quite well, because what is feasible today turns out to be more feasible tomorrow. And because, you know, never, in this day and age, I've heard so many gloomy words being spoken, and rightly so. But at the same time, human ingenuity today is firing on all cylinders if you if you will permit me to make a reference to the combustion engine before it finally disappears. And we see so many inventions coming to the table almost on a daily basis. And so the Green Deal should also look at what's actually happening. Some things will go faster than we had anticipated. The transition to renewable energy is moving at lightning speed. It's going much, much faster than anybody had anticipated. We need to play into that. This means that renewable energy is becoming more accessible, is becoming more affordable, and also the industries producing all the elements for the renewable energy are becoming more profitable. Not everywhere yet. There's still a huge challenge in wind, for instance, but we're getting there. So you have to adapt your policies, and you have to then up the ante. You have to be even more ambitious, because you can do that. In other areas, it might be more difficult. The economic transition is more difficult if people fear the loss of their jobs before the new jobs come about. So because we have no time to waste, you have to start massively investing in new industries, but in part, and I think this is part of the genius of the IRA, of the Inflation Reduction Act, in parallel to existing industries. So you have to give the existing industries time to either catch up or to slowly disappear in the same time as you are building up the new industries, so you can retrain the workforce to take up these new jobs, which are, at least they're cleaner, they're probably better paying, and they're sustainable for the long run. So again, you can, especially for blue-collar workers, the prospect of taking a job that probably could also be your kid's job is something that gives a lot of comfort and takes away insecurity in society. So these are the things you need to do as well. But then you enter into the more difficult areas. We discovered two areas where emission reductions were not going well. Actually, emissions were going up: transport and the built environment. Now, if you then start acting on those two areas, you affect the personal lives of citizens very, very, very directly. So if you say you need to reduce emissions in transport, which means that you're going to make it more costly to burn fuel, then you have to make sure you have alternatives for people who can't afford alternatives today. If you say you need to reduce the carbon footprint of housing, for instance, which many, many people are doing already today, at least in Europe, not because of the climate, but because that reduces their energy bill. People who can afford to buy solar panels are already buying solar panels and heat pumps. But there are millions of Europeans who cannot afford to do that, who depend on social housing, etc. So then you have to come up with a program that will allow some of the funds that you generate through the emissions trading system to be channeled into refurbishing, especially social housing, in such a way that the proposition is very clear. You say to people, okay, we'll refurbish the housing, we'll take care of all of that, housing associations, you'll get solar panels, you'll get heat pumps, your rent will go slightly up, but your energy costs will go down much more than your rent will go up. So on balance, you will be spending less. And this is the proposition that you need to take to the people. And yes, they want less emissions. Yes, they want cleaner air. But their primary concern is today, how are they going to afford to pay for their energy? And if you can tell them, if we do this within a couple of years' time, your energy bill will be 1/4 of what your energy bill is today, you really change their lives, because their energy bill is sometimes, they need to make the choice between heating their homes or buying shoes for their kids or buying food even. So I think this is an essential element of the European Green Deal. This is how I got the majority together, to show that in this era of fundamental transformation, redistribution should be front and center to everything you do. Politics is always about redistribution. And then when I say this, very often I get, oh, that's the pinko guy talking about redistribution again. But tax relief for major corporations is also redistribution. It's where you end up with the support that counts. And I think in this day and age, we have a strong case to show that the transition policies needed to address the climate crisis can be socially sustainable. And we should never, there are scores of right-wing parties and people who say we shouldn't have this climate policy because ordinary people can't afford it. People who never gave, I should stay polite, people who never really cared about the income position of poor people, now all of a sudden have discovered this to protect the interest of the shareholders in the major oil companies. That should not be our goal. And we should be able to prove concretely that the redistribution we organize will make sure that the transition is a just transition and that we will leave no one behind. Thank you.
Testament to you, and I think you're absolutely right about the proposition being an economic one. We've heard that loud and clear today. I want to bring Natalie in now, because Natalie, I think sometimes the perspective we miss on this is the global south, and just tell us a little bit about the work that you've been doing in Brazil, and maybe a bit of a status update where you're at and where we need to go, because we know that climate is a global issue, and maybe we can explore what that means when it comes to domestic politics.
Thank you, Ryan. And it's a pleasure to be here today on this panel, and I want to stick to the word prosperity, which is part of the original title, right? Prosperity is something that is not delivered in the short term. You need time. And in relation to climate change, we are talking about a marathon. We will be cleaning up the planet for a long while, so we need to sustain effort in the coming 20, 30, 50 years. I'm saying that because right now we know what is necessary to be done, and actually it's not rocket science, right? So first we have to turbocharge the investments in all low emissions technologies, and this is happening. If we look at the many races within the race to zero, we see that happening with the EV race, with the sustainable food race, even the critical minerals, right? So this is happening, that our policy packages being implemented all over the world. So I'm confident that this is going well, and that we will need political support to really get where we need to. But there's a second element out of three that is not happening, and that I'm very concerned about, especially in the so-called global south, which is the fast, the full, and the fair phase out of all fossil fuels. We are not so far able to encourage the oil and gas industry to shift their business models. And that's a big problem, because even countries like mine, Brazil, that have a very good stock of clean energies, instead of completing that transition, they're going back. We are actually delaying the transition. And I think that's a big issue for citizens, for decision makers, because what's going to happen, we don't know. And I don't see leadership at the global level. That's why I think we need to look at the G20, and this group has not yet delivered a comprehensive energy package, for instance. That should be, one of the political programs that Gerard was talking about earlier. We need that kind of thing. And the main problem here is that many nations and the fossil fuel industry, they are keeping their plans to continue the explorations on oil and gas regardless of the global carbon budget, right? And that's a production gap. If we don't reconcile that, sorry, we are not getting to 1.5, neither to 2 degrees. So a major, major issue. I don't have high hopes for COP28, but I'm hoping that Brazil from now in the arc to COP30 starts to reckon with that and do something about. The question to progressives then is how to hold governments and the fossil fuel industry accountable on oil and gas. That's what I think we need to answer. And finally, getting to the third point, it's nature. It's not forests or ocean, but nature. We gotta redefine our relationship with nature, and that lends if we have a political program too. I'm very excited about that, because despite the fact that in the past 10, 15 years, major nature-rich countries like Brazil, Indonesia, we had ups and downs regarding deforestation, right? Brazil controlled deforestation in the past decade. Then we elected a strong man, and the whole work what disappeared, but I'm very confident that now we have the political support to implement a very progressive agenda, and that's happening. Indonesia, the same. They reduced deforestation by 80%. Now the deal is how to make that durable. So that's what is on the table. And I'm also very excited about Brazil becoming the next president of G20, as well as the host of COP30 in 2025, because for the first time, at least in my lifetime, what I'm seeing back home is excitement of every citizen, even, you know, farmers, and I could name several categories, you know, of citizens and constituencies about seeing nature as an asset, not as a problem, seeing the Amazon as a solution and not something that we, you know, see as a liability. So I really think that the role that Brazil wants to play in the coming 2-3 years is that of a pioneer on nature-based economies and also of a global partner in the energy transition. So fingers crossed that this is going to be delivered. We are going to be pushing, and so help us in that too.
Fantastic, thank you, Natalie. And I agree. What an exciting future. And David, you could be at that COP30 representing Britain as Foreign Secretary. I guess there is a political question here. Nature-based economy, talking about deforestation in Brazil, the role of the global community in that. These are all important political things, and as Natalie said, that is the political programme. But how do you square that with some of the challenges that your community in Tottenham faces? How do we traverse the two?
You've got a bridge, I think, on the climate and sustainability issue. And I think we've got some work to do in Europe on this, between a debate that feels quite technical, that feels scientific in the sense that it's preoccupied with temperature, and a debate that can combine a community like mine in North London with a community in the industrial north, or a community in the Amazon basin in Brazil. And I think that there's an old language that progressives understood but sometimes lose that we have to rediscover. And the movement that I think combines this is the climate justice movement. Because in fact, just as indigenous people are at the front line of the climate crisis, or black or brown people in the global south are at the front line, or African Americans in Flint, or indeed traditional white working class communities who were the folk who went down those mines, the language that we need to talk is one of justice and of equity and of access to those jobs as we make that transition. That's the first thing. The second thing then to be guarded about is the populists have no answers. They have no answers to climate. In fact, they stand opposed to climate. And what we're seeing in the UK under Rishi Sunak particularly is a sort of laissez-faire approach that is the economy of the past. We have to be careful then not to fall down the silo, and I say this very gently, of identity politics. Understanding that the two revolutions of the 20th century, both those liberal revolutions, can be problematic. One is the liberal revolution of the 1960s that gave us women's rights, gay rights, rights for minorities all over the globe, including my ancestors. That's a great thing. But if we're just aware of our rights and not our collective responsibilities, we run into the sand, and we have to hold on then to that center ground. Then the third one thing I would say that's important is communication. And I have to say, at a progressive conference, on the whole, we are lousy at communication. So the best political slogan, I think, of this past period, we have to accept we did not come up with, the right came up with it, and it was take back control, that won Nigel Farage and Boris Johnson the Brexit fight. I was really pleased to see the Democrats name their effectively their climate bill, the Inflation Reduction Act. That means something to my constituents and all of the constituencies represented here. We have to learn and get the language right if we want to take communities like mine and others with us.
And Dave, it's interesting that you picked a populist right slogan, because when the populist right get in rooms like this, the discussions aren't about the substance of the policy, they're not about how to progress, they are about how to divide, and they focus so much on language and communication, and we have to accept it as it's absolutely critical and important. Franz, I'd love to bring you in here, because Green Deal, is that too technical? Is the language right there? Do we have further to go on the communication side of things?
Well, the problem, if you devise policies at the European level, the problem is that our continent and our EU is so diverse that you cannot have a one-size-fits-all communication strategy. It just doesn't work, because some messages resound with others, etc. The Green Deal at the time obviously was inspired on what was first said here in the US, New Green Deal, which again is based on Roosevelt's New Deal. So it wasn't original, but it stuck. It's one of those policies that almost every European citizen has heard of, the Green Deal, which is quite unique in EU policies, because the EU in general, in its policies, is very far removed from day-to-day reality of many people, unless you're a farmer and you have the common agricultural policy. But for the rest, it's a policy that has created its own existence in people's minds. But now, I think we need to move very quickly towards climate justice. And I think we still have to find the right words for that and the right symbols for that, because people know the climate action is urgent, but they have more urgent concerns. And if you can combine those more urgent concerns with this long-term concern, you have a winning policy. And the populists and the right are trying to split the two, and trying to convince people that the climate urgency is not just at odds with their own urgencies, but is creating their urgencies. And we need to change that narrative, and I think it can be done.
Yeah. And look, it's important for us to recognise where work needs to be done, because the purpose of coming together like this is that it's absolutely fine, there's more questions than answers. These are what we've got to work on. But this is where I'd love to bring in Andrew, because you're delivering this at a sub-national level, right? And just tell us a bit more about what you're doing in Newfoundland, and also maybe say a bit about the communication and how you're really bringing that community along with you.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. First of all, in observing everything here over the last day, and even on the panel here right now, the struggle is at a very local level. We've all arrived at the solutions, the diagnosis and the prognosis, but the implementation is where we're all struggling. And so I bring, I think, a bit of a different perspective as the Premier, as the leader of a subnational government, because I get blamed for everything from inflation to forest fires to garbage pickup. And as such, I see how messages resonate. And a common theme amongst all panels today has certainly been that as progressives, we're not great at acknowledging just that. And if you really look at what many have called throughout today anger, and at a very individual and local and community level, I would say it's not so much anger as it is anxiety and frustration. And it's where we as progressives need to truly be more empathetic, in the true sense of the word. Not sympathetic or compassionate, we need to be that, but we need to be truly empathetic in understanding how our vision and strategies and truly affect individual people and communities. And that gets lost sometimes on the fisherman on the wharf, on the miner, on the person who works hard every single day. And we as progressives can change that narrative, understand it, and change that to something that everyone can believe in and hope for towards a sustainable economic future that has a path for everybody. Or we can concede it to the right, and that's what drives the anger. So I think we need to do better as leaders in communicating at a very local level. Everyone has understood the program. I don't think in any progressive democracy there's very many people, the majority certainly in the center, who don't believe that we have to do something on climate and take it very serious. Certainly that's, and kudos to everybody for changing that paradigm and shifting it so that, that people do understand that responsibility. But we do need to fundamentally better understand how our tools and instruments are refined to impact individuals. And I think that offers up incredible opportunity for the progressives. In my own jurisdiction, we have had an enormous success in transition, but we have a culture that's built on transitioning, and we have a culture that was built originally on natural resources, on a fishery that at the time we blamed on overfishing. It was probably a combination of overfishing and climate change and changes in the pH and the temperature of the water and everything else, led to an immense shift in our industrial base. And subsequently the social construct that exists within the communities as well. And we shifted again to, now we're shifting from a petroleum-based industry, just like Norway, to an industry that's based on clean, green technology, using our 30,000 kilometers of coastline and uninhabited terrestrial space to develop hydrogen through wind. Now this sounds like something, you know, that Norway has, the Prime Minister of Norway has already talked about, but we're actually completing it right now in Newfoundland and Labrador as well. And that does two things. It allows us to advance, of course, the climate goals and directives and help change to alternative fuel sources in an advanced and accelerated fashion. But more importantly, it speaks directly to the people because it's something that's tangible, it's something that's tactile, it's something that puts food on their table, and also it's something that they can be proud of. We should lean in and truly understand the pride that can be generated in people's communities from this. This is not a win or lose situation. It is a win-win situation if communicated right. And I come back to where I started. You can't do that unless you're truly empathetic to the communities that are impacted. Because we can't do any of this without the political will. And in order to have political will to enact change, you need to be able to be persuasive to the constituents who are going to elect you to drive the agenda that will change the world.
Fantastic. And that empathy, that communication, it's a recurring theme that's coming through this. A lot of the substances there in terms of the agenda for prosperity that's going to help service our climate targets. But empathy and communication. And I wonder, Natalie, let's go right back up the food chain. Let's go right up to the G20. Do you think that is a feature of the conversations at that level in terms of language, communication, how this resonates with people? And are we getting that right?
Not yet. I think we are building this roadmap to leadership at that level, and we have to connect the pieces. I think the good thing is that civil society and constituencies all over the world, they are targeting the G20 and saying, you guys are the ones who have the power to change things, right? Primarily. It's 75% of the overall emissions, and you know, 80, he's correcting me here. Thank you. So 80%. So if they don't move, I think we are, the chances are very low that we're gonna succeed. On the other hand, if they start moving faster, of course, the elephant will be moving around. So I'm pretty confident that that's a good space to be targeted and, you know, deliver. But as I mentioned before, I think there are opportunities, and I'm seeing a lot of excitement around nature-based solutions. I think that's great. It's never been tackled in there. On the other hand, on the energy side, I think the conversation is still stalled, and we don't see a comprehensive energy package being talked about. There are issues on the tripling renewables. Phasing out of fossil fuels is still you know, not steady. And I think that's part of the same conversation, right? The reason why we're not seeing more financing flowing to the renewables is because this finance is going to the fossil fuels. So we have to reconcile, and we have to do it right now. We cannot wait 20 years more.
Absolutely. And look, I'm conscious of time, but I'd look for our politicians, maybe, you know, in the interest of sharing wisdom and advice in our global progressive community, just to reflect on. We talked a lot about communications here, and that seems to be critical to the coming together of our climate ambitions and that message of prosperity. But if you were, and some of you are, if you're running for an election and speaking to your people, and you've got this Green Deal at a European level, or you've got the G20 ambitions, what is the message that you would say to constituents? And maybe, Frans, if we go with you first, because obviously this is a live issue for you and you're going to the polls in a couple of months' time.
For us, it's clear. We have to demonstrate in the short term that this is beneficial to ordinary people. That's the crucial element in all of this. That, you know, it's not just for the Tesla driving, tofu eating yuppies in Amsterdam in the Dutch context. And I don't think that's that difficult to do. I think if you adapt your housing policy, housing is going to be crucial in this. If you build up the new industries that we need, if you do more to get this circular economy going, if you invest more in the grid so that you can have more renewable energy generation, you get these new jobs. They will be coming. And in the specific Dutch context, unemployment is not the issue, but long-term employment security is the issue. And you have to demonstrate that in parallel to the existing economy, you're quickly building up a new economy where the jobs of the future will be. And that can be done in the next couple of years. Because if you want people to stick to the long-term goals, you have to have short-term results. It's essential. If the results are not there, they will not support you in the long-term goals. Because the sad situation is that people think that if you do nothing, everything will stay the same. And we have not been able to communicate clearly that if we don't do anything, the biggest victims of all of that, the people who will pay the highest price, are the people who have less to spend than other people. And the illusion has been created by the right that it's the inverse. And that's where we really need to act. And I can't succeed in just saying this is the case. I have to demonstrate it. I have to show that somebody's energy bill will go down from 250 euros a month to 50 euros a month. These are the things I need to show in the next couple of years, and I can do that. We can deliver that.
Absolutely. So show, don't just say,
yep.
But we've got to say it properly. Andrew, same question to you, but also maybe if you could give us a couple more examples of how you're actually showing it, because you are in delivery mode at this moment in time.
Yeah, well, I would revert back to a previous answer, and that communication is key. But the battle between right and left is not going to be won politically in any constituency or globally on the edges. The fight, my friends, is in the center. And if we're not talking to the center in language that they understand and can appreciate, and frankly alleviates their anxieties so that the anxieties do not turn to anger and force them into the easy populist ideological agenda of the ultra-right, then we're failing, and we won't win. And the catastrophe in that is more existential than anything, is that we will lose the climate agenda. I try to talk to my constituents, as you do, to show the tactile results that they can truly grasp onto. This is not some imaginary future. And by the way, it's not always based in the ideology of fighting climate change. It's securing their jobs and securing their futures. That's what they want to hear at the kitchen table. That's what will give them. That's what will allow them to vote for you. That's what will give you the power and authority. Then they therefore act on the agenda that we all want to see succeed. So. Boiling it, politics is local. And if you're not local, you're going to lose. So not change the agenda, change the communication strategy and become more empathetic so you can appreciate that.
Very, very clear. And David?
We need to have some humility. You know, the truth is, as a movement, on the whole, if you look at a conference like this, people are, if you look at the audience, we are super educated. Higher education, well represented in the room, and some of the best universities in the world. And our political opponents, they may not have the most diverse crowd in terms of ethnic makeup or even gender balance, but often they are actually, unlike us these days, you know, they've got working class people in the crowd. And so we do need a bit of humility. That takes us back to some central themes of being progressive. The first is progress. What does progress really look like? 2 is labour. A lot of our parties have that in the title. It's about jobs, stupid. 3, if you're a social democrat, be social. Get out there alongside people and understand a democratic base. It's not just lofty ideas, it's where the people are at. And then I think because our opponents are into the business of grievance, and they are so good at grievance and fear, then you have to insert the justice language, as I've done on climate, into the mix so people have a sense that they're going to get a piece of the action. So this is what our movement's about. We just need to get back there and, you know, leave to one side what you learnt doing PPE at Oxford.
Absolutely brilliant. I'm hearing from you guys, we've got to meet this anxiety and anger at times and grievance with humility. We've got to meet it with empathy. And when you look at the mix of what we've got as progressives, there's a couple of things. There's policies, and I think, Franz, you've done a fantastic job of carving it out at EU level. That's an inspiration for us all. Andrew, you're delivering that on a daily basis. There's politics, and I think we've heard today what that politics needs to be. But it's also people, right? People in our movement. And I have to say, what excites me about you guys is that it tells me that we've got an incredible set of people in politics, in progressive politics, who are really going to lead the way forward. So, on behalf of everyone here, a huge thank you for your time. Best of luck in your elections and onwards, because I think you've given us a bit of hope today as well. Thanks, everyone.
All right. Thank you so very much to Premier Fury, Franz, Natalie, David, and of course to Ryan for that excellent discussion, leaving a lot for us to think about in the year ahead on the economy and its intersections with the Net Zero Challenge, and so very much more. We're not done yet. We have one very exciting last guest speaker for you that I know many of you have been looking forward to throughout the day, and a very special one indeed. I was thinking back the other day to the first visit with a U.S. cabinet secretary that was hosted in Canada after the last election. And the Deputy Prime Minister had chosen Canada 2020 to host that conversation between Janet Yellen and herself. It was a packed house, one of the first chances we got to do that after the pandemic, and they began to lay out an economic vision for where we went from that moment. And we're really excited to continue that conversation today. So, closing our day with ideas on renewing middle-class prosperity, I'm thrilled to welcome Canada's Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Chrystia Freeland.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that introduction. Thank you, everyone, for hanging in there and being here for the last session. It's like the classic death slot, right? Before the final reception. So I really appreciate it. And I just have to say how nice it is to be here. There are so many people in this room who I admire so much. and from whom I have learned so, so much today and over the years. And it's really energizing and inspiring for me to be with a group of people who really share the same values and are working for the same things, and to kind of talk about how best to do it. So thanks everyone for being here. Bienvenue au Canada. Ça me fait plaisir de vous voir. I've learned so much from so many of you. I'm going to talk now about how our government sees the economic challenge facing Canadians and our plan to meet that challenge. In the aftermath of the Second World War, an army of veterans, the greatest generation, returned home and laid the foundations of the most prosperous period in human history. Theirs was the era of les 30 glorieuses, 3 decades when our economies grew by 3%, year after year after year. That post-war era was, for Canada and for the non-geographic West, the apex of middle-class capitalism, of an economy that was growing from the middle out. The prosperity and opportunity of that era was certainly not shared equally, particularly if you were a woman or Indigenous or a person of color or gay. But growth was strong. Wages were rising. Income inequality was low. Taxes were high. And the foundations of our modern welfare state were laid. Les 30 glorieuses did not last. As the 20th century drew to a close, our middle-class engine of economic prosperity started to sputter. Growth slowed, unemployment rose, middle-class income stagnated, and inequality widened. The middle class was hollowed out and left behind, and our economies stopped delivering for working people. Western democracies are still grappling with that reality. The starkest response to this challenge has been on the populist right. They speak of American carnage and of Canada being broken. What follows from their diagnosis, of course, is a lot more muddled. A combination of regulation slashing, neocon tax cuts, and cruel austerity, mixed together with aggressive protectionism, if not outright isolationism. But what's our answer as progressives on the center left? Our focus in Canada has been on reversing the great economic failure of recent decades, a failure that the Prime Minister identified when he launched his leadership campaign in 2012 with a commitment to fight for the middle class, and which I described in a book published that same year as The Rise of the Plutocrats and the Fall of Everyone Else. After the election in 2015, we got to work by investing in Canadians and building up Canada, restoring the middle-class prosperity that had eroded and bringing together progressive and pragmatic economic policy with progressive and pragmatic climate policy. Our investments in public transit, in the Trans Mountain expansion, and in EV battery factories are not just one-off public expenditures. They truly are investments, decades-long investments in the economic growth which creates middle-class jobs and makes middle-class communities more prosperous. Une croissance forte a toujours été la pierre angulaire d'une économie pour la classe moyenne. Toutefois, la croissance à elle seule ne suffit pas. Il faut que la croissance soutienne la classe moyenne en réduisant les inégalités, en augmentant les salaires et en veillant à ce que tout le monde puisse profiter pleinement de la prospérité de notre nation. Pas par chance ou pensée magique, mais parce qu'on s'est assuré que ça arrive. C'est pourquoi, en prenant appui sur une économie en croissance, nous avons grandement amélioré le filet de sécurité sociale du Canada. Que l'on parle de l'allocation canadienne pour enfants ou de l'allocation canadienne pour les travailleurs ou des soins dentaires. Parce que quand les Canadiennes et les Canadiens ont le soutien dont ils en ont besoin pour s'épanouir, ils peuvent contribuer encore plus à l'économie. But at the beginning of our 5th full year in office, Canada was hit by a once-in-a-generation crisis, a global pandemic which threatened all of the progress we had delivered for middle-class Canadians since 2015. Now, thanks to the rectitude, the fiscal rectitude of Liberal leaders before us, Canada had the firepower to act, and we did, massively. We focused relentlessly on jobs, 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 on keeping Canadians employed and their employers afloat. And it worked. Nearly 1 million more Canadians are employed today than were before the pandemic. Canada had the strongest economic growth in the G7 over the course of 2022, and both the IMF and the OECD predict we will see the strongest average growth in the G7 over this year and the next. But for Canadians who are worn out and frustrated, having been through a very great deal over these past 3 years, I know that a recounting of battles fought and won is tedious, if not outright repellent. What Canadians want and need and deserve is for us to address the very real pain so many are facing right now, and to offer a hopeful and achievable vision for Canada's future. Staying united as a country as we get through the short-term challenges of today and lay the foundations for a brighter future will be harder than it needs to be, because the populists of the hard right see opportunity in nihilism. They positively relish leaning into the gloom, don't they? Their everything is broken pitch can be seductive when people are tired, prices are high, and mortgage renewals are looming. But the hard right have no positive agenda or real plan of their own. Amidst a flurry of one-liners, it's no wonder that 3 of the Conservative leaders' only concrete proposals have been to eliminate the price on pollution and the thousands of dollars in rebates it provides to Canadian families, to invest in crypto as a hedge against inflation, and to eviscerate the contributions which are the essential foundation of both employment insurance and the Canada Pension Plan. There is no substantive Conservative plan for growth, no climate action. And by the way, don't believe that there is anything fiscally responsible about the hard right economic agenda. That's what we saw when Liz Truss put it into practice in the United Kingdom, and markets crashed and interest rates soared. You need look no further than the list of 11 AAA countries, of which the largest are Germany, Canada, Australia, the Netherlands, Sweden, Norway, and Denmark. What do those countries have in common? I think you can see from that list that fiscal responsibility is the true domain of progressives. Toutefois, si nous rejetons l'approche de la droite qui, comme nous le savons, a échoué, comment allons-nous renouveler la promesse du Canada pour une nouvelle génération? Tout d'abord, nous savons que les 3 dernières années ont été très difficiles pour les Canadiennes et les Canadiens. Nous avons traversé la pandémie du COVID-19, la récession causée par la COVID-19, l'invasion illégale de l'Ukraine par Poutine, les perturbations dans les chaînes d'approvisionnement, les feux de forêt et les ouragans. Nous avons traversé une vague d'inflation mondiale élevée et nous faisons maintenant face à des taux d'intérêt élevés. Le gouvernement fédéral fera tout en son pouvoir pour que le Canada puisse finir de passer à travers cette période difficile. En bâtir une économie avec des prix stables, une croissance forte et constante et des emplois abondants et bien rémunérés. En tant que ministre des Finances, c'est ma plus grande priorité. That's why, as the Prime Minister announced just on Thursday, our government expects our country's largest grocers to take a Team Canada approach and do their part to get prices down and keep them down. That's why supply-side solutions like early learning and childcare and the record women's labor force participation it is enabling here in Canada are so important right now. And that's why, in the face of global inflation, Canada's pace of fiscal consolidation over the past 2 years has been the fastest in the G7, and why we're proud to maintain both the lowest deficit and the lowest debt-to-GDP ratio among our G7 peers. We're serious about fiscal responsibility. That's why we're systematically following through on our commitment made in our spring budget to save $15 billion from the costs of operating government, because we need that money to invest it directly in Canadians. Second, we are tackling our century's great challenge of building a clean economy. And we're doing so with zeal through our $120 billion, that's right, $120 billion Clean Economy Jobs Plan, a plan that is focused relentlessly on a new generation of middle-class careers and middle-class prosperity. L'invasion illégale de l'Ukraine par la Russie a enseigné aux démocraties du monde entier qu'il était insensé de dépendre économiquement des dictatures. Et les démocraties ont tiré cette leçon à un moment où elles mènent une transition propre qui représente la plus importante transformation économique depuis la révolution industrielle. Le Canada dispose des ressources et de l'expertise nécessaires pour traverser cette période de profond changement à l'échelle mondiale. En fait, nous effectuons des investissements considérables pour veiller à ce que les travailleurs canadiens puissent miner, extraire, transformer, fabriquer et vendre les biens et les ressources naturelles dont nos alliés ont besoin. Et nous le faisons d'une manière qui garantira que l'économie propre du Canada profite équitablement aux travailleurs. C'est pourquoi nos crédits d'impôt à l'investissement sont plus généreux lorsque les travailleurs canadiens touchent un salaire syndical courant. C'est aussi pourquoi notre crédit d'impôt à l'investissement dans l'électricité propre, le premier du genre, contribuera à doubler la production d'électricité propre au Canada, tout en maintenant des prix abordables pour les familles canadiennes. Third, to succeed in the global clean economy, we are committed to building major projects and to building them fast. In 1903, Prime Minister Wilfrid Laurier said, in reference to the Transcontinental Railway, that this is not a time for deliberation. This is a time for action. We cannot wait because time does not wait. We cannot wait because in these days of wonderful development, time lost is doubly lost. Those words apply so much to the situation that Canada finds itself in today. So, if a company is prepared to invest in Canada and Canadian workers, we must ensure that company is able to do so. And that's why, as we promised in our spring budget, we will announce by the end of this year a concrete plan to accelerate the timelines for major projects, and thus to ensure that Canadian workers from coast to coast to coast can truly prosper from the remarkable clean economy opportunities ahead of us in the years to come. Fourth, we're delivering on a particularly Canadian pillar of our country's long-term prosperity: immigration. At a moment when an aging population is one of the greatest challenges facing the developed Western world, when our economies are all desperate for skilled workers, Canada's unique enthusiasm for welcoming new Canadians not only makes our communities more vibrant, it is also an international economic competitive advantage. And sorry to the non-Canadians who are here, this is part of Canada's secret sauce economically. But that brings me to the fifth pillar of our government's plan to renew the promise of Canada. If we believe in a growing economy and a growing population, and I sure do, we need to build homes at a speed and scale not seen in Canada since those golden days of the greatest generation. In the 1940s and 50s, a generation of Canadians settled in single-family homes along new tree-lined streets, raising families behind the white picket fences, which came to symbolize the dream of home ownership held by Canadians for the next 60-odd years. If you worked hard, if you went to school, found a good job, and squirreled some money away, we were told there'd be a home you could afford. For the greatest generation and for those they raised, that promise was kept by Canada. But today, for a generation that goes from new high school graduates to couples in their 30s making six-figure salaries, that promise is under threat. And so we must redouble our efforts and work together to secure that promise with Laurier's urgent sense that time lost is doubly lost. Canada is the product of great national efforts, a railway that connected us from east to west, a core of British subjects seizing Vimy Ridge as Canadians, Labour leaders and business leaders, Liberals and Conservatives, mayors and premiers and ministers coming together to save NAFTA at a moment of profound economic peril. A population spread across nearly 10 million square kilometers, unprecedented in our diversity, which has stayed together through conscription and referenda, through trade wars and a global pandemic, and which has never met a challenge greater than our united Canadian spirit. Building the millions of homes required for a new generation must become the next in a proud tradition of historic challenges that we Canadians meet together. Nous devons construire des maisons unifamiliales et des appartements secondaires. Nous devons créer des coopératives d'habitation et des appartements locatifs. Pour ce faire, tous les intervenants de 4 coins de notre grand pays, qu'ils soient du gouvernement fédéral, des provinces, des villes et municipalités, du secteur privé ou d'organismes à but non lucratif, devront collaborer dans le cadre d'une cause commune. We are meeting the housing challenge by lifting the GST on rental construction, as the Prime Minister announced 2 days ago. We're meeting the challenge with our new tax-free first home savings account, which tens of thousands of Canadians are already using to save up for that first down payment, tax-free. We're meeting the housing challenge with our $4 billion Race to the Top Housing Accelerator Fund, which is already motivating cities and towns all across Canada to do what we need to do, which is build more homes faster. We are working hard, but we have more work to do. Building the homes a growing Canada needs will require another great national effort, and it is an effort the federal government is ready to lead. At the heart of the promise of Canada is the conviction that no matter who you are, no matter what you look like, where you were born, or who you love, every single day represents a new opportunity. That if you work hard, you can share in the remarkable opportunities of our remarkable country, with a good career that pays well, and with a home you can afford. Building a Canada that delivers on the promise of the greatest country in the world for this next greatest generation will be our work as Liberals for these next 2 years and beyond. Canada is not and never has been broken. We are the imperfect but remarkable creation of generations of Canadians who did their part to build a better country, calloused hand by calloused hand. Generations of Canadians who fought fear and cynicism with hope and hard work. Generations of Canadians who fought day after day to keep Canada moving forward. And generations of Canadians who believed, just as we do today, that better is always possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister Freeland. Thank you, Christia. We're really, really appreciative to have you here. Is this working properly? Can you hear me okay? Perfect. I'll call up Johan as well, because we're about to wrap this great summit up, and what a great way to have done that with so many aspects of the plan in Canada on progressive economics, and I know many will be able to echo that throughout their work in the world. I want to thank all of you for being with us throughout today and yesterday in Montreal for an extraordinary set of meetings that I think have laid out a whole host of array of issues that we can tackle in the year ahead, ways we can be hopeful and positive and optimistic about meeting some very serious challenges by sharing best practices and ideas with each other at every step. We hope you've built the networks and connection and time with each other that will allow you to take that work back to your own countries or back to a different part of Canada if that's where you're coming from, and we're really excited about what comes from that for progressive change. I will say now, before I turn it over to Johan, you can talk about exactly how you'll do that in the Fortifications Ballroom over a glass of beer or wine, and that will be starting in 5 minutes downstairs on the 9th floor. And on that fun note, over to Johan, and thanks to you too, Johan.
And thanks to you, Braden. And I'm not going to hold anyone up here, because now I know that everybody wants to rush to the ballroom and get a drink and knock this out. But it's really been tremendous to have all of you here. I think we have heard some really good insights on the challenges, but you're filled with optimism and hope, even though everything is hatred and very depressing of how the world looks like. And I think that's sort of like the thing why we're trying to bring people together, because you get that spark and you get that energy, and get a drink, go to reception, go home, bring about change, deliver global progress. Thanks all of you. See you next year.